Grammarly suggestions catch when your tone
universe. And if you're looking to upgrade,
sound of this. Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best at. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we ain't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone, man. Cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, hello.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3, and 4. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Oh, it's missed. Test.
All right.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, summoners from across the world to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Han. Alongside with me is going to be Victor Cax, and we are going to be your casters for today. I'm really glad to be here. I can't wait to see what is in store for us here today, Victor.
From the sounds of it, it's going to be a lot because today we're going to be running through the group stages here. And, you know, when it comes to these kind of competitions, anything can kind of happen, you know, because, you know, the stakes, even though they are still high at this stage, though, this is going to be a chance for them to each test their might against each other, you know, before the big game. So this is going to be a good one, I hope.
Well, for the most part, all of the teams are going to at least go up against each other at least once. We are operating on a single round robin, and if I'm not mistaken, it is going to be a potentially best of 3. You're going to see the format up in the screen right here to make sure that you guys have, you know, visual aid alongside our commentary. Open qualifiers leading up to all those 8 moving into the open groups and finals. Now from here, Victor, what happens?
Yeah, so after the open groups and finals, now we're going to be going to the challenge groups, and this is where each of these teams will be split into 4 different rounds in the round robin format, where they get each to play against each other once, and then by the end of that, they will have all the points they need in order to figure out where to be placed at when it comes to the playoffs.
It's been a very, very arduous journey from all of them, from the open qualifiers up to open groups and finals, from the to the challenge groups and right into the challenge playoffs. There is quite a bit for ground for them to cover, and I think the amount of games that they're going to be playing from open qualifiers up at the challenge playoffs will give them a very good each other at least once, and I'm feeling that from there the meta's gonna slowly settle, as we have discussed very, very deeply backstage just now, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the meta that's been going on throughout. I mean, it's been evolving even throughout this Snapdragon Pro Series, especially with the new patch updates that's been coming out. And yeah, we had an extended discussion actually about some of the big changes that have been happening, you know, between this open finals and now this challenge group. So I expect that, you know, the team that is going to be able to figure out that meta, you know, the soonest, will most likely be the most dominant in terms of performance when it comes to this challenge groups.
Just for clarity, for those of you at home, we are talking right now about the challenge groups. That's where we are now, right? And I think the most important thing when it comes to being in this challenge group is that some of the other teams will have a little bit of breathing space, a little bit more information to talk about. Now, enough about the challenge group. Let's talk about the teams. Moving forward, because of the visual aid we have here, these are the qualified teams from their respective regions. Rex, Arigam, Kion from the Philippines alongside Nigma Galaxy, Team Flash, as well as Cerberus from Vietnam, Evos Esports, as well as Biruram United Esports from Thailand, and of course Echo, Fortius, and Persis Esports from Indonesia.
Yeah, these are the guys who managed to qualify their way through the open finals for each of their respective countries, so they represent the best of the best from their own home country. So it's going to be an exciting one, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, of course, when we talk about this MSP region, it is a very, very competitive region indeed, and I think a lot of the other countries here especially are going to be watching out for those Filipino teams, because knowing how strong the Philippines and the Indonesian squads are, they definitely have the biggest target painted on their backs.
Now, definitely that is going to be a title of contention mention here because we have seen the Indonesian teams perform very aggressively, but somehow or another it may be opportunities for other teams to take advantage of because sometimes we see aggressiveness may lead to them dropping the ball and losing out on the tempo. I do Filipino regions as well as the Vietnamese regions are very, very strong in terms of their aggression. But thus far, historically, Thailand seems to be very well-rounded across the board. But enough about the qualified teams. What are the stakes, Victor? Let's take a look.
Yeah, so these are going to be the prize money that all these teams are playing for here. Starting out first place, we have $14,625 going to the eventual leader in the group stage here. Second place will have $10,575. Third place, $4,680, and third place, $3,645. Very odd numbers, but again, this is of course being expressed in Singapore dollars, so therefore it comes up a little bit weird when you do the conversion rate, doesn't it?
I think so too. I mean, all the numbers may be very, very confusing to some of you at home. However, we do know for a fact that Singapore dollars are pretty strong right now, so you know for a fact that they are going to be enjoying quite a bit of returns here the higher they go. So it's going to be very important for them to maintain the consistency. Because of the format of the single round robin, they are going to be fighting every team in the challenge group at least once. I think that's going to be a case of just making sure that they are able to inch out as much points as they can.
Of course, you know, especially when you realize that all of these are going to be working towards that playoffs, this means that this is going to be the stage where a lot of the groundwork, so to speak, when it comes to these rivalries between teams, this is where it all starts. You know, this is going to be where they be able to either test out some of the new lineups, or they could even, you know, given the wealth of data they've already been having since the Open Finals now, this will also be an opportunity for them to really try to surprise their opponents, you know, by going for unconventional strategies even. I mean, mind games are going to play a part here, I feel, in this group stage, especially because if you set it up very well during this group stage, those mind games might still be in play by the time you get to the playoffs.
I think even from the fact that they have a bit of a wider sample set and may be able to at least identify some very interesting pick and ban pick and ban cadences, pick and ban styles. We have seen it, but let's take a look at the schedule first to see what we have planned out for you today in terms of teams. RRQ going up against Team Flash first off for today, 12 p.m. GMT +8.
Yeah, and then after that, we'll be having a second match here. There's going to be between Nigma Galaxy as well as Cerberus, yeah, Cerberus Esports, so that squad there. And then the third match is going to be at 5 o'clock. It's going to be against Persis Esports versus Evos.
And finally, we're going to have Echo Fortiers going up against Buriram United. Quite a big order here for Echo as well as Persis. They have struggled in the past against some of these teams, but we do hope to see a revitalized team and be able to score quite big here, because these, I think, are one of the bigger challenges here for these teams from Indonesia. But I do think that for RRQ against Team Flash, Nigma Galaxy against Cerberus, it is going to be a banger as well.
Oh, it's going to be a close one, I feel. I mean, the thing is that both RRQ, of course, you know, coming out quite strong since the Open Final season, and of course Team Flash, I feel, may have actually a good shot here as the Vietnamese squad against RRQ. So let's see how that was going to play out. I mean, we're going to be finding out in a few moments anyway, aren't we?
Yeah, for those of you at home, do remember to drop us a comment, give us some love on whichever you like, wherever you like to watch, because it is going to go down in Chinatown. I just had to say Chinatown because it rhymed it down.
Well, then again, I mean, rhymes aside, I mean, we are playing in the MSP region, though. It'd be kind of funny if we saw a couple of Chinese teams in this mix only.
Yep.
But then again, you know, it's going to be largely all these Southeast Asian countries. I mean, Southeast Asia has been really, really competitive when it comes to mobile MOBAs like Wild Rift, and you know, it's quite surprising to see that you know, a lot of the plays is still top notch when it comes from this region.
All right, just to cut you off right there, we've got a bit of a video for you guys at home. So why don't you kick back, relax, kick your feet up, and watch this pre-game video.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Before match, we always do Zumba. Zumba dance. Zumba. You know, to stretch our body.
So my pre-game ritual is before we start our matches, I always like having a big. So I need to go bathroom and taking a shit. And I don't know, it's just normal.
My pre-game ritual is, I do workout like pull-ups and push-ups. So
For me, I think it's just pray to the gods and drink a lot of water.
Mandi malam, pas lagi tanding gak usah mandi, biar jari gak keset.
Ritual gue sih denger lagu pastinya, denger lagu adalah dari anime.
Oh, she and tail.
Paling ritual sebelum pertandingan bangun jam 8 pagi nonton replay tim musuh.
Có, trước khi giao trận đấu thì mình sẽ đọc cái tin, nhưng mà sau khi thua thì sẽ khác. Và lát nào mình buộc tóc lại.
I always have one cup of coffee, less sweet.
Nice.
That's all.
Oh, we have one thing. Our coach, Lloyd, would walk and say to her dad, do your best, okay? Do the best, so I don't have to work a lot. I joke, he didn't say that, but he would tell us what we have to do in each game. Yeah. So thank you, Coach Lloyd. Love you.
That was fun.
That's pressure in a different way.
Yeah, indeed it does. But it's great because as a player, you want to be able to put yourself into the zone before every match, and every player is going to have their own way of approaching that. I mean, what's the kind of favorite way for you yourself to psych yourself up?
I just have a cup of coffee, have a really good discussion with some of the BM casters and yourself, and I get really excited for what's in store because I just can't wait to get into picks and bans, to be honest, because I've got so much meta stuff to talk to you guys about.
Oh, that's a lot.
Oh my god.
There's a lot to recover.
Just as we said that, our producer just gave us the call ahead. We're gonna get into it very soon, but we have some stuff for you lined up here. Hi, Chaz, Helios, Viper, Exocet. These gentlemen represent Rex, Rigom, Kyon.
Yeah, again, very strong squad. They are actually mostly comprised of Filipinos inside the squad here, even though the team is based in Indonesia. But regardless, we are playing it with the organizations representing their own individual regions here. But nevertheless, though, a very strong lineup here from RRQ, and certainly going to be bringing a big challenge here to their competitor.
Now, specifically for Rex, Rigom, Kyon, there is quite a bit of star power here for Helios, and there was some very interesting tendencies that we talked about here. Just a bit of foreshadowing for those at home. The Z pickup here. So that could be something that some of you guys are going to predict. I mean, you see it happen. We're going to touch onto that a little bit more. Any of the other players here, do you feel that are going to be standing out in terms of how they're going to be playing for Rex, Rigom, Kyon?
You gotta watch out for Viper for most of the part, because sometimes he may be a little bit in the background because of playing next to Helios. Of course, anyone's gonna be pushed a little bit aside thanks to that star power. But when he comes online, sometimes RRQ can be absolutely unstoppable. So certainly keep an eye out. Keep an eye out for that one dude.
Yeah, Hyde is going to be on the island in Baron Lane. However, who are they going up against? Let's find out. Team Flash, Shy, Sisu, Coyote, Ellie, and MT.
Yeah, again, I still think that this squad is going to be pretty strong. So RRQ is going to have to work cut out with them if they want to take down Team Flash here. But certainly, given that this is going to be the first match of the day, I'm really going to be curious what they'll be bringing to the table, though, because there's certainly going to be a lot of there's certainly been a lot of changes, as far as how the meta has played out so far. I mean, we're now at a more brawling kind of style of meta going on here, so I think it's going to depend a lot on how Team Flash really approaches these fights, especially during the early to mid-game phases.
Skirmish is going to be the name of the game. Let's take a look at the head-to-head here. It's going to feature one member from each team here in the Baron Lane. Is going to be Viper going up against Ellie, the top 3 pick champions here, the KDAs and scores across the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be quite hard to compare between the two of them since they play very vastly different champions. But nevertheless, though, like I said, Viper is someone you have to watch out for in that squad because, even though, again, most people will be mostly focused on Helios as a player here, but then Viper, like I said, when he plays his role well, RRQ can become extremely unstoppable. And, I think for the most part, early mid-game, Team Flash needs to be able to keep an eye out for whatever Viper plans to do, because if they don't keep him in check, he's going to be the dark horse that's going to allow RRQ to secure victory from under their eyes.
I think there is going to be a slight difference here in terms of KDA. I mean, in terms of stats across the board here, KDA is slightly higher, kill participation, but it does relate to the fact that the top 3 champions that were picked by Ellie have quite a bit of a global presence here with the ultimates, as well as Orianna playing a little bit more of a control mage style, and the bot lane. In the Dragon lane, excuse me, I do feel that the damage per minute numbers may actually favor Ellie just a bit, but the scaling on Viper though is something to consider.
So the thing is that, you know, when it comes to playing a team game, you know, like Wild Rift, it's not usually about individual performance, you know, how well you're able to pick up kills, etc. It's really about how well you're able to gel with your team, how you follow up, you know, to initiations, and how you really play together as a squad. So sometimes, you know, that's why head-to-head comparisons I feel sometimes are a little bit misleading in a sense, because sometimes you can see that, oh, this guy has a better stats, I mean, he's got more kills, he's got more GPM, but it doesn't really tell you much about how the person plays, you know, in the match itself. And I think that's a far more important factor than just looking at stats alone.
All right, now enough about stats. Let's talk speculation. Predictions ahead. Do remember, for each and every one of you guys, brought to you by Snapdragon, is the match prediction. Cast your vote in the Twitch chat. Give us some love. Give your favorite teams some love in the comments. I mean, it's just as simple as that, but we've also got more speculation. Our predictions. Victor and me, we are going to go for Team Flash 1 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, knowing that the Filipino-based lineup of RQ is strong, I'm still thinking that Team Flash may have a slight edge here, being a little bit on the outside. And Vietnam in general has really, you know, been kind of outshone a little bit when it comes to this region specifically. So I'm thinking that out of all the teams in Vietnam right now, I think Team Flash probably has the best chance right now to really show themselves up against the big boys here, and hoping it will happen in this first matchup.
And it seems that we are all in unison here, except for Pondo. Pondo wants to be the wild card out here. I mean, it's always great to see Pondo stand out. It's Contra, Husky, and myself, as well as you, going for Team Flash. Pondo seems to see something else that we don't. Maybe he may be right, maybe not so.
Well, again, like I said, you know, gut feeling wise, you know, it still tells me it's probably going to be RRQ, but then, you know, you just really want to give the Vietnamese crowd in Wild Rift some love here, because, you know, they have worked so hard, you know, to get to these kind of stages here. They've always have been maybe one step behind other regions here. So I feel that given Team Flash's campaign so far has been nothing short of brilliant, this will be their best shot to actually sort of put a little bit of bruise into the hearts of the Filipino squads here.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting indeed here, Victor, because we do have quite a bit of, like we said, the meta stuff here. I'm just waiting to just pounce on it as soon as pick and bans come in, because...
I mean, yeah, again, like, what would be the biggest thing you want to kind of bounce on? I mean, obviously, it's been a lot of focus onto the Baron laners in this patch particularly, hasn't it?
Yeah, okay, now, even though we had the the head-to-head featuring the Dragon laners, I do think that the supports, we have to talk a little bit about the support early skirmishes, because we did talk about how the meta has blown up in terms of team fights are getting slightly longer at the benefit of earlier engages. So what do you think about that? Do you want to expand on that a little bit more?
So I feel like this would definitely benefit a lot of those situations where you know that late game is going to be very tough. More like situations where the draft is not really favoring that late game too much. You can still compensate a lot of that by just taking those really good early to mid game fights. And I think that's kind of the key thing that they want to do, is try to speed up the overall sort of playthrough for the whole game itself. And by adding more emphasis on these kind of fights here, it really is going to allow those mechanically gifted players to really show this stuff here, especially in this patch.
Pick and bans now are on the screen, brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and of course Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the beast here at the Pick and Bans. Hi, Chaz, Helios, Viper, and Exosen on the left side of the screen. Shy, Sisu, Coyote, Ellie, and Empty on the right side of the screen. We do see a Lucian here being banned out early on, so we do see that it is going to be interesting for the side of RRQ. They don't want to be dealing with that early engage proposition, that early level 2 spike that could come from Ellie, especially if it is coupled up with a champion that is able to create a conducive element of strong kill pressure towards RRQ.
I want to see whether those like traditional sort of like first picks are going to get banned out straight away here to try to offer us maybe something a little bit different than what we've seen during the Open Finals here. Of course, this is a group stage after all, so it's still going to be very much important for them to get really dominant first games right off the bat. But I'm thinking that, you know, especially for those teams that have been around for a while, that especially those who have already played through the early open stages here, you know, if they're going to be running the same kind of like ideas and tactics, you know, from those open finals, I fear that will not quite work out the way it worked out for them in those open finals, because now things is a little bit more different, and I want to see that difference here. I want to see like who is really going for those kind of picks where it's really trying to set up something good for them in the end, right? And not necessarily going for those really strong picks right out of the bat, but going for those kind of off-meta picks a little bit, just to kind of throw off your opponent's kind of idea about what you might be doing, but at the same time, you know, just showing your true mastery of the meta, especially at this stage here, because we're talking about the best from each region, right? Certainly, they will have done their homework. They will have know right off the bat, these are going to be the champions that we want to try to avoid during the drafts, and these are the champions we want to be able to play in the draft here. So I think like having you know, sort of like out of the box kind of picks here can be very, very important, especially during these opening games, because it can kind of especially teams that have already studied, you know, your opponents in the drafts, they will already have an expectation about what's going to coming up. But if they throw something for a loop, maybe that might be able to unsettle them, and especially when given that this is going to be the first game of the day here, especially, that's even more important, because confidence, you know, if you break that confidence from that first game onwards, it's going to go a long way towards setting out the advantage for your team in the longer stint of this best of 3.
I was going to say Senna and Nasus could be an open option here for RRQ. They are going to get it. Zizou going to be locking in the Ziggs. Most likely going to go towards the bot lane here. Very, very stable pickup. Samira and Sion are open and available for today. Don't know whether or not they are going to be including that in their matchup, maybe because they have a level of comfort already. Helios going to go for the Z pickup immediately, so we're going to be seeing quite a bit of presence from Helios here, especially when he hits his ultimate level, and I do think that the death mark could add a lot of benefit here if he's able to pop it off.
Yeah, Zeke's, of course, has been kind of a mainstay for the drafts for quite a while now. But what do you think the Seven Nasus will be good to match up with here? I mean, we've got Viper and Exorcist still deciding the picks at the moment. Well, what do you think?
I love this. I really like this because of the scaling that comes in from both the champions. I don't entirely like the fact that they are going to have quite a bit of issues here in terms of maybe the poke that could come in from Ziggs if he's going to be enabled by CC support. That could be an issue as well, but the scaling, as long as the Nessus Senna played very safe, Senna's going to be fasting, going to be taking as much souls as they can, whereas the Nasus is going to be playing around the stacks of Siphoning Strike. I do think that's going to add a lot of issues towards the side of Team Flash, provided that the Dragon Lane matchup could benefit RRQ. There is quite a lot of room for error for RRQ though, if Team Flash actually plays very strong into the bot lane, into the Dragon Lane, excuse me.
Yeah, it's gonna be very dependent on how those lane matchups really work out over the course of the game, isn't it? I mean, again, you could have like the best like drafted champions at the start, but if you don't play out those lanes well, it's not going to end up well in the end. Well, Ellie is going to have the next pick though, so this is going to be the chance now to see what Team Flash is going to be bringing to the table here.
Okay, now, all right, second time around, we're going to be seeing the bans here from Team Flash as well as RRQ, Renekton as well as Kha'Zix being banned out, Akali and the Olaf gone into the win, opening up Viper to pick the Fiora, going to go into the hands of Hyde. I like this. Let's talk a little bit about nerfs and buffs as soon as we get into it. Exocen going to be picking up the Morgana. I do think that's going to go towards the mid lane, and that is going to give quite a bit of issues here for Team Flash. Empty, the final pick of the match before we get into game. Final one is going to be the Wukong. I think that's going to be a good one. Nimbus Strike, being able to go being able to go hidden, invisible into the middle of everything, coming up with the world, spinning to win, knocking everybody up. I do think that setup could work wonders for Team Flash here. RRQ does have quite a lot of setup as well in terms of the Morgana coming in to throw out but it is going to be a Morgana jungle, not Helios giving the Zed to Chaz.
Interesting. I mean, Wukong definitely is going to be such a good pick here, isn't he? I mean, it's one of the strongest junglers in the game so far, and I think the fact that he's just able to clear jungle camps so quickly is going to help Team Flash a lot in that early game here. And obviously, they want to be able to get the Zeeks out as quickly as they can, right? And you know, this is going to be, I think, like a really interesting challenge, I think, for RRQ to see how they're going to try to handle this. Wukong is going to be running amok, let's put it this way, in the jungles here for Team Flash.
All right, amongst it all, we did see that the Renekton did get banned out, mostly because of the amount of damage that he can do in a very quick succession. Fiora, I think, is a very good alternate to that. And I think that with the HP per level buffs that came in for a Fiora, I do think that's going to actually work wonders in the sustainability. The fact that the punishment that could come from the Fiora in the Baron lane, could be detrimental if they are able to scale up and do more with jungle intervention.
And that's pretty much what the what Wukong will be focused on, right? It's kind of like making sure that the Fiona is going to be on her toes and ensuring that, you know, at least when it comes to taking buffs and stuff, it's not going to be that easy when you know that this Wukong, it's probably going to be lurking around, going to be somewhere on that map here, and that's going to add a lot more stress here for RRQ, because if they aren't able to keep up on taking those buffs here, especially against Team Flash, I think by late game it's going to be a very, very tough one for them.
Now I want to talk a little bit about split push options. A little bit unpopular considering that the meta has shifted more into more of a skirmishing meta. I mean, a lot of early team fights, a lot of early, individual fights that happen in the river, in the jungle. So it is going to be Rex Rigamkion going up against Team Flash. As you can see it here, Victor, we are loading, we are getting ready, and I can't wait to see how game number 1 is going to go. RRQ on blue and Team Flash on red.
You can already see the healers and the Vi getting very up close and personal up there in the river. There's Zayu trying to keep the distance here from the healers. They're actually trying to force him into healers' path there to try to force them back a little bit. And you know that especially at this early in this skirmish meta that we have going on here, those early game fights so important. You want to be able to maintain advantage during this laning phase here. You don't want to necessarily start those fights that you know you cannot finish up.
All right, hide and shy now. Going to be looking to exchange with them. Shy comes in very aggressively, being able to light in a few hits in between, hitting that passive on top of that. But look at that, Hyde now getting more out of it, and it seems that the sustainability from Hyde is going to be a bit of a problem for Shy, at least in the early stages of the game. Zissou could actually come up later on, but early we do see quite a bit of fights.
Yeah, Helios getting a lot of damage thanks to the Wukong in the middle there. And again, the Wukong is already trying to extend that pressure into the mid lane already. So it's going to be up to the Morgana here to try to keep himself in check here and make sure that she stays within range there to try to help out, because I think Helios is going to need a little bit more support. Though he's doing enough damage on the Coyote there to ensure that there's some balance somewhat here. But looking here at the Dragon lane, Viper, Exorcist still trying to keep themselves very pushed far forward here. Helios now able to back off a little bit, but Wukong, he's going to be reverting back to the Rift there, looks like. Oh no, he had cancelled at the last moment here. It looks like they might try to set up for a gank here, but they need to be able to force that Helio outside of his comfort zone. He tried to open the door there. Coyote getting a little bit low, and unfortunately, Helios picks up the kill before the follow-up could come true. Zaizu comes in, does get the trade, but I think that still worked out a lot better for Helios than it certainly did initially.
Oh my goodness, Hyde there. Just, I mean, a black health bar. That's very much dangerous here. Even a tickle of wind is going to take him down. I don't think it's going to be wise. What were you doing, Hyde?
Oh, he should have reverted. He should have recalled back. Like, I don't know why he decided to stick out for a little bit. Maybe he thought he could get a couple extra goal. Now it's empty. He's going to get aimed on here as RQ are attempting to try to get some good trades here. They will get a trade onto one. Can he get a second one, though? But then, unfortunately, here comes Zayu coming in for the save here. Does help them at least keep them apart, but they still managed to get the kill anyway. They still got a kill onto him as well. Vi with the killing spree. That's certainly going to go work wonders here for Team Flash.
Team Flash right now showing up very early on with Zissou here, being able to score the red buff very early on, helped out with intervention here on towards the mid side. I feel that was going to be a very good one for Helios. Was able to get enough, but Zissou was able to get the counter pick up onto Helios and be able to revert that single pathway into 3 kills, giving it a killing spree. And right now, very, very much so, will be able to scale well into so much of the goal that he's able to accrue for himself.
But I feel like most of RRQ's kind of movements now are more about damage mitigation, less than actually getting those valuable trades at this moment, because Team Flash certainly has already put up quite a good opening here, especially with those early laning phase kills here. So if anything, RRQ is just trying to play catch up, and they need to be very careful on how they approach this, because if they decide to go a little bit too hard on those counter attacks here, that could still, remember, Team Flash is still ahead. You know, there's still a lot more stronger in levels right now, so RQ is certainly going to be playing a little bit with their hand tied behind their back, but they're going to have to do that at least until they can start bringing their ultimates to bear.
All right, Phage as well as Sheen, Longsword and Sheen completed for Coyote. We do have a Phage onto Helios as well. There's going to be the pressure building up for MT Ellie as well as Coyote, with the priority that they're able to get onto mid side here. Coyote trying to develop a bit of an advantage here, a bit of pressure by TF on towards RRQ. RRQ now trying to re-engage here. They got to be careful that they don't re-engage too recklessly. And Viper goes ultimate. What just happened there?
I don't know. It looked more like Team Flash just doing everything they could to back off here. I mean, they don't necessarily want to start a big fight now. This is just more about putting the extra pressure now into the Dragon lane here to try to at least you know, maintain the advantage that Team Flash has at the moment. And they know they have the advantage because look at that level 8 Vi here. She is already very, very strong, very, very fat, and very much looking for the next kill. Jumps in there. Oh, why would he cut off at the wrong moment there?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, there's already kills coming through here, but Vi is unfortunately taking a lot of damage there. Zayu still going to be able to keep alive there, at least put a slap on the enemy until she gets inevitably taken down here. RQ now coming in to try to see if they can scrap up even more kills here. Could have almost caught out Shy. Empty looked like he was out on alert here, but it had no CC. There's no slows whatsoever to use, and Team Flash looks like they will be able to pull back to the turret now, and it should be able to recall safely.
Let's talk a little bit about CC choices here for RRQ. They only have quite a bit of really reliable CC here with Chaz as well as Exocet. I do think that Hyde does have quite a bit of CC as well with the stun that comes from the parry, but I do think that a lot of it really revolves around the fact that they have to aim, they have to hit those snares, whereas for Team Flash, they have a lockdown with Zissou. They have Coyote to be able to come in with the Nimbus Strike. Shy will be able to come in with Broken Wings as well. They immediately get Ocean Drake here, and I think that this is starting to be quite an advantage that's working out wonders for Team Flash here. RRQ biting at the heels slowly, but aren't able to convert that biting into advantages here, Victor.
And that advantage is pretty much... Oh! I was going to say that, but unfortunately RQ just got picked off there really hard. Viper, fortunately, out for 60 seconds. Now Helios trying to get a revenge here. Like, give me a kill on this side. It will be able to take out the Vi and hopefully be able to mitigate that damage. But, you know, RQ, the longest time now, they haven't been able to get any initiative at all during this game. I mean, the advantage... I mean, Team Evos been playing, you know, the right kind of moves here. I mean, knowing they already had advantage, knowing that they can already keep this pressure going without necessarily taking too much losses here, means that they could pretty much dominate these lanes with absolute impunity. As right now, you know, they already took down, the RQ already took down that first tier turret, but Team Flash is still too scary to be met in an open field here, and that's a big problem. RQ, as much as they want, cannot start those fights here. They have to mostly just respond to whatever TF is doing.
All right, let's talk a little bit about itemization here. Sundara for Hyde. Shy will be able to have that Black Cleaver as well as Longsword, as well as Anti-Healing Sword. And the Sheen, we do see that Anti-Healing is going to be prevalent on either side of the teams here. Jungler is going to get it for, not Jungler, Chaz is going to get it. Zissou will be able to get the Trin Force as well. We do see that there is going to be Armor Shred for Helios as well, whereas Coyote is going to go for a little bit of sustainability and the Spell Blade damage that comes with the proc from the Divine Sunderer. Across the board here, we do see very interesting turn-ups for RRQ. They are going to be swapping quite a bit here with the Baron laners coming to Dragon to impose a little bit more control onto the bottom side here to focus on that next Drake that's coming up, because Herald was already taken up by RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, taking out the mid turret has certainly allowed them to open up here. The Dragon Lane, and now with the three-man gang, they're going to try to surround Shy. Magic get the catch onto Empty now, keeping him right under the turret there. The shielding does come up, so he's still stay alive. They do take down one, though. Now that we will take down the second here as Empty gets completely emptied out of its HP, and there was 2 kills now for RQ. Slowly but surely trying to claw their way back, but still not enough to take over Team Flash.
Team Flash now, they're not playing it split, but they're balancing out the pressure really, really well. They lost out quite a bit in Dragon Lane, and I do feel that immediately they're able to tilt over to his mid side, try to get back that turret over to top side, give a lot of pressure as well, so they won't lose out on the pressure that comes in the top lane. Exocet!
Oh, I mean, if it was just a 1v1, I think Ellie could have just still got it anyway, but then unfortunately, that's the problem when you're in a 1v1. You're never actually a 1v1 when it comes to mobile games like this, because you gotta watch out for the others, man.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. We do see that for RRQ right now, they are doing a few things right. They did coordinate a really, really good turret dive. They need to do more of that. But so, Team Flash now, I do think that that is the most important thing that they're doing at this current juncture, is just balancing out the pressure. As soon as one side is starting to leak out, they immediately push out onto the mid side, onto its Baron side, not only because 25 seconds before Baron is going to come into play, they want to always keep pushing top side and mid side to be able to pick it up, because Dragon already too. Already one for Team Flash already, and it's only a matter of time before they get another one with the openings that could open for them based on how the priority is for mid lane and top lane.
I just feel like they're just kind of like stalling a little bit. They're waiting until they get to that level 13 there, and once the Baron does come out, and then only they will, I think they will start to be taking a little bit more initiative. And for now, though, it just feels like they're just taking these isolated skirmishes, and RQ just using whatever opportunities they have in front of them, right, to just get trade kills. But it's really the big fight that they really need to try to work on here, and now the opening is going to be starting off. RQ still have 4 people, now they have 5 with Helios joining in the fight here, but neither side are really getting in a jump until just now when Team Flash tried to overrun them completely on the river right now, tanking a lot of damage to Coyote, and unfortunately he's going to be the first one to fall. Wukong is already down, but already the rest of his team are following up. They already got Chaz, they already got Exocet. Now they're trying to chase on high. Magic get a little bit of a slow, but still he's able to push himself just away, just out of reach of Ellie, but she still brings in a chase. She still wants to get this kill on Hyde here, and Hyde is going to get surrounded and forcing his rest of his team to try to come in, but unfortunately they will have to break it off now as the health is a little bit too low to go on for a sustained fight.
2 for 2 here for Team Flash as well as RRQ, both of them throwing out their punches with a slight little advantage towards Team Flash. I want to talk a little bit about goal advantage here, but the goal advantage is slightly negligible, but we do see that for Team Flash, it is slowly building up about 1.2, 1.3 plus goal advantage. Infernal Drake is in play. RRQ are the ones that have the tempo here. They might be able to spring a trap for Team Flash.
And it looks like they are trying to set up that trap, right? They're all going around the Dragon here. They want to see Team Flash going for the Dragon here, but Wukong, understandably, is quite skittish about it. Doesn't quite commit fully to there, knowing that RQ is around the corner. So now TM instead is going to try to set up more pressure onto the lane here to try to force RQ out of position. Doesn't quite work, though. They do try to send one shot down. That's pretty much going to soften them up a little bit, preventing them from being able to sustain themselves in front of that Dragon pit. But Wukong, at this moment, still cannot go in for that Infernal Drake quite yet because they don't have control over RQ's movements at the moment. So now there's still a little bit of a tight situation here. Do they want to try to focus on the Drake here or try to go back to the lanes and keep that lane pressure going on here? Because it seems like RQ is refusing to budge from this position here, and that's making it a bit tough here for Team Flash if they really want to take this Infernal Drake.
RQ does have the flat blast code, but oh my goodness, it is going to be a fight here, Victor.
Yeah, they're trying to get on top of it though, but unfortunately it seems like RQ weren't able to sustain themselves. They didn't have the tankiness required, and TS just flooding all over them. They're already taken down 2. Viper very, very low. He is able to slip by, and Hyde still had enough health in order to sustain himself and keep Team Flash at bay, but their attempt here to try to keep the Infernal Drake from being taken by Team Flash has just ended in abject failure here. So now that's 2 Drakes now on Team Flash's side.
All right, a bit of an appearance of the Corgi bump towards RRQ there, gesture of good banter there between them. But it seems that from that Drake fight, it seems that Team Flash won big. They were able to score 2 kills, didn't even lose a single member. Viper had to limp away from the fight, and it seems that the scaling that comes from RRQ, I mean, we can scale, bro, but if you can't finish the scaling and the game ends at like 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes, I don't think you'll be able to hit those scaling targets now, would you?
That's always the risk, right? Whenever you have a draft that's more focused on mid to late game, it's just that if you don't hit that mark, if you don't hit, if you don't get that ball rolling, so to speak, you wouldn't have enough momentum to last it out. And I think like Team Flash taking that lead early on in the game and maintaining it all throughout, these 13 minutes has been by far the best way they could handle this, right? It's keeping Viper and XSN completely suppressed now, and the pressure is really turning on RQ now to try to make some moves. But with already 2 dragons in the hand of Team Flash, whatever they do from here, it's going to be pretty tough.
But the thing I want to highlight here, RRQ, they are, excuse me, not RRQ, Team Flash are playing against the clock here. If RRQ is able to stall the game a little bit more and scale out, then it could be a problem for Team Flash. But Team Flash does have... Oh, wait,
there he goes. RRQ gets catch onto empty now. Can't quite follow up the damage, though, as they are receiving quite a bit on their own. And the rest of Team Flash are now fully mobilized here. Wukong coming in from the jungle here, and RRQ has to back up a little bit until they can see where the Wukong is. Now they see where Coyote is aiming towards, and unfortunately, that is already the signal for RRQ to just break up immediately and disengage from this fight. Again, they know they cannot meet Team Flash head on in the 5v5. The best bet they could have is just only making those individual ganks, but if they are looking at a big team fight situation, they best avoid it at this point.
All right, 1 Ocean, 1 Infernal for the side of Team Flash. They don't only have sustainability, they also have a little bit more damage comparatively to RRQ in terms of itemization as well. We do see Shredder's Grudge as well as Yomu's Ghostblade and a Black Cleaver for Helios on the other side of the spectrum. Coyote already with the Death Dance is going to mitigate quite a bit of the damage as well. With the Black Cleaver is going to give him not only a cooldown reduction, but also the cleave damage that comes in from the passive. And on top of that, a little bit of HP. That's just going to do so much to mitigate the high damage values that could come from Helios as well. Plus with Divine Sundra, you hit one time with that combo, you will be able to sustain back a little bit of HP here. Across the board for RRQ and Team Flash, it seems that both teams are itemizing not out of the norm, but we do see that for Team Flash, what they're doing better than RRQ is the ability to get into the faces of RRQ.
Exactly, and it's just because of that alone, the intimidation factor that's making it hard for RRQ to actually fight, but they are still trying though. High magic catch out Coyote, but the response is already coming in from Team Flash, and he comes in just in time there to try to interrupt this, and whoa, look at that tree! That 1v1 turned immediately to 3v1 here, and that's just Team Flash. You know, the amount of dominance they had already in this game means that they pretty much can just maneuver like that whenever they get ganked. So RQ's job just got a lot harder now, even though Viper and Chance does come in and manage to save that turret, but now they're going to lose their buffs in the jungle. It's going to compound the problems here in this defense. Exorcism trying his absolute best here to keep empty at bay. Now Viper tries, Exorcism comes in, trying to follow up, but can't quite keep Shy locked down. So now they're trying to aim for Zayu and Ellie, but they can't quite close the distance. And again, you know, RQ, even though they try to respond to Team Flash's move, Team Flash still consistently is able to keep themselves one step ahead of RRQ.
All right, so I do think that for Zissou to come into the fight here, it really is very important to highlight the fact that if Zissou doesn't get you, Coyote will. If Coyote doesn't get you, Empty will.
I mean, they already hit like level 13 quite early on here. I mean, Chaz and Hyde has already finally reached level 13 as well here. And Helios with level 14. Coyote getting caught in a very bad spot here, unfortunately. Does manage to sustain himself quite a while, but I think it was inevitable he was going to be falling there. And unfortunately, Zissou wasn't in position there to help him out. And now RQ is just aiming to try to get his turret down, aiming to try to take control over this lane right now. And they do. For now.
All right, and now seems to be the time for RRQ to reset and try to revitalize this pressure. We do see that Team Flash are very quick to respond. Zissou already with the Guardian Angel on top of the Trinity Force, and the Blade of the Ruined King. He does have Zhonya's as well, so that's going to be a lot of pressure. We do see a teleport here coming out from Wukong from Coyote as well. As the Dragon comes in, will he be able to use his teleport into it? They do have wards around the area, and the bot lane pressure is building up, so that could be an option. 3 seconds left. This could be a case here, but no, they might actually go for the Baron, but they call out against it. Why is that, though?
I think they're trying to fake it. They're trying to fake. They're going to Baron to try to draw RQ out, but they didn't seem to take the bait. They focused on that Dragon here, and they finally got it. Now they're trying to roll this around here into the gang onto Team Flash. Managed to catch one, but can they follow up on the rest, though? They managed to get managed to try to get him right in the middle. It's Viper, unfortunately, tanking a lot of damage here. They're already getting a revive coming out here. But looks like Team Flash is turning this around, even though they were ganked out here by RQ. They were still able to keep the distance somewhat. Now Helios attempts to try to get a repair there, but they only get traded out for the Vi. Now RQ still not quite out of the woods yet. They were going to lose, they won't be able to take out the Wukong. But it's still going to be 2 for 2 at this moment. 3 people still up and alive here until the Zeke's managed to take out the one. And then Chaz is out of the game.
Ellie with that, with the Airy to take down Viper. 3 for 2. Big win here for Team Flash. They will be able to pressure it out, and this could actually open up quite a bit here. If they take this out, that means that mid lane is going to be open, gives them pressure onto Baron, and all Team Flash needs to do is just wait another 12 to 15 seconds as they start it out. Could be a very, very strong case for them to close out against RRQ.
Now having seen that fight gone through, I just kind of question a little bit about RQ's idea here, because on the one hand, yes, they did manage to win that one Dragon, but still, Team Flash still has the Cloud and the Infernal Drake. They're still going to be super, super painful in those fights, so they should have known that it's going to be a very difficult fight regardless. So I wonder why they decided to go all in on that. It should be more about trying to maintain more defense, more favorable position for defense, but it looks like with them actually forcing that fight, which they completely lost, that's already lost on whatever ground they were trying to gain after that Dragon take.
If they play too defensively, though, that's going to open up Team Flash in towards the siege, but oh my goodness, this is going to be a trap onto Zissou.
Zissou, yeah, he's going to be out, but then was Coyote and Empty going to be able to follow up, though? It looks like RQ is still quite a distance away, and they aren't able to get any CC onto them yet. No, and now Empty decided to try to fall back. He's going to get aimed on instead, while Viper attempts to try to keep Ellie at bay, but still isn't able to finish up that fight. But they did manage to disengage, though, so at least this is a good outcome here for RQ. And then now they're going to try to keep control over this next Dragon, which is going to be coming in the next 5 seconds. They want to try to get a kill before then, though, and Coyote might be next on the menu here as Hai tries to block him out. Empty comes in and try to save his teammate here, but Coyote is losing a lot of health. He's still able to survive a little bit longer, though, but that's not going to force it into a 3 versus 2 fight. Now it's going to be a bigger fight that RQ maybe have actually thought of going into now. They're going to have to fully commit into this, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to sustain, though, because Viper gets caught out in the end, and that's leaving Helios and Helios, Exison, and Chaz all alone, and Team Flash is still not done. They're still trying to come in, but the Dragon is almost going to be taken down. Team Flash goes in. They can't quite get it away from RQ. RQ gets the Elder Dragon, but will they be able to get away with it with their life, though? Oh boy, Chaz attempting to try to stay alive as long as possible, but Zissou still takes him down, still takes him out, and Helios only could tuck tail and run away while Zayu gives complete chase. Now he blasts him down, tries to aim him out, but still Helios makes it back to base just in the nick of time. Zayu now tries to transition it into a turret take, but looks like he's going to have to back out eventually, though. That was quite the chase he attempted to do.
They still have pressure onto RRQ despite the fact that RRQ was able to slay the Elder Dragon. They wanted to deny as many members of RRQ the ability to use those buffs. We did see that some members got taken out from the buff immediately. This is a bit of a tilt shift here for RRQ, but the thing remains, there is a hole in the boat and they're trying their level best to plug it up. Water keeps sinking them down and they're just trying their level best to just get as much water out of that boat. RRQ did that really well, but how much longer before the boat capsizes? RRQ have got to be proactive with this breathing room that they have been able to get over Team Flash.
That's the thing, because like every single fight that RRQ has been taking at this point is just like adding another bucket, you know, to try to empty out that boat, right? But it still isn't addressing the real problem here, which is that TF is still outscaling them somewhat, even at this stage of the game. So, you know, what are going to be options from that point on? Again, you could make the argument that you should play a little bit more defensive, try to force TF to fight you on your own ground. But then now we're at this stage of the game where RRQ, even though they've been behind this entire game, they've at least been able to keep somewhat on par with TF. And now looking at their net worth, they're already making it very, very even between the two of them. So this is going to be a very critical moment here, especially for RRQ. They need to be able to prove that they have what it takes here to fight with TF 5v5, and this is going to be a very important moment.
I don't think outscaling is the accurate term here for Team Flash. They are out engaging them.
Right.
I think that's the better term for it, because RRQ is slowly disengaging some of these fights, and they're relying on the scaling of Exercent and Viper to follow up with the utility that comes from Chaz. If Helios is able to blow up some of the high-value targets into Ellie, that's going to be the case. Just now, when Zissou tried to come in with the Vault Breaker and the Assault and Battery, what was really important was Chaz was able to stop the initial...
Oh, Empty getting caught out there by a nice ambush set up by RRQ. It looks like he almost got popped, but he is able to get out of the way. Now the rest of TF is going to be scattering a little bit before immediately turning around now, trying to get the kills off of RRQ. Viper still in the mix there behind. He is doing the Lord's work there, taking out Shy. Now he's attempting to wait for the revive to come out, but still they weren't able to lock down Zissou. Empty still managed to get out of the way there and back to base. But that was a really good one there for RRQ. Those are the kind of fights I really wished RRQ did more often.
RRQ is slowly wrestling away the tempo. This is where the scaling comes in. What did I say about time limits? What did I say about fighting against the clock? When you fight against a team that is able to scale infinitely with Exocen, with Viper, it's really important that they are able to take them down. Look at that immediately.
There we go. I mean, Ellie is going to be focused on. That's going to immediately pop him off there. And then TF couldn't do anything there to save Ellie at that moment. And now Viper is coming back for more. He's still in range. Empty, still able to put a lot of damage on him, forcing them all the way back to the turrets here. Coyote, is he going to be able to jump in to save his teammate, though? I think it might be just looking for scraps here. And unfortunately, comes in just at the wrong time, though, unfortunately, because Coyote's going to get completely surrounded by RRQ. This blue tidal wave is slowly sweeping across Team Flash's turrets, and now is in danger of taking them down at the Nexus.
This is why time limits are existing and working against Team Flash. Game number 1 goes over to Rex Rigam-Keon.
Whew. Talk about snatching victory away from the jaws of defeat there. I mean, again, not really putting them down that much, but that early game didn't feel like they really had, you know, the strength required to fight against Team Flash. But it's only towards the end, you know, only once that the scaling finally does kick in there for Senna and from Exocen as well. That was when they were able to finally get victory back.
Dawning Shadow played quite a bit of a big turnaround for some of these fights. I did think that the usage of it was very liberal, and sometimes it was a little bit not required actually, but as soon as it comes out, you get a little bit of gold from it. The fact that you're able to just immediately from wherever you are on the map, immediately change the fight. We did see that Dawning Shadow at least saved some of the players from RRQ at least on 2 to 3 occasions, and that's going to be a case of why you never fight against the clock. If you are fighting against a scaling team, you've got to end it. You've got to always keep their backs against the ropes and just keep whacking that body until they're out.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even though Team Flash did well enough, you know, to keep that lead early on, but I feel like even though they had more initiative in fights, even though they were able to pick up even more pickoffs actually compared to RRQ, it didn't quite stick the landing. And I feel that it was just that race against the clock. They didn't manage to keep them suppressed long enough. And then finally, once the scaling kicks in there for RRQ, there was no turning back from that point.
Blast from the past right away. We're gonna take a look at the replay. There it goes, one of the early kills here from Exocen. This was one of the big ones that turned it around. As you can see, there were some engages that got turned around, especially when Zissou came in with the Vault Breaker. The Assaulted Battery follows up, and this was where it slowly turned around here, because Team Flash were able to get the tempo, but RRQ were able to steal some of the objectives. Let's take a look at this Dragon fight.
Yeah, this was where I think this is where RQ was attempting to deny the Infernal Dragon, and they did that quite well for up to a point. But then once Team Flash catches RQ out of tempo there, it seemed like it just collapsed so quickly and so immediately, right? So at this stage of the game, Team Flash was very much flying high. They knew they could roam around the map quite with absolute impunity, and RQ, even though they were able to get good trades like this, but it's still at the loss of whatever objectives they had on their side of the map, right? So from this point on, it looked like Team Flash was almost going to be able to have it. It looked like they were on track in order to stop the late game prowess from coming out from RQ. So it's only during the later phases there. I mean, RQ certainly played a really strong survival game here by just biding the chances here, setting up maybe one or two good ambushes here that we're hopefully catching this replay here, but it still ended up being that RQ had to work extremely hard on their end, knowing that as soon as they hit the levels, as long as they can keep the scaling going, that they will be able to win it out in the end. But man, what a tough journey it was up until that point.
Yeah, RRQ here, this was where the tilt went full scale for RRQ. They were able to set up a beautiful ambush here for the side of Team Flash. Team Flash gets taken down one by one. As we can see, Ellie is trying his level best to push out on the damage here, but it's not enough. The scaling that came from Exelson, Viper in the middle of it all, very tanky, does absurd amount of damage with the Dawning Shadow. Look at how much HP that Viper is. He's able to just go in with his ultimate and just drop the Q wherever he goes.
What did I tell you guys last time? Like, keep an eye out for Viper, because even though Helios was very much like the focal point of RQ's game in the early stage, there was Viper that finally was able to bring the killing blow here to Team Flash, so to speak. So very good game here. I mean, RQ again, just managing it very, very well. It looked like they were a little bit soft in the beginning, but once they turned it up, oh boy, Team Flash were not ready at all.
Post-game stats, 20-20 across the board here. It was a matter of macro. I did think that Team Flash had the exact way to play with the engages, but I felt like as soon as it hit a certain mark where RRQ were able to realize their potential in terms of the scaling, the damage that they came into was just too much. There's a lot of strong engage here. There's a lot of cases for Team Flash doing everything right. But the scaling numbers, the value is just better mathematics in terms of damage, in terms of utility coming in from RRQ. Not only do you have the Dark Binding from Chaz that made a lot of plays, there was the Soul Shackles as well. The fact that he was actually very tanky in the middle of everything with the Gargoyle Stone Plate. I think that was going to be the case. I would have preferred maybe for Chaz to be able to get maybe a Zhonya's Hourglass, but then again, after the Zhonya Stasis comes out, they maybe waste out a few flashes. Chaz could actually get blown up as well. So let's take a look at the numbers here. The numbers definitely reveal quite a bit in terms of goal, in terms of assists, as well as damage across the boards here for RRQ.
Look at how much damage is really coming out from only one champion here from Team Flash's side. I mean, Ellie, of course, as the Zs naturally will be nuking most of the champions from the distance and naturally be getting the bulk of the damage, right? But imagine when when Ellie gets picked off very early on in the fight, that means virtually half of the total potential damage that Team Flash could do is completely wiped out at that point. And that just makes Team Flash, even though Coyote and the Vi were still very, very good at those fights there, but without the nuking damage coming from the Zeeks, it could be very, very difficult for them in these longer, more sustained fights in this skirmish meta, isn't it?
Look at this graph. For the majority of it, Team Flash wiped the floor with them, right? But at the 18-minute mark, we're going to be seeing quite a bit of a shift here. From 4.5k goal advantage over Team Flash, it just shoots up the opposite way. Almost 5k goal advantage. Oh, actually, no, about 5.4 plus K goal for the favor of RRQ. It was just insane. These are the objectives that they were able to accrue here. Mostly were dominated by Team Flash, but RRQ, they were very patient in terms of how they played out those late game objectives, and it won out wonders. Quick maths right there for those of you at home.
I mean, it just goes to show how valuable those Dragon Takes were for Team Flash, right? I mean, doing that alone practically delayed the game a lot from RRQ, and that's why they suffered a lot from that 10-minute to however much 18, 19-minute mark. So,
but the argument to be made, though, sorry to interrupt you on that, was the fact that despite that working in favor for Team Flash at that moment, it worked out for RRQ in the long term because they're able to get the timing, the windows for the scaling open. What Team Flash took advantage of was the ever-closing window. As time ticks, the windows of opportunity to pressure RRQ closes and closes and closes, and man oh man, it's a crazy one indeed.
Yeah, I mean, perfect way to show how, just by strategic prowess, even though you are facing a team that is a little bit stronger in damage or maybe in armor compared to you, you still, if you know your macro game, if you still are able to play and get yourself into that window opportunity there for that scaling to finally hit and be able to retake the game, it pays so much dividends there to just really stick it out for that early to mid game phase there, right? So yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting to see what Team Flash will try to do in response when it comes to that next game though, because again, it's still going to be best of 3. There's still another chance here for Team Flash to try to take this back, and another chance for them to hopefully prove my predictions right. Because
right. I mean, we did go 1 for 2, but before we begin, remember the Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Why don't you elevate your gaming right here with Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters. And of course, Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the beast within. Go to www.monsterenergydrink.com/gaming for more information.
Yeah, and of course, if you guys want to join in the conversation here, don't forget to join in our Discord server here for the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we're able to meet up with other gamers as well, and hopefully either be able to set up your own teams or maybe discuss the happenings here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, of which there's been a lot to talk about. So make sure you join in on that Discord link down below.
Did you guys agree with the picks, with the bans? Did you think that they could have done it better? Let us know in the Discord. We would like to pick your brains as well, because I mean, what is a bit of enjoyment here if you're not able to banter with a bit of the community? Game number 2 is about to go underway. This time Team Flash is going to be on blue, whereas RRQ is going to be on red. So this could be a change. I do think that Team Flash does have the capabilities. I just think that they need to polish it up a little bit more. But with that being said, he's Victor, I'm Hound. We're going to take a short break to make sure that everybody is prim and fresh for game number 2. We'll see you in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me, yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me, my fire's burning, now I'm always learning, tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey, yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited, keep a 300, King Leonidas, strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride,
Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear.
We're back. Hello. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Hound. Alongside with me is Victor Cax. And let's just get everything out of the way. What a game, number one.
I know, right? I mean, again, RQ just brilliantly snatching back the victory there, even though they were behind for the majority of the game there. But it just goes to show how important it is to meet that timing, right? I mean, after 20 minutes, Nasus and Senna were just so well skilled by that point that it just became very hard for Team Flash to fight them, wasn't it?
Okay, now let's talk a little bit about how the game actually went out. The bans here for RRQ, Lucian, Kassadin, and Jace. Yumi, Karma, and Camille being banned out here for Team Flash. That was the first rotation. Immediately they did pick up the Senna and Nasus, and that was, I think, the biggest one here for the side of RRQ. Why? Because it immediately sets the stage for a scaling matchup. And I did think that Team Flash did well, but let's take a look at who is going to be the MVP in a few seconds. But I want to touch a bit on the fact that scaling, going up against a time limit, is going to be a huge problem. As you can see here, the key player for game number one, match number one, Exosen. Damage per minute, 1,296. Gold per minute, 720. Despite the fact that he was fasting, 90% kill participation despite having a 3.6 KDA. I mean, from a support center, what more can you expect?
I mean, you're going to be dying a lot in the early game, but that's all worth it by the end, isn't it? I mean, Exosen certainly played the role very, very well here, and certainly deserving on the MVP here, mostly because of that the Senna. Like I said, the Senna Nasus pick was just so brilliant here for RRQ, because ensured that whatever Team Flash wanted to do was always going to be a race against the clock, and if the time runs out, that's it. Exosen is going to come out and dominate.
I do think that for RRQ, they have to be very wary though, because some of the early stages of the game, yeah, I mean, they were able to hit that time limit as long as you're able to stall out the game, but they did lose out that mid turret. They did lose out quite a bit very early on. I think maybe towards the 15th minute was where they were starting to bleed resources. But the problem seemed to be for Team Flash was their inability to close out. And I think that was going to be the case here for RRQ to take advantage and basically tilt the tempo in their favor. But none of it can be done without the scaling potential that came from Exosen. That was very much the turning points for Rex Rigomkion.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Team Flash would do to respond to this when it comes to the next draft, right? Because, you know, in terms of what they did ban out, there's all, of course, like the ideal kind of things you want to ban out in this meta, right? So now that they know that you cannot allow RRQ to have the Senna and the Nasus together, so wonder if that's going to allow some of the other champions into the pool now, because would they be banning it out this time?
I think there could be an option for them to play around really strong engaged supports very early on, especially with jungle intervention. We did see that Zissou was very, very adamant on making sure that the early stages of the game, from top to mid to all, from Baron to mid all the way to Dragon, he was very effective in that, right? Being able to lock them down. But I do think that maybe the follow-up lockdown could come very well if they give a little bit more damage variety, which was something we had to cover onto that, right?
I mean, that was the thing. Like, I was looking at some of the early fights that RQ was having against Team Flash, and it feels like Team Flash did have the damage advantage early early on. I think that's mostly because they managed to win that Infernal Drake. I mean, that again gives them bonuses for their attack damage there, and certainly allowed them to prolong what will otherwise be a short game if they had allowed RRQ to have the dragons essentially. So yeah, I think the fact they didn't really have any other damaging options outside of the Zeeks, because like even though Zeke is a really good pick, he is going to be able to provide you the damage required, but then he really relies on the other champions to finish the fight. He relies on them to actually win out those 1-versus-1 battles, and if they don't, Zeke alone cannot do the pickoffs by himself. He doesn't have the kit necessary to do that.
Alright, for Ziggs bot lane, right, I do think that there is going to be an issue there, mostly because of the magic damage. I do think that's going to be the case here. Will it be the case for the second round of pick and bans? Let us find out very, very soon here on your screen. This time, Team Flash going to have the first pick and first ban, whereas RQ is going to be second to the party on the red side. So I do think that for this specific matchup here, what was important, the biggest outlier in the post-game stats was 34% of the total damage came from Ziggs, 500,000, whereas a little bit more spread across here for the side of RRQ. Will they be able to repeat that same success in game number 2? I think Team Flash has made the necessary adjustments here. Yumi, the first ban for the game, for the second game of today.
That's already been a little bit different now, so let's see where this is going to be going here. Cassidy is going to be the next one banned out here by RQ. No surprise there whatsoever. He's still extremely strong to the point of being nearly broken, actually, given how immensely powerful his ultimate is. So it's no surprise that Cassidy is usually a first ban for a lot of teams throughout this competition here. So, but what I'm more curious to see is, like, will Team Flash, knowing they have the ban and the pick priority here, are they going to be able to divert RQ away from, taking these scaling style, late game scaling style lineups, or is Team Flash still going to go with the tried and true stuff, which is just going for stronger champions anyway, and then see whether they can outfight RQ? Because it seems like if they're able to do that for the most part in the early game stages, it should work out. It's just that the RQ had the ace up their sleeve, so to speak, in the draft last game.
Okay, I do think that this Morgana ban is actually very wise, mostly because of the peel ability as well as the long-range snares. If people come in and they come together on top of the Morgana, Soul Shackles comes out, and if they don't blow up that Morgana in that instance, it immediately becomes a very, very hard-pressed battle for Team Flash to handle up. Senna being banned out, no surprises there whatsoever.
Yep.
I mean, Nasus is still in play here, but it works well with the scaling that comes in with the Senna, as well as the sustainability that Senna is able to provide. Not saying that the Nasus isn't going to be in play here, but it is going to put a hamper on RRQ.
Yeah, it's going to be one less good partner to pick for the Nasus if RRQ decides to still go with the Nasus this time around. But certainly I was anticipating Team Flash will be doing that, knowing, seeing how strong Exosim was on that Senna. I think they will likely try to deny him the Senna picks from this point onwards here. Now the big question is, what first picks are RRQ going to be using against TF here?
Now, I want to call back to game number 1 here. Karma was banned out immediately by Team Flash in the first ban rotation. When they will go for the second ban, they immediately pick it out here because it's first pick. A lot of utility, a lot of poke damage, and I feel that Karma is one of the best side laners out there. It can actually go mid maybe in certain matchups here, but the most importance of Karma here, the paramount of Karma here is being able to just go to some of these other lanes, get as much pressure as they can, and just bring out wonders. Oh my goodness. For the side of RRQ, they are going to be going for Hyde and Chaz, picking out the Gragas and picking out the Corki respectively.
Corki has been having some changes actually during this patch here, which I think would be worth pointing out here. I mean, one, his Hexes Munitions package pickup now, it's like it's reduced from 1 minute to 45 seconds. Valkyrie has cooldown adjustment. Now it's coming out a lot faster, 19, 18, 17, 16 seconds, opposed to 20 to 16 seconds, where it used to be. His Gatling gun is the most interesting change though. Like the damage has been completely reworked now. It's doing a lot about double the amount of damage plus double the bonus, but now instead of physical damage, it deals mostly magic damage now. So I think like this is essentially going to put Corki in a much better place, especially against tankier, more armor intensive champions. It's going to be able to melt them down much more faster this time around. And now that his missile barrage as well, the recharge has been it's also been reworked. It used to be 12 seconds flat across the board. Now it's going down to 10, 9, 8 seconds, so we can spam that out a lot more. So I'm thinking that RQ recognizes that this Corki, the Corki might have some potential here. That's why they went for the second pick.
Alright, Vi being banned out as well as the Shen. They want to be getting away with the fact that they want to get rid of the global presence that is available with RRQ. Lee Sin here being banned out, definitely targeted towards Chaz. His ability has actually come into some of these fights and just caused a lot of disruption, and I think that Dragon's Rage as well could be a huge problem in terms of working as a delivery system here. But for the side of Team Flash, I do like what I'm seeing here. They do have quite a bit of lockdown with the pickup that Shai and Zissou have been able to take up here, and I do think that with Coyote going Zed again, this could be a strong opportunity. With Coyote stealing away the Zed from Helios, this could be an opportunity for Coyote to show, hey, this is how you play Zed, baby.
I'm going to be really interested to see how that will work out here. I mean, again, TF most likely will be starting on the blue side, maybe. I mean, oh yeah, they still have the choice there in the draft. So we'll see how TF decides to play the Zed this round here. But then, you know, given that it's going to be Gragas, Corki on the side of RQ, probably going to be quite a bit of a different battle, but they still are going with Fiona anyway. So maybe TF might have some ideas on their mind.
Oh, Fiora, you mean? Excuse me.
Fiora, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, it happens to me too sometimes. So we're going to be seeing it quite a bit here with Viper picking out the Kha'Zix. A lot of damage, especially when they're isolated in the jungle. So Viper is definitely going to give that to Chaz, and that's going to cause quite a bit of problems for Zissou here in terms of him trying to get into the territory of RRQ, provided that he doesn't want to get blown up. Exosin now, final pickup, is going to go for the Renekton, and I think this is great here. Renekton into Fiora, I think is going to be really much a skill matchup here. Might give a slight edge to Ellie. Excuse me, might give a slight edge to Fiora in terms of the sustainability, but Renekton does have damage in the loads here, especially with a full rage bar, being able to call the Meek right into the slice and dice. I do think that's going to be great on top of the dominance that could come into the fight here, on top of the grand challenge that could come to Zissou. So we're going to be seeing that it is going to be Shai that's going to be playing Wukong on top, and it's going to be Zissou that's playing in the jungle. So, excuse me, you're going to be playing Fiora in the jungle. For the side of RRQ, it's going to be Hyde with the Renekton, Chaz on the Kha'Zix, Helios on the Riven before we go in. They already took it out already, so I'm very sad. I mean, it is what it is for the side of Team Flash going up against RRQ. Team Flash, I think, a little bit better now in terms of that draft. RRQ does have set in stone quite a bit of explosiveness in the jungle, but it's very important that the early stage skirmishes that's for the side of RRQ's jungler, they need to make the presence very well known. Because if they lose out on that pressure, it's going to be a hard time for RRQ to be able to prove all of the casters wrong and make Pondo look like an immediate genius.
Yeah, maybe
if he does it, man, he's going to be like, I did it.
I mean, if Pondo actually nails it on the board there with the predictions here, I'm gonna swear I'm gonna try to look for his third eye. It's probably hidden somewhere in that forehead of his.
Oh yeah, a little bit of film references for those of you at home who have caught it. But of course, spoiler free here. This is going to be something that we are looking forward to, because game number 2, I feel that there is going to be a shift, only because I'm just so how to say, sunk cost fallacy into it. I've invested so much into Team Flash. Rex League of Kion with 1 win in their pocket for game number 1. Game number 2 could work out for Team Flash, provided they are able to keep to their winning potential formula here of being able to put Rex Arigam Kion back against the wall. They did do it very well early on. Could this be the start of the end for RRQ? Let us go into game number 2, match 1. Team Flash going up against RRQ.
Oh yeah, I kind of called it. Team Flash is going to choose to play on the blue side, so they are going to be pretty much taking over Well, like I said, seeing that they managed to pick up that Z here, I want to see how they could try to play that compared to how like RRQ did when they played their round with the Z in the middle. This time around, though, they're not going to have to deal too much in the mid there because things obviously changed around a bit. But let's see how it plays out anyway. Viper Exelson, again, going to be on that Dragon lane here, facing off against Ellie and MT. I'm going to want to see whether or not Viper will be able to make full use of that Corki's new change here, because again, with the magic damage being much more better for Corki's side, he's going to have a better time against more tankier heroes this time around. So certainly going to be a bigger threat for anyone who decides to try to get up into his face, that's for sure.
All right, so we're going to be seeing quite a bit of love taps here from Coyote. Received by Helios over to the bot side. We might see an engage here. MC getting in, could go for the dredge line here. Ellie now getting as much damage as can. Now Ellie as well as MC here. Gonna be quite a bit of more damage variety across the board though.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
something we have to highlight as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's now they have to diversify their damage a little bit because they know they cannot rely just very strongly on one type of damage here, knowing that how things can turn out in the late game. You definitely want to have options by that point there, especially if your opponent decide to build up more magic immunity. What do you do at that point, right? So let's see, RRQ almost having a little bit of a moment there. Zaisu tries to move in the gang but can't quite find the right timing to jump onto Helios that time though, so Helios still able to buy his time. Still, the Fiora is going to be coming to the jungle camp here to try to clear things out. With Coyote just waits on the sideline there. He is already planning for to go and recall anyway, and Helios is none the wiser at the moment. Puts out a ward, but can't quite see what's going on his side of the jungle though. Unfortunately, he's going to be losing out a bit on the points there. The Fiora now getting himself very closely to that level 5 now.
All right, a bit of slower gameplay here at 2 minutes. We were expecting to see at least a first blood on either side of the team. We may see it after this recall though. For the most part, I think most teams actually start getting kills maybe when they are able to hit the level 5, and I think that's going to come either in the bot side here, most probably in the top side or in the mid side. I do think that with the poke potential that comes in from Ellie and MT and Viper and Exosin, it's really important for them to actually get the catch. So I do think that first blood is most likely going to come on the lanes aside from bot side, unless jungler intervention comes in.
Helios gonna get caught up now, and I think he's not gonna be able to get away with it that time.
I said it, there it is.
Fiora picking up that first blood there for Team Flash, so RQ again find themselves in a rather familiar situation here. But let's see if they're gonna be able to pick it up from this point on. But what's for sure is that TF is gonna be able to extend this advantage however they could, because they still have a lot of control in these lanes. They have a lot of presence there as well. And it seems like Team Flash is going to try to play the same playbook they had early on, which was to take the lead and try to maintain it for the rest of the game.
All right, Team Flash seems to be in a very comfortable spot here with the first blood in their pocket. 700 gold advantage. Nothing too detrimental to RRQ, but not entirely a disadvantage. Not entirely an advantage that isn't going to affect Team Flash in a small way. It is going to be building up. So, I mean, we do say, small become heal. So, a little bit of a Malaysian joke for those of you who are Malaysian. So, for those of you watching here, it is going to be MC and Ellie now. They are going to be poking out onto Exosin and Viper. Viper does have quite a bit of opportunity to scale out later on with the damage that comes in from the Gatling gun. The changes that you highlighted as well. Magic damage across the board has been slightly increased, specifically for Viper. For Corki on the skill 3, the Gatling gun.
Speaking of Viper though, he almost got caught out there as TF now tries to amp up the pressure on the Dragon lane. Exosin is going to try to back him up here, trying to force them to fall back. They've already cleared out most of the creeps here, and that's forcing TF to fall back, and it looks like the recalls will be coming true as well. So a bit of an attempt on the turret, didn't quite work out for TF, but at least they're maintaining some good pressure down in the bottom, and there's extra pressure that's going to affect their farm for sure.
Chaz already picked up his Dusk Blade, and I think that's going to be a very, very good item for him to be able to not only pop in and out of invisibility as well, but it will help him reset his passive, making him a very explosive cockroach. And I think La Cucaracha is definitely going to be enjoying himself in the jungle, especially if Zissou comes in uninvited.
Well, the Dragons are going to be coming out as well with the Rift, the Rift Herald here. And oh, it's an Infernal Drake right off the bat. This could be really tasty here, because if RQ can get that, that's going to be extra, some extra damage it could definitely use at this point here. So it looks like they will focus on an Infernal Drake. Can kind of steal there, but it's going to get surrounded there. Coyote is, and RQ still gets the Drake anyway. So there's a bit of a sacrifice. It wasn't quite needed for the Zed, but nevertheless, though, they will get the Rift Herald in return. So perhaps they could try to go for some pushes here. But what's for certain, though, is RQ, knowing that they have already lost out that early fight, want to at least use this Infernal Drake and hopefully convert that to some extra kills.
I like what Viper did, actually. Immediately when Coyote got taken down, he was going to go towards mid side, get as much pressure as he can, try to deny as much minion score towards Coyote here. I mean, the more goal you deny Coyote, the later it is for him to be able to get his itemization done and dusted. So for what Team Flash is doing, I do think that the disadvantages that came because they were able to mitigate it with the Herald pickup. So it is going to give a little bit more pressure depending on how you put the... Wait, but before that, no, Zissou. Zissou just flashes out of dodge. Doesn't want anything to do with Exosen and Chaz.
Oh my god, he just went for the grab, and then then RQ thought it could catch him napping, but nope. Just able to slip away in the nick of time there. So bit of an attempt by RQ, but Team Flash still able to hold their own. But at this point now, I think things are going to slow down massively until the next drag comes out, because it feels like these teams, they're more focused on that late game. They're more focused on trying to maintain their scaling here, especially for Coyote and for RQ side, especially for Chaz and Viper. You know, the Corki, once it gets to that late game, they can be very, very scary, and they definitely, RQ wants to bank on that. Ellie, though, has some other ideas, as they are now using that Rift Herald in the mid lane, and will be able to take one turret, but that looks to be about it for Team Flash. Not bad at all, but knowing that Team Flash cannot afford to take the fight against RQ, especially with the Infernal Drake already in hand here for the Filipino squad, they know that any team fight is a possibility of losing one or two people, so they really want to ensure that they get valuable trades here instead of just opening fights throughout the map here, try to gain control, but then you lose out in those fights itself. So Team Flash has to play this very carefully here, have to pick the targets wisely and make sure they can actually close out of fights before they even started.
Alright, so we're going to be seeing Team Flash losing out a little bit of pressure onto top side. For Team Flash, they were able to gain at least 2 turrets across the board, but we're going to be seeing a fight here. Depth charge comes out.
Yeah, he managed to get a knock up here, and Hyde gets picked off as quickly as he showed up to the scene here, as Team Flash there had a really good rotation from River, and that allowed them pretty much to nail that kill. But I think in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really change that much for Team Flash. I mean, we already knew they were hit, and this is just going to further amplify the problems here for RQ in that top lane, because now they're going to be a little bit weaker in that sense. Oh, Coyote going to get targeted upon here, but it looks like we got cancelled out at the last moment there, so thought it might be an attempt to jump on him. And Coyote, no, he's still aiming to try to get into the top lane here, as Ellie and Empty attempt to try to start a fight, drawing out Exosen and Chaz. They are able to keep them away from the turret. They're waiting for Coyote to come in. Oh, but that blast forces them back, and that's going to delay them a little bit. They are able to come back into the fight, though, but it might be a little bit too late, though, as Chaz still able to jump around. Still, they do take down Chaz in the end, but it could have been a lot better there. Unfortunately, RQ still holding their own in these fights, and they want to try to keep this turret up. Team Flash now rolling in there. They're going to try aiming on Exosen, who's a bit weak in the back line there, but no! The Fiora gets picked off by Viper. The Corki coming back in to get the kills done onto Empty, and Empty getting caught out in the river by Helios, and that's going to be another kill. What looked like was going to be a turret take has ended up becoming a 3-man wipeout here on the side of the Vietnamese squad.
Team Flash dropping it in the flash of an eye. I do not believe it. RQ turned it around really well. What worked in that? The specific thing was Exosen setting up that explosive cast beautifully right into Chaz. Taste their fear, and immediately you see Ellie from almost 60% HP down to almost black bar, and I think it was just unfortunate that Ellie got shot down. very quickly here. And we do see that it is going to be paramount for RRQ to just keep pushing, to just keep putting Team Flash up against the wall. And it seems that Team Flash could be struggling a bit here with Chaz not only having the Dust Blade now, also with the Black Cleaver. Now that we are going to be seeing another Herald being picked up for the side of Team Flash, this could be an opportunity for them to try to get back a little bit of tempo. 2 turrets for favor in 1, whereas RRQ playing a little bit of a longer game here, scoring the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, not really trying to defend that Rift Herald at all. They're just really focusing on the Dragon and trying to focus on the kill to Ellie. They pretty much got her dead to rights there. Ziyu can't really do anything at that point there. It's this, and that one pickup is now going to open up the opportunity for them to take this Drake here. TF is still going to be having to wait for Ellie for the next 15 seconds, so whatever fight they want to do is going to be pretty much a 5v4, as now TF are able to isolate one on the Rexton. Now they're going to try to aim in onto the other 2 there that's on the Drake. They managed to pick up 1. Can they get the second one? Oh, it's looking really, really close. RRQ are able to flip it around now and going to be turning the tables pretty much, and the Wukong gets taken out because of that. So TF, even though they were able to bring up the fights, still were not quite able to get a good trade here off of RRQ because it's still behind in kills.
Ellie there. Gonna go up against Chaz, gonna try to get the binding off, will not be able to get the poke. A lot of it really revolves around the fact that Chaz has so much explosive power here. His mobility that comes in with his evolved wings, being able to come in, it refreshes as soon as he gets a kill, is really paramount in the ability for for RRQ to deny Team Flash. As soon as Ellie is out of the way, the window of opportunity for RRQ gets bigger and bigger and bigger, enough to fit the whole team. Yes. One by one, you see Chaz just open up the floodgates for RRQ, and Team Flash just get caught with their hand in the cookie jar. They can't get out because their hand is stuck inside there, and RRQ takes advantage of it.
Exactly. I mean, that's why RRQ has just been aiming Ellie a lot, especially the opening of these fights, because they know that once it's out of the way, Chaz can definitely reign supreme in those fights. So now, I mean, how the turntables, right? I mean, RRQ are definitely ahead of Team Hash by quite a wider margin, I feel, at this stage of the game compared to the first one. So RRQ is already looking like they are, being the bully instead of being the bullied one in the last game here. So I think it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Team Flash will able to flip it around like RRQ did, but looking at the whatever heroes whatever champions they have in hand here, I'm not sure whether it's going to turn out the same way it did for RRQ in that first game. All
right, we're going to be seeing Zissou and Shai putting in as much pressure as they can onto its Helios. We do see that Exocin is coming in. We have seen Exocin actually play it out very well. Oh, Broken Wings right into the knockup. We are going to be seeing not a very wise choice from the side of RRQ not to be able to fight this out. They immediately take down the Herald, and this is going to be a fight here.
Yeah, they're going to try to get on the way. Viper just going to be focused on double knockup there, and they're going to try to isolate Viper, but they still have to watch out for Helios. He's still doing a lot of damage there. Takes out Sisu on the Fiora, and then now they're attempting to try to bring another one back here, but Shai had to burn out all of his health there, and unfortunately Corky falls as well. RRQ are just turning it around and net another wipe here. In fact, it's going to be a team wipe completely, as no members of Team Flash are to be found anywhere on this map.
Did Team Flash forget their bug spray? Because Chaz is running amok. As soon as you see them commit to the fight, RRQ immediately aware of the fact that Chaz, all he needs to do is get to the back line, blow them up. There is no bug spray, there is no bug repellent. One by one, RRQ swats them down, and it's going to open up a Baron, and looks like Pondo is just going to be enjoying himself. If this keeps up, we might not need a game 3.
Yeah, might not even need to call the exterminators anymore because the bugs is already pretty much overrun this game here. RRQ gets the Baron, and it's going to compound the problem now for Team Flash, because economically speaking, they are completely in the red right now. And Team Flash, this is going to be such a hard game from this point on. Even though they do have towers up, I don't think those towers will stay for much longer, especially on that bottom lane here, because once RRQ decides to turn it up, and when they do, I think it's going to be pretty much a red tidal wave headed towards their way on Team Flash's side.
The fiscal advantages that RRQ is starting to build for themselves really is paramount in their jungle. Look at that. About 2,000 gold advantage in favor of Chaz over Zissou. And look at that. Zissou is actually trying his level best to actually score back a little bit of the gold, but it seems that's compounded on top of that. About a 7,000 gold advantage in favor of RRQ. It seems that it's going to be knock-in on Team Flash's door here, and the pressure that comes in from RRQ is a little bit too much for TF.
I mean, look at that. All 3 lanes are being pressured at this point here, and that's pretty much going to force Team Flash to contain themselves within the base as Zissou attempts to try to get onto the top lane here. The Fiora trying to defend there while the rest of the team focuses on the bot lane, which is now already pushed all the way to the tier 3 turret. So now RRQ pretty much have Team Flash under siege now. They're going to try to go for the jump and attempting to try to go in, but unfortunately actually it takes a lot of damage, so it's forcing RRQ to fall back a little bit, but Team Flash still able to sustain themselves in this fight, rotating around constantly to keep the health pool up, but still the Chaz is still very much full of HP and he's full of rage here, attempting to try to take out a turret, but constantly getting interrupted by a couple of these Team Flash members. But now the RRQ has regained control over the mid, they finally take down that turret and pull back here. No sense for them to try to hold out this fight any longer, knowing that Team Flash still has a lot of pain that can dole out here, especially in these defensive fights. But RRQ still solidifying themselves with that lead there. Now 7 turrets already taken down. There's none left on the low ground here with Team Flash. So this is going to be a very tough defense from this point on for sure.
Shades of game number 1 here, but the tables have been turned, or the turntable, but look at that!
Look, another turntable here right in the river as RRQ almost got jumped on by TF, but now forced to disengage now as TF as they attempted to try to deny RRQ the position to get the dragon, but which they are going to be melting that dragon down quicker than ice cream at this point now, because they've already taken it. They've already taken the Mountain Dragon, 2 dragons in their favor, and given as a Mountain Drake and Inferno Drake, boy, there's so much they could do now onto Team Flash. This is now catch them out on the lower ground. Didn't quite have the CC to keep them locked down, but still enough to force them back into base.
They're playing around the priority over to the bot side. The fact that they do have the Baron in play as well. Actually, Baron already done for RRQ. We're going to be seeing a big fight here. Zissou in a little bit of trouble. We're going to be seeing MT in the middle of it all, trying to root down 1. It seems that it's going to be more and more. Deathmark has come out. We're going to be seeing RRQ right now slowly but surely trying to take it away. But nope, the Melted Down has been out. It's going to be TF now. In a lot of trouble. Double kill going over towards the side of Chaz. Chaz going over 1 by 1. Bug Spray almost getting it out. But no, he will be able to revive because of the Guardian Angel. We do see 1 by 1. Another time for the side of TF to be able to get back the control, but the turnaround is not going to work out in favor of the side of TF. RRQ closing it out with the shutdown, but it seems that it's not going to be enough. Ellie, the last surviving member, will not be able to stop this dominant display of aggression by RRQ, Victor.
My goodness, even all the shielding in the world couldn't help TF because RRQ's damage is just way too high. Just look at that, melting down Ellie like he was made of paper mache and melting down a Nexus in equal fashion as well. What a turnaround here. RRQ wins back this round, making it a 1-for-1 in this best of 3 series.
Oh, no, it's 2 for no.
Oh, sorry,
it's 2 for all. Oh, sorry. Yeah. 2. Oh, man, you got so excited about everything. You got confused for a while.
Oh, my goodness.
2-0
Yeah,
RRQ. Oh, okay. Pondo is just like, yeah, boys. What's up? What's up?
The one guy who got it right.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, if you fish for a fluke and you catch it, it still works out, doesn't it?
I know, right? I mean, again, what incredible game there from RRQ, because this time they were like dominant all throughout. Like instead of Team Flash, turning that pressure up in the early game, RRQ instead were the one bringing the pressure onto them all throughout. So again, this was just a much more impressive game, I felt, compared to game number 1.
I was basing a lot of the performance of Team Flash in the past because historically Team Flash has been able to go 2-1 and sometimes 3-for-1 in some of these matchups here previously in some of the other tournaments. But looking at the replay here, RRQ just played a really, really good game, cemented on a strong foundation of Chaz. I mean, the cockroach was a nuisance. I mean, look at that. Yeah, got blown up a couple of times by Coyote, sure, but was able to take down one of the strongest members in terms of the siege potential that comes in from Ellie. And I do think that Team Flash here, we did not to say they bit off a little bit more than they could chew. I think there was a problem with the execution of some of these fights.
Maybe, just maybe, but again, you know, they had a lot going for them. They had the Zed, they had Wukong, two very, very strong champions, which you think would give them an advantage in that early game. But I feel that taking that Infernal Drake first round there was huge for RRQ, because from that point on, it's ensured that they would have a damage advantage compared to Team TF through a lot of these fights. That's why TF, you know, from that point on, we're finding it very hard to, you know, to even think about starting or initiating a lot of these fights. Even though they tried, mostly it was just because they wanted to take objectives as opposed to actually try and suppress any individual champion here. And that's just because the amount of damage RRQ could do, especially when you saw in a late game there, they can melt so many of these champions so quickly that it's just impossible for TF to sustain themselves through these fights. Even though they tried to build a lot of shields, especially here, you know, they really worked so hard to try to mitigate a lot of damage, but it's essentially a losing fight. The longer these fights drag out, the worse it gets for Team Flash, and it really shows, especially in these final fights.
I do think that the scaling that comes in from Viper, the siege potential also really plays a big part. The fact that Chaz is able to follow up on the backlines, because all Viper needs to do, he does have the Essence Reaver, just keep throwing out ultimates until they get about to half HP. When they run out, Chaz will be able to come out because they don't have that bug sprays. I do feel that for the side of Team Flash, it was just being in a room filled with bugs, and they just did not have their how to say, their bug spray, because look at Chaz. Chaz MVP 10, 1, and 4. I mean, no surprises that he is the MVP. A lot of it really revolved around him being able to just penetrate the backlines. He actually waited in base for his Duskblade, was giving up priority. I'm pretty sure he was just telling his team, okay, team, just don't die. Make sure that you guys just wait out for the next 15 seconds because I just needed to get my Duskblade. As soon as he got his Duskblade, it went from like 3 and 1, it's immediately shot up to 10 and 1.
I mean, that just goes to show how like confident RRQ was, you know. I mean, how confident Chaz is that the rest of his team is still going to be able to step up even when he pulls back a little bit. But then it really paid off in a huge way by the time that Chaz hit that late game spike, because like by that point he was absolutely unstoppable. So I mean, huge credit there to RRQ for the way they played this out, because, you know, in any other kind of team, maybe they may not be able to pull it off as brilliantly as RRQ has done today.
All right, let's talk a little bit about damage variety here. As you can see, the numbers are a little bit skewed here across the board for Team Flash versus RRQ. In game number 1, we saw that Ellie was doing about close to 37% percentage of damage across the board for Team Flash. Now there's a little bit more variety, but look at RRQ here. This is really important. Chaz is doing 24% of the damage. Viper is able to do so. That means that Viper actually sets up a little bit more for Chaz with the ability to siege from a range. And I think that that's where Team Flash definitely dropped the ball here in terms of them. Damage variety is definitely there, but look at the graph here. A lot closer across the board. It was very dominant for Team Flash. When you look back at the game number 1, the graph tells a whole different story. For game number 2, we have 56,000 gold to 69,000. Nice goal comparatively for RRQ and Team Flash. And RRQ did not lose out too much in terms of control across the board.
I mean, they got the objectives. I mean, again, you can see that fall off happen around like the 9 to 10 minute mark. So I think that's around the point where RQ already not only got 2 Drakes in hand, but also got the Baron as well. So that's pretty much the point where the bleeding couldn't be stopped. But even before that point, like taking that first Drake alone was already huge for RQ, because they were going to be a little bit weaker, granted, on attack at the beginning stage. But then with the buff coming in from the Drake, that pretty much allowed them to sustain a lot of the fights that TF would otherwise have rolled them over with in the early phase. And I think that alone allowed them to, you know, drag things on until they could finally nail the last few objectives, the last few pieces of the puzzle they needed, the Baron as well as the second Drake. And from that point on, it pretty much was pretty much a red tide all the way there for RRQ.
All right, this is the total goal here across the board: 749,365 going up against 891,552. I do think that this is going to be very big numbers here. This whole thing tells a different story across the board here. We do see that there are a few peaks. There are a few peaks and valleys here for the side of Team Flash in blue, whereas RRQ in red. There's just a big drop there across the 12-minute mark, about maybe like the 11-minute mark, give or take. We just see a huge dip into the valley of no return for Team Flash to come back. And I think that it was just the pressure. It was just the problematic appearance of Chaz in the flanks. And we've got the MVP here. To no surprise, we all know who it is. Come on! Oh man! Oh man! This is that's just my Pepe hands right there, bro. I mean, that's just man, feels bad. Okay, KDA goes up to 8, and I think I know why. Because he was able to set up quite a bit, even though the kill score is definitely going to go to his Chaz, right? Most of it was enabled by Viper, so I do see it.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, Chaz definitely came into form in this game, no doubt, but I think that only came up from the mid-game almost, to the point where RQ took the lead in both Gold and XP, right? But I think for when you talk about throughout the game, Viper had been playing that role perfectly as a Corki, constantly dealing that damage, constantly setting it up so that, you know, TF is always going to be constantly under barrage the whole time under these team fights. I mean, again, when you play the Corki very, very well, team fights are so easy because he does the bulk of the damage for you. All you need to do is just follow up and finish up those kills. So Viper, again, I think the main reason why he would deserve the MVP here, because he played that role for the entire game, whereas Chaz had to take a step back in the early game, only came into form towards the end when RQ finally were moving in for the kill. So I think in that terms of difference, in terms of work done, Viper certainly had a much bigger responsibility, especially in the early game phase.
And of course, production wants to also like play around with my feelings as well, right? But of course,
maybe, just a little bit. Just a little bit, maybe.
Just a little bit of light-hearted jokes there for each and every one of you guys at home. As much as you want to keep everything serious, we've got to have a little bit of lightness here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, because it has been, I mean, it can be very stressful for some of these teams.
Oh,
I mean, to be going up against some of the best teams in the regions.
Exactly.
And I'm very sure that a little bit of light-hearted laughs, a little bit of banter back and forth from us to you guys is not entirely harmful at all. So for those of you at home, do remember Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, elevate your gameplay with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. And of course, unleash the beast within. Get yourself a Monster Energy drink. Go over to www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Excuse me about that. Almost fumbled on my words. And of course,
yep, finally, if you guys want to join in the community here for Snapdragon Pro Series, join our Discord. The link is down below there, and you can go ahead and chat up everyone, all the fans for the SPS here. We're all over there in Discord, just waiting for you.
do you want to write an essay about how the production trolled me and immediately turned it around towards Viper? You can tell us all of it there on the Discord. Of course, we're keeping it light. We're just trying to be as, you know, as friendly as we can. But of course, it wasn't very friendly to see Chaz just jump around, destroy everybody. It wasn't very friendly that Viper was just dropping bomb after bomb on top of everybody. Excuse me, rocket after rocket on top of everybody. And I think that's going to be the case here moving forward for RRQ. It's definitely going to be a defining moment where a majority of us as the casters literally, not to say counted them out, right? But gave a huge favor towards Team Flash. But with that being said, he's Victor, I'm Hound, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll be back after these messages and the short break. We'll see you in a bit, guys.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax, his name is Houndo, and we're going to be your commentators coming into our second matchup for today.
Whew, boy. RRQ steadily winning 2-0. Let's talk a little bit about the previous game before we head over to this current matchup. For RRQ, I think that there was a lot of things that went well for them. There were a lot of things that really turned the tide, and I think it kind of threw us for a loop here. So predictions are definitely most probably going to be mixed up a little bit more. But I think RRQ's case could be, how to say, the exception rather than the rule.
Maybe. I mean, again, I think like when you talk about these mainly Filipino lineups here, they've been traditionally very, very strong all throughout SPS. I mean, we saw that already during the Open itself, from the Open all the way to the Open finals. These Filipino squads are so difficult to fight against here. But honestly, I thought that Team Flash was going to have a chance, especially the first game there. That early game gave me sort of hope that, you know, to see that Team Flash was going to be able to sustain a long game against a squad like RRQ, but unfortunately that just wasn't meant to be. RRQ just beat them with the scaling in that first game, and by the second game they certainly already knew exactly how to defeat Team Flash, not giving them that early game advantage at all, and pretty much it all went downhill from that point on. So I'll be very curious actually to find out from RQ themselves what kind of went wrong for them in that first game, because it felt like, you know, that like if things had gone well for them, they potentially could have ended the game a lot earlier. But nevertheless, though, this was the first matchup for the day. You can see this is where the leaderboard stands for now, with RQ already getting that first win on the way. They've already jumped themselves all the way to the top of the board. Team Flash are going to have to regain some of that lost ground there in the future games there, but of which there will be definitely plenty of opportunities to do so.
It's going to be very interesting indeed here. RRQ definitely going to be enjoying that first win in their bracket in today's games, excuse me, for the challenge play days. And I do think that for what is in store for us next, that's going to be a barn burner, isn't it? I think it's Enigma Galaxy, right, going up against Cerberus, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's correct. So Enigma Galaxy, of course, had an amazing game against SGP during the Open Finals, where they practically wiped the floor with them. You know, in that series. So it was a 3-1 to be fair, but SGP didn't really look like they had it, you know, especially up against a squad like them. So coming into this one, I really worry for Cerberus Esports a little bit, but we'll see how it turns out, because, you know, we're talking about the top teams from each region here. So if anything at all, power levels wise, you would expect these teams to be more or less around the same level of each other. But I think like Enigma Galaxy, especially carrying a lot of that form there from the Open Finals, will definitely have a strong momentum coming into this this matchup for them.
I think for Galaxy, for Enigma Galaxy, I think their dominance is definitely on display. They are definitely one of the favorites of this entire challenge play day 1, and I do think that as challenging as it may be, I think that despite RRQ basically flipping the lid on everything in terms of Team Flash, we were expecting a little bit more of a closer game. But game number 2 just showed that RRQ has been able to actually work the draft in their favor. So could this be a case where maybe Enigma Galaxy could at least drop a game or two despite them being very, very dominant? I mean, Cerberus isn't exactly a team to be slept on, that's for sure, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, again, there are no slouches at all when it comes to Wild Rift. So I would expect that Enigma will at least have a good fight on their hands. It's just that, you know, when you talk about past performances, that form that you have as a squad is so important coming into these kind of group stages, because a lot of this depends on your confidence as a player, on being able to, you know, you can bring in strategies and tactics, but it really comes down to execution a lot. And execution is the name of the game when it comes to group stages like these, because you cannot really afford to drop games in this stage of the competition.
I totally agree on that, Victor. At this stage of the game, I do think that it's very important for them to just get as many wins as they can in the win bracket, and because it is going to be able to, most probably as they move forward, we'll be able to place them higher on the leaderboards and in the overall brackets, could actually work out wonders for them to be able to get a scoreline that just gets them closer and closer towards that final few spots.
Yeah, you can consider, you know, that this is going to draw out, you know, throughout the entire week or so. this means that, you know, if you get those early like matchups done and like dominated, that means you already half the work for you is pretty much done for this group stage. So going forward, you can afford, you know, even when you have harder matchups coming up here, you know that as long as you can win out these earlier matchups, you know that you will have an advantage going to that. But you know, when you do drop the games, when you do end up losing to squads that you either are not familiar with, or maybe you thought they were this way, but it turns out they were able to play in a completely different way, those can throw you off a bit. Those are the kind of things that, you know, squads will have to manage whenever it comes to that point. And when you talk about, you know, these regional competitions here, sometimes these are probably the first time that a lot of these teams would be, you know, be able to play against each other in an official capacity. So what kind of situations can arise from that can be very, very different than what they would expect in other kind of competitions they've been through in their region.
Okay, I do have to talk a little bit about RRQ, her team specifics in the previous game, right? And how sometimes those team specifics can throw other teams for a loop. We've normally seen mid lane Renekton, mid lane Garen, and sometimes we do see maybe Hullbreaker with a little bit of a split push kind of style. But the difference in terms of that was the Ziggs bot lane was actually very, very much... I think a lot of teams actually play Ziggs bot lane very, very well.
It's a very popular pick,
I mean, it's a very popular pick, right? But the team specifics for the side of RRQ were mostly on the Renekton Garen. They do like the Senna Nasus pickup, but as soon as they were able to reveal it and be very strong with it in game number 1, they knew that... for the side of Team Flash, they were actually going to bite the bait in terms of making sure that they get the Senna out of the gameplay. So what do? They go for they let Chaz, they give Chaz a lot of priority for the Kha'Zix, because I think Kha'Zix was maybe picked on the 4th rotation or maybe like the last pick, if I do remember correctly, for RRQ. So that could be a case here. Sometimes even in picks and bans, these little interactions, these little picks and bans here could actually affect the entirety of the game. But of course, it all comes down to how they execute it and how they use the tools to win the game.
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing that, you know, and sometimes a lot of drafts, we can tend to overanalyze them as commentators sometimes, because we think, you know, there might be reasons, but sometimes the reason can be almost as simple as that, oh, I know how to play this champion well, let me use it.
Yeah, or I just go Corki, I go press ultimate all the time, easy. Like, why do I have to make it complicated? No. Like I speak to a lot of pro players, right? And I ask them, like, sometimes, like, when a champion with like an overloaded, not to say an overloaded kit, but a kit that can get very, how to say? Not obtuse. Obtuse is not the right word. Maybe a bit clunky. Not clunky. Like, it's not easy to execute comparatively. I mean, a Samira execution towards the ultimate compared to a Zig just throwing bombs at you, which is easier to execute.
I mean, it's naturally, there are certain champions that are a lot harder to play well compared to others, for sure. And I think a hallmark of a really good player is one who is flexible enough to almost take on any kind of role or any kind of champion, regardless of what is handed to them thanks to the draft. And sometimes, you know, players who tend to be like one-trick ponies will often lose out during these drafting phases, because they naturally have a very limited pool of heroes, or let's say a limited pool of roles they can play. And players that tend to be more flexible usually are usually a captain's dream. It's pretty much like, I can give you whatever champion, you know, that I end up having in these drafts, and you will still be able to play your role as effectively as you would any other kind of role.
Yeah, so for that being said, right, the champions that come into play are definitely going to be very paramount in terms of setting up the stage for what these teams need to do. We talk a little bit about victory conditions, right? The scaling victory condition that RRQ were able to adopt and use very, very well. As long as they're able to delay the game past 20 minutes, the probability of them winning becomes higher and higher. The window of victory becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. So, unfortunately, for those of you who are waiting, we are going to go on a short little break. Might be a bit of arrangements that we need to do behind the scenes here. He's Victor, I'm Hound. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series, and we'll be back as soon as we can to make sure that we provide action for those of you watching at home. Don't you dare go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, But most of all, you're willing to be first for 'em. Ha. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen and summoners from across the world. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Han. Alongside with me is Victor Cax, and we are going to be your casters for today. We would like to immensely apologize to each and every one of you guys at home. We do know that you guys cannot wait to watch your favorite teams go up against each other. Well, unfortunately for us, sometimes, you know, production being the, I don't know, like how the nature of the business is, sometimes it just doesn't seem to work out. But we will be back with more, of this underway, because we're still getting ready to get that done. For you, Victor, what are you looking forward to in terms of what is expected from Enigma as well as Cerberus?
Well, I mean, as far as like their past matches go, I would just expect dominance to come out from Enigma Galaxy. I mean, they've shown themselves to be quite capable of doing that, you know, especially during these open finals. So I want to see whether or not they'll be able to carry that trend throughout this challenger group stage here. So we know with a lineup like Chami, Juicy, Aaron, Demon Kite, and Draw, these guys are absolute titans at the game in Wild Rift at this, for this season. So I especially want to see Enigma Galaxy be able to keep that trend going, you know, as long as they can. So yeah, I think a lot of expectations from my side, and along with a lot of other commentators too, if predictions are to be considered here. So Enigma Galaxy, I think, has a lot to live up for in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Chami, Juchi, Aaron, Demon Kite, and Draw, as you have said, so are going to be the teams that, are going to be the players representing Enigma Galaxy. I do think that they do play quite a bit in the jungle here. Jushi does play very much. Jungle intervention here is very important across every team, right? But I think Jushi definitely does set up quite a bit in terms of how he wants to get Demon Kite and Draw to actually pop off. Aaron as well as Chami, I do think that in terms of what kind of champions they're going to be picking out later at Picks and Bans is going to be determinant of how their playstyles are going to be. Whether they're going to be pushing it out and getting some roams, or whether they're just going to try to blow up their respective mid laners. It really depends on whether the pick cadence is going to be favoring Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, again, it's all going to be about draftability, right? So I want to see what Cerberus will be able to do if they are. I mean, they managed to make it this far, so you certainly be sure they will be up for the task here. I mean, comprised of Taku, Melodious, BMM, Genza, and Duck B. I mean, Cerberus, you know, being that three-headed guard dog they are, would they be the gatekeepers to prevent Enigma Galaxy being able to continue this momentum they had? We'll have to see for ourselves.
Most of the predictions here, as far as I know, are definitely going to be very strong towards Enigma Galaxy, but I think Cerberus as well does stand quite a bit of a chance here against Enigma Galaxy. Taku, Taku does have quite a bit of playmaking abilities as well, but I think a lot of it really revolves around Duck B as well. I mean, we do see a lot of playmaking supports actually make quite a bit of impact here, provided that they're able to get some kind of lane advantage, a lane priority advantage that could work out in their favor here, freeing Duck B to be able to go move out of his respective lane and try to affect some of the other lanes. But it really is dependent on the fact that whether the marksmen are going to be able to be left behind and sustain for themselves. Because if Genza is going to be alone, I think Genza does favor a little bit of marksman that does have quite a bit of poke potential as well as a little bit of mobility. But then again, if a marksman is alone, it's always a bad time, right?
Oh yeah, obviously, because marksmen can only, be on their, come to their own when they're backed up by a strong, champions strong champions alongside them. So, really depend much. I mean, again, when you talk about these supports, very strong supports, they're only going to be able to perform as long as their other teammates are able to perform at the same time. So, it definitely means that Taku has to have a lot of trust in his teammates here, especially against Duck B, and to make sure that even though he does make the setup, he relies on them to finish things off.
Yeah, I mean, I think a long-running League of Legends meme is always like marksman in marksman in X year, and it's always sad emoji face. So I do think that it's really important to note that for the Dragon laners here, we're going to go watching the head-to-head. It's going to be Demon Kite going up against Genza. Both of them very similar here across the board in terms of what type of champions they pick up. The damage per minute as well as gold per minute tell a whole different story. Kill participation as well. KDA a little bit closer across the board here, but it does show that Demon Kite does favor quite a bit of global presence here with the Lux ultimate, with the Lux being picked out as well as the Karma in terms of her being able to roam out from bottom lane, from the Dragon lane all the way to some of the other lanes like mid lane to affect them, and of course Senna, infinite scaling. You may be able to you play it as an off marksman kind of pickup because you want to be fasting, you want to be giving most of your most of your resources towards your support. There's most probably going to give a little bit of kill pressure here. But Genza, Ashe, Lucian, and the main connection between Demon Kite and Genza is going to be the same champion of Senna on both sides.
What this kind of head-to-head kind of tells me, though, is that Genza takes up a lot more responsibility when it comes to team fights compared to Demon Kite. I mean, their kill participation percentage is a lot higher in Genza's side, so it goes to show that Taku and the rest of Cerberus really relies on their marksmen and their ADCs to carry the bulk of the damage dealt as well as the kills they can get throughout these team fights here. So I think if Enigma Galaxy wants to have a leg up on Cerberus, it will be quite maybe prudent for them to focus on those carries, focus on those marksmen on the side of Cerberus Esports to kind of perhaps slow down their scaling, slow down their farm, and perhaps that would give them a much better time in the fights when it comes to mid to late game.
When we look at them, not at the MVP, excuse me, let's take a look at the predictions for those of you at home. Remember, Snapdragon match prediction brought to you by our Twitch chat lovers right there. You guys like to participate in Twitch. Do remember to be conducive towards the voting and give us some of your thoughts. Could it be Enigma? Could it be Cerberus? Let us know because we do read the comments, right? So be nice about it too. All right, so I'm the only one that's going 1 for 2 though. You are on the other hand giving it 0 for 2 in favor of. Oh, I actually give it for Enigma, so I think I entered it wrong. So fat fingers and old man sight. That's what happens.
I thought I also put mine down for Enigma, but apparently he's taking Cerberus 2-0 here. So let's go, boys.
All right, so hopefully. All right, Husky. All right, Husky. So, okay, you know what? From now on, whenever we make any prediction, we follow Pondo.
Yeah, I think that would be the right call to do from now on here.
But to be honest, I do think it is going to be a closer game than I expect. I do think Enigma is going to get a run for their money. I'm not entirely on the Cerberus side, but I think it could go either way, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a close. I mean, hopefully it's going to be a closer match compared to what we saw RRQ versus Flash. But you know, between these two teams, it's going to be quite hard to gauge them, especially you know, especially for me seeing both of these teams fight each other for the first time here on my cast. So I'm really going to be curious to see whether or not Nigma will be able to carry that form, or if Cerberus is going to be able to prove us all wrong eventually. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one indeed here between Nigma Galaxy as well as Cerberus Esports. Cerberus does have a bit of a history of being very aggressive with some of their fights, to a point where it can be considered a flaw sometimes. I mean, aggression has got to be calculated across the board whenever you want to make some of these decisions, right? We did see that RRQ as well as Team Flash just now, there were some very aggressive plays across the board from either side of the team, but I feel like RRQ were able to mitigate their losses better comparatively towards Team Flash. Now, Nigma Galaxy against Cerberus. Cerberus is rather calculated in it, but they are willing to get scrappy. They are willing to throw caution into the wind and try to make something happen. That could be a double-edged sword here, Victor, because we have seen it. Doesn't matter whether it's the game that we're casting today or other things, even in other sports that we see or watch. Sometimes just being overly aggressive can just bite you back in the worst way possible.
That's the thing. Like you said, it has to be very, very measured aggression. You can't be aggressive when you know you have an advantage, or you know that you have a tactic in mind to close out the fights. But if you don't have that and you just go pure aggression regardless of the consequences, that's when it's going to be a huge, huge downfall for you, because you're not necessarily fighting smart in that sense. You're just going and picking up fights but not really considering whether these fights will work out for you in the long run. So that's what a lot of top teams really aim for, you know, because it's not so much just about pure aggression alone. It's aggression when you know you have the advantage, when you know you can close out these fights, and when you know you can take the win.
All right, pick and bans coming up to you right here, right now at the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. We're going to be seeing NGX Nigma Galaxy on the left side of your screen, Cerberus CES on the right side of your screen. It's going to be the Philippines going up against Vietnam.
Yeah, Nigma's going to have that first ban priority here compared to Cerberus, so I'm going to be interested to see how this pick phase is going to turn out. First one to be banned is going to be Lee Sin. Now it's going to be Cerberus' chance to respond here.
I think it's going to be, it's definitely going to be Kassadin. Kassadin going to be banned out. I do think Senna might be banned out in the second rotation, because maybe we might see with Cerberus, they do like to give Taku one of the first picks as well. That maybe could be flexed onto Meliodas playing in the jungle, but maybe things may have changed. Jace now being banned out for the side of Cerberus by Nigma Galaxy.
Now, next man is going to be coming out from Nigma Galaxy's side, and yeah, it's going to be the Camille that's going to be banned out here. So we're seeing more of the usual suspects, let's put it that way, for this first round of bans. Not really telling us too much about what plans, though, that either team is going to be going with here. So that's all going to be depending on this first round of picks.
Well, in the previous game, Camille wasn't banned out and wasn't picked out either way. So we do see immediately for the side of Nigma, they are going to be going for the Senna. Taku and Meliodas that will be able to pick their two champions before it goes over back towards Nigma Galaxy. And I like this. It is most likely going to be the dual bot lane here pick up from the side of Taku and Meliodas, opening up the Nasus here for Jushi to pick up for Draw or Demon Kite. I do like what I'm seeing here from the side of Nigma Galaxy. This is going to be a scaling composition, coupled with the fact that Aaron is going to be picking up the Kha'Zix for Jushi.
It seems like they're picking on the all-star picks that RQ were using in that last game, and now just applying it completely against Cerberus. So are picking up the Zed on their end to complement the two bot laners. So let's see how is that going to work out for them, because again, we saw how dangerous, you know, Senna Nasus can be in the late game when it came to our first matchup. So hopefully Cerberus will be a little bit more prepared this time around, and that's going to depend a lot on this next few round of bans.
Yeah, it's going to be very important here. The fact that they were able to secure the Nasus Senna very early on and it wasn't actually taken away from them, I think that was a very good choice here from the side of Nigma Galaxy. But then again, they do have quite a bit of pressure here across the board from the side of Cerberus. I do think that if Cerberus is able to actually play it out in a way that could put the game in a state of flux where it pushes Nigma Galaxy to try to stall, it could work wonders for them. Draw now, picking out the Sion. Sion not unlocked. No Samira here across the board for either of the teams today. But Sion, the only new champion being picked up for match number 2, game number 1.
Yeah, I'm going to be very excited to see how this Sion play is going to turn out here for Nigma Galaxy. But on the side of Cerebus, though, going for the Fiora and the Vi to complement their lineup here. What do you think about that? It feels like Cerebus is going for a more fight-heavy composition, doesn't it?
Yeah, I do think so too. Looking at it, they do have quite a bit of lockdown here. I think it's shades of RRQ. No, not shades of RRQ. It's shades of Team Flash here. They do have quite a bit of lockdown with Meliodas. Genza is going to have a bit of problems here with the double binding, but that's still an option regardless. Taku also does have a bit of a stun, but the issue here that comes in is the fact that they'd have Aaron that's going to be able to draw out as much poke as they can. Jushi, if he's able to lower them down, Jushi will be able to come in and swoop them up. The fact that Sion is also there, the fact that if Hullbreaker gets onto Sion and Sion is just able to just go full ham and into the top lane and get the first turret, is going to free up Sion to be able to get more pressure onto some of these side lanes as well. So it's going to be a huge problem here for the side of Cerberus if they want to close it out, because there is going to be a scaling issue, a siege issue, and a sustainability issue here, despite the fact that they do have some options to counter it.
That's the thing. I'm really questioning this from Cerberus' side. I mean, if it does work out well, if they are able to pick up those early fights and actually win those, then that will negate whatever scaling that Senna and Nasus will be able to do by late game, especially if they don't reach that late game stage, right? But then knowing that they already have the Corki in there, I mean, knowing there's going to be so much like stun and damage coming out from the side of Nigma Galaxy, going this route, I think, is probably the hardest path that Cerebus Esports possibly could have picked for themselves here. But I don't know. Maybe I might be underestimating them a little bit. Maybe they might be able to prove us wrong by the time we get into our first game.
All right, it's going to be Nigma Galaxy going up against Cerberus Esports. Blue side for Nigma Galaxy, red side for Cerberus Esports. We are getting ready. See whether or not there's going to be some early engages here. Charmy. Oh, wait.
Yep, there is exactly an early engage right in the mid lane, straight under the Corki, but they can't quite keep him locked down. But that's going to be enough to force a recall in, so that's going to slow down the Corki a bit for this early game phase here. That's for sure. And like I said, like I can see what CS game plan is. They are going to be able to pick up the kill of the Corki here, and then now they are going to be able to extend that pressure to the other lanes as well, as the Fiora and the Gragas go back into the respective lanes, and already Chammy getting a bit of unwanted attention from Taku here on the Baron lane. And it seems like Cerberus already off to a good start.
Yeah, very good start here for Cerberus. They were able to score that first kill there by BMM, and I don't know why Aaron was actually hanging out there. It was a question of just flashing on top of him, hitting him with the passive basic attack as well as the Ignite, and we did see it happen, and Aaron just like, why did I die? Like, seriously, like, why were you there? I mean, I don't think it was a very wise choice for Aaron to just be there. But then again, maybe he saw something that we didn't, or maybe he was able to maybe get away from it with the second skill. But then over top side, Taku and Charmy now going to be exchanging, with Charmy being on the disadvantage and Taku taking advantage of that.
I wonder if it's a style for like Vietnamese squads to go for this early mid-game style of lineups here, because remember, Team Flash also kind of did that in that first game they had against RQ. Didn't quite work out for them in the long run though, because they're still unable to suppress the Senna Nasus for them. But then this time now we're seeing like they're kind of like sister team, let's put it that way, from the same region here, fight up against Nigma Galaxy, and I wonder if they will have a different approach necessarily. But then it seems like playstyle wise, you can definitely see a lot of like shades of Team Flash in the way that Cerebus Esports kind of set this up. We'll see whether or not that works in the long run though, because the macro is definitely going to be of utmost importance here for Nigma Galaxy's side. So if Cerebus can set up good fights, like maybe they might be able to do this. Meldas already set up at the top line here. They're already jumping straight on a Demon Kite, trying to burst him down. They do get the kill. Now they unfortunately lose two of their own there. Now Meldas is going to try to fight against Draw himself, while BMM comes in here to try to finish off the tide here. But look at that, it's drawing even more attention for the Corki, who just blasts down Meldas and takes the trade down. Now everyone is pretty much getting involved in this bottom lane here, with BNN being the final kill here by NGX, so that makes it what, 3-2?
It was 3-2, yeah.
Yeah.
Making it very much even across the board here, both of them being able to score 4-4-4, and it seems that Cerberus right now very much trying to get Nigma Galaxy on the back foot, but it seems that despite it, it just goes back to square one again with a slight little build up in favor for the side of Cerberus, but we're going to be seeing another fight. There goes the Dawning Shadow coming out for the side of Genza. Genza's going to get a runaway with the flash into the explosive cast. They are going to be trying to go for it. Missile not being able to take him down. Duckby is out of here.
I think the main consideration from Nigma Galaxy's side here is that they know that Cerberus is going to be wanting to pick those kind of fights. The thing they want to try to mitigate is to ensure they don't lose out too much in the trades. That's why you can see immediately the response was coming in. Once they lost one of the members, another one comes in here onto the bottom lane to try to get a trade. And they kept following it up again and again. Every time Cerberus gets a kill, NGX is trying to get the return, and now it looks like Cerberus is trying to get them dead to rise, but look at the jump back. The managed to blast down Genza, gets the kill done. Now they're going to try to chase Duckby one more time, but can they close it up? Doesn't look like they're too focused this time around. Now they just want to force the issue here with the minions moving in, and now they finally try to get a strike onto Duckby, but under the cover of that turret, it's virtually impossible for the two of them at this stage to try to tide him over.
I'm having some problems understanding why Cerberus decided to go, specifically Genza. I'm having problems understanding why Genza decided to go up like that. Jushi was definitely nearby, and he was able to blow up Genza quite terribly, to be honest. And even if Duckby was in the area, Demon Kite was around to be able to follow up.
Nice one.
Wait, before that.
Nice one to catch on the draw, but unfortunately they weren't able to follow up the damage. It just wasn't enough coming out from Genza's side, so they had to back off, even though the Gragas got a really good barrel roll straight into that. But nevertheless, though, this is still going to allow Cerberus to continue keeping the pressure up here on this lane. Now the minions are cleared and already going onto the turret, so the job is pretty much done for the side of Cerberus. Cerberus push on this bottom lane so far. But NGX, as long as they're able to meet these fights, as long as they meet these kills, by the time these dragons come up, let's see whether or not they will be able to keeping those kills coming.
I do think that they can keeping on with the kills. For NGX, they are slowly building up a lead here, as we're going to be seeing Deathmark going to be heading over to a Demon Kite. BMM gets out of there, and it seems that it is going to be even across the board. Cerberus right now slowly coming back. The three-headed Guardian of the Underworld seems to just keep coming towards Nigma Galaxy. Draw as well as Shami now is going to be nearby. We do see Jushi is going to be very close by to Cerberus as well. They've got to be careful. Dawning Shadow comes out though.
Yeah, the rest of Nigma is coming in here to try to interrupt this fight here. Dragon's still up for grabs, but NGX are getting a little bit too low. That's going to be one down on the Corki here. Demon Kite trying to get a trend of being N1. In the meantime, Chammy with a double knockup tries to go on to Melodus, but unfortunately gets melted down in his health pool here. Now trying to focus on the Taku. The Dragon's already been taken by NGX, so now it's just really a scrap for those trade-offs here. Juicy is going to get caught up here. Another knockup and a kill to be done here right on the nose of Demon Kite under that turret. CS now having the firmly established the lead in terms of kills.
Very nicely done here for the side of NGX. Despite that, Cerberus were the ones that come up very much ahead there, being able to score quite a number of kills compared to NGX. And not only that, they were able to at least take that Jushi. And I think if it wasn't, oh no, actually it was NGX that was able to score the Dragon. So this could actually work out wonders for NGX, despite the fact that they are behind slightly by kills. But goal discrepancy between NGX as well as Cerberus, not too far behind here, about 1.4, 1.5.
Yeah, I mean, the important thing for Nigma is just not allow Cerberus to run away with the lead, right? So at least by taking these dragons, by getting good trades in these fights, he's keeping it going. A little bit of attempt by BNM there, but that's really just trying to scare it off because Rift Herald is going to be able to take down the turret. He does take down the turret, just as I said it here. But for the most part, NGX is still playing it right so far. I mean, they have lost the advantage, sure, but it hasn't been too big of a disadvantage for them so far. I mean, net worth-wise, still very much keeping it on check. And, you know, at least in terms of kills, they're at least getting trades, you know, not letting Cerberus just run amok on that kill feed, right?
All right, very even across the board here between Jushi and Melodious. Oh, wait, over the top side.
Yeah, there has been an attempt. I think a bit of a miss there from BMM, so unfortunately we'll have to pull back. No turret this time around, but that's giving them a lot more priority on the middle lane now. As right now they're literally trying to aim to just keep the pressure going on these multiple lanes, not really going for those big rotations trying to start a fight here. At least not until the next dragon is going to be coming out, that's for sure. So CSO may have a chance here against Juicy, at least to try to interrupt his attempt to clear out his camp, and yeah, they just steal the camp from under him. They don't get the red buff though. Juicy still will be able to get that.
That's the thing here for Cerberus that they're very well aware of. They knew for a fact that they knew how Jushi actually operates in terms of how he operates the Kha'Zix. That's why they went together. Oh, this could be very, very bad here for Taku. Taku gets hit with the explosive shield by Charmy, but will not be in that much of danger here. Will be able to sustain. The point I wanted to touch on specifically was Jushi, right?
Yeah.
If you want to be entering enemy territory as going up against the Kha'Zix, if you do it alone, it's basically a death warrant. But you have to get... oh, wait,
speaking of death warrants, I think a couple just been signed here for Duck B. He's going to get rooted in place, though. But a good blast there is going to interrupt draw a little bit. It's still keeping the chase going, though, but they're not able to lock him down until just now. Finally getting a kill onto the Gragas there. BNM, unfortunately, was not going to be able to react there in that 3v2, so good kill there from NGX.
Well, you can see the targeting crosshair on top of them. That's basically the indicator of Jushi telling you that, okay, that is my isolation bonus. I can do so much damage about it, right? So Cerberus actually tries to use that to put Jushi on the back end. Melodius is definitely slightly ahead here in terms of the KDA, 414, but Jushi just scored another kill there, putting him slightly ahead. In terms of the goal, about 1,000 goal, no, not 1,000 goal, about 400, 500 goal difference here across the board between Jushi as well as Melodius. I do think that it's still anyone's game across the board, and GX is slowly coming back, but Cerberus got to be careful that they don't take too reckless in some of they don't act too recklessly in some of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, now with the Rift Herald up, I think Cerberus really wants to be able to take the Rift Herald this time around, but they first have to find that early pickoff here. They'll be able to set themselves up for that, unless they will be going into a 5v5 pretty much for that Rift Herald. But longer it stays alive, though, the better I think it is for MGX, because they know that at least they have Cerberus under some kind of control here. But I say that now they've already broken through their lines pretty much and already jumping straight on into Juicy. They're going to try to take him down as quickly as they can, but can't quite nail it. And until MGX comes in for the drag, they're going to be able to pull him out of this to that room. Oh boy, lots of damage being done onto CS, but they're still able to come back there, gets the kill done onto one of them, and that's pretty much going to open up the opportunity for them to take the Rift Herald.
Cerberus now coming out harder and faster than ever. Just like the song suggests, NGX right now has to be on the back foot. They will be able to score the Herald for themselves with regards to Cerberus. That means that they are going to be able to open up more turrets for themselves. It's 2 for 2 across the board with over a 700 goal disadvantage in favor of the 700 goal advantage in favor of Cerberus. And I do think that this is actually conducive of getting closer and closer towards a win condition. But remember, when you're fighting against the clock, what happened? RRQ already set precedence. This could be the case where NGX are on the back foot, but they just rely on the scaling that's coming in from Demon Kite as well as Draw to be able to pop off later in the stages of the game. But Cerberus right now, they're actually very desperate to end the game as quickly as they can.
Oh, you can definitely feel the desperation trying to keep in now as you see NGX already making movements to try to secure the Ocean Drake, and Cerberus is already all piled into the mid lane here. They're looking to, at the very least, if they lose that Drake fight, they will try to go onto the turret and use the Rift Herald already spawned. They're already forcing the issue here. NGX now having to hold the distance here while they wait for Rift Herald to get his strike. And then Cammy going straight into the middle of the line here, trying to drag your attention. Got your attention now. Can they follow up with the kills? Shielding is coming up. They're trying to keep themselves contained in this mid lane here. Look at where Genza is going. He's just trying to get out of the way there while Taku tanks a lot of the damage coming out from NGX. So no kills coming out from either end though, but certainly the message has been received. NGX can still hold their own in this turret defense, and that's going to be a problem for Cerberus when they think about going for the future fights.
Genza used the exhaust onto Jushi, was very well managed in terms of trying to mitigate the amount of damage that Jushi is able to come out. I mean, almost a 20 to 30% damage reduction here across the board when exhaust hits. There's going to be an opportunity for them. There goes the Drake towards members of Cerberus, and I think this is a very, very wise choice here. If they're going to try to attack, Jushi has got to come in now because they don't have it, but Draw is going to get taken down. Almost gets taken down. Oh my
close.
good! Every time I see a black bar like that, I'm just filled with anxiety.
I can already imagine the heartbeat, the heart rate for him just went off the root there the moment he saw his health bar being empty like that. But that was a very close one there for NGX, not gonna lie. I mean, Cerebus, of course, still managed to get the dragon in the end though, so that's still going to work their way for this stage of the game. But like you said, the longer this drags on, the better it is for NGX. So if anything, Cerebus needs to be able to open up the game plan here in order to try to finish off NGX. But looking at how strong NGX is being able to hold their own throughout some of these fights here, I fear that Cerebus might be losing the plot here a little bit, because as far as it looks like, they're not really putting enough pressure onto NGX there in order to prevent themselves, prevent NGX from having initiatives. So I don't know, it's going to be a very hard game here from Cerebus from this point out, I think.
Okay, we're going to be seeing DMM right now. Going to be hitting the Yomu's Ghost Blade. Don't know whether or not he's going to use that to try to get some kind of kill onto Chami. I don't entirely think so, because Chami is actually very thick in terms of his itemization. Does have Hullbreaker as well as, I think, part of Thornmail and the Sunfire Cape. So I do think that's... Oh, wait, but over that...
Oh, Kaku tries to go in straight with the turret, but unfortunately they might be taking a little bit more to get Chew. Unfortunately, he lost the Gragas. Things are looking a little bit bad as Cerebus is trying to keep NGX at bay. Jumping straight in the middle of the pack, they're tanking a lot of damage. It's going to be the Chami, and he's attempting to do his very best here to hold his own, but look at that. The amount of damage coming out from NGX is just too much to bear. They're melting them one by one. Tree already down here for Cerebus, and the turret is yet to fall. The thing is, Nigma is very low in health, so Genza and BNM have that going for them in this defense, but in terms of the damage done to the turret, pretty much the work has been cut out here for NGX, and with a kill advantage firmly on the side of the blue team, this is looking like NGX is hitting the scaling power spike that we were all dreading at this point.
I was telling you just now, the window of opportunity for NGX will get bigger and bigger once they hit the 15 to 20 minute mark. I mean, of course, if you're able to get early kills and you're able to get very big advantages early on, you hit your scaling targets even quicker, right? But at this juncture, at this second, from 15 to 20, if they're not able to delay Demon Kite and Draw to hit out whatever they want in terms of getting the itemization done, it's going to be a harder game for Cerberus, because they already know for a fact that they can only use that exhaust on one, and that's Jushi. When that exhaust is down, there will be junctures of fights where Jushi will be able to do so much of damage without that much of mitigation. The fact that's coupled with the fact that Demon Kite and Aaron will be able to do damage from quite a bit of range and provide a bit of sustain as well is going to prove problematic for Cerberus if they want to close this out. It's the battle in the clock again.
Yeah, exactly. The tactic trying to go into Juicy is not going to work at this late game stage, and then now Cerberus is attempting to try to take down this turret. It's very, very low, 154 HP left. Just one more strike will be able to do it, but NJ is still hanging on for dear life. Finally, the turret does get taken down, and I don't think Cerberus is going to be interested in prolonging this any further. They have completely backed off. But, you know, exactly to your point, you know, early on, Cerberus was paying a lot of attention to Jushi, you know, to ensure that he's suppressed, but then now that Demon Kite and Aaron already coming online, so has Draw as well. It's not going to work anymore. They cannot just only solely focus on that one champion. Now they got to worry about the Corki, the Senna, and the Nasus.
All right, last Whipper that are being done up for Jushi will be able to do a disgusting amount of damage as well as armor penetration. So we do see that some of the tankier champions for the side of Cerberus could be at risk here from the crazy amount of damage on top of the isolation damage that could come from Jushi playing the piloting the Kazakhs. I do think that the piloting that's being shown by NGX is starting to come into full circle here, especially since a lot of them are starting to hit their scaling now, their scaling points, and I do think for NGX it's going to be very wise for them to actually play this on the back foot, provided that Jushi does not get exhausted, and they will be able to stay down Genza, because Genza is doing quite a legitimate amount of damage.
Like there's a lot of like problems on like Cerberus's part here, because for the most part it seems like all they've been doing is just poking at NGX but never really fully committing to a fight, and I think they're just very afraid, especially with how many levels the Corki and the Senna has already gained at this point. So maybe this Infernal Drake might be the tool that they need in order to try to overcome that. Problem is NGX is already gathered around for the feast here, so CS might be left with table scraps if they're not able to respond to this in time, and look at the amount of damage the Corki is able to do now. The Infernal Drake is almost going to be taken down. Now CS has moved in. They have the strike, and they haven't got the dragon at all. Now it's going to be a whirl of hurt here as NGX turns the fight around, getting the kill onto the Zen, and then now trying to go for a little bit more pressure onto the lanes here as now they are aiming themselves squarely at the turret in the mid lane. I think that turret is not going to be long for this roll. It's going to get taken down. Servants continue to peel back,
Top
but no!
lane. Baron lane though, we're going to be seeing a split fight.
Yeah, a split fight is happening while they're all gathered here in the mid. On the top there, the Fiora has been pushing all the way to the top and actually taken down the tier 3 turret. So while they're all distracted by that fight of the Fiora, Taku has already opened up a door here, and NGX now only comes in here to try to put some revenge, but the damage, I fear, has already been done.
Oh, okay, we're seeing Taku right now trying to prolong the fight, but unfortunately for them, Melodious, Genza, and Dugby will not be able to come into the fight. I do think that was very wise of Fiora, excuse me, not Fiora, for Taku to be able to go very much committed onto the top side there, opening up, because we do see that because of that, it pushes them up with 2 turret advantage compared to Nigma Galaxy. So, the issue is, if they're able to use the pressure on top, on a Baron lane, to continuously push back NGX, yeah, they will have advantage in terms of them always being able to farm up because the lane is always going to be pushed. They got a super minion over on top side, but it also gets this into perspective for NGX. They will be able to use those resources. You know for a fact that's going to go to Draw. You know for a fact that's going to go maybe to Demon Kite or maybe Aaron as well. And I do think this is going to be a huge problem for Cerberus if they do not use the pressure that they have accrued for themselves. They need to open up mid lane. They need to open up the Baron as well in order for them to take this. Look at them. NGX is already trying to get back the pressure, Victor.
Yeah, and Cerberus is already trying to set themselves up for the Baron here. Draw comes in a little bit too late to prevent that now. So Cerberus already has their eye on the prize. NGX knows it as well. So that's why they're already moving in and trying to secure this river. A bit of a fight coming out here as they try to aim onto the Corki, but Juicy is still able to stay alive a little bit. Lets out a final barrage here, and that's allowing the rest of NGX to wipe the floor here of the rest of Cerberus Esports. Were constantly just falling one after another. They already lost Melodus, BNM, Genza's next on the menu. Taku is able to slip away, and it's just only split pushing at the bottom here, and I don't think it's going to be able to stay there for long because NGX, they're already moving onto the tier 3s.
Okay, there's going to be a problem here. Let's look at the bottom side, please, because Chami right now is going to make sure that Taku will not be able to get in. This is going to be game number 1 for Nigma Galaxy. Coming from behind, there were some very interesting moments and Cerberus was able to steal it away. But Nigma Galaxy, just like, surprise, bro. I mean, like, you think we don't see you trying to do that split push? We're just gonna commit.
I mean, they knew that the only way to beat a split push is to just push faster than the other team, and that's pretty much what they did from the point where they won that Baron fight to the end. And I think, like, it was a commendable effort, definitely, for Taku's side. You know, knowing that the rest of his team is already tied up in the fights and not able to dominate Nigma Galaxy as much as they wanted in the early game, so they knew that split push was the only option they could go with. So they did it well. They managed to open up one lane for themselves, and that pretty much exposed a bit of a weakness on Nigma's side. But once Nigma realized that, oh, we already have this weakness, okay, let's try to end this game right now. And they did it.
I always feel like split pushes do reward quite a bit, only if you're able to mitigate the losses as much as you can. Because if you're split pushing, right, that means one champion is going to be preoccupied split pushing. You'll always be on the back foot in terms of fighting overall 5v4 fights. You know for a fact it's going to be harder for you to win it. And with the limitations of that, right, NGX, as you can see, very early on, Cerberus did actually have some moments that actually brought them very big wins here. Taku there was able to actually get Chubby down. Jushi gets taken down almost immediately and gets kaboomed with the Assault and Battery. We do see that for the side of NGX with the scaling composition, it was a little bit tough, but this is where they started to pick it up slowly but surely as Jushi was able to supplement the damage on top of the pokes that came from Aaron and Demon Lakite.
I mean, that's the thing about the way Nigma Enigma Galaxy handled this, I have to point out, is that even though Cerberus was going in and getting those kills, Enigma was just not letting them get away with it. You know, every time Cerberus got a kill, Enigma ensures that they will always follow up with some sort of trade. And it may not be like the most valuable of trades, but at the very least, it ensures that economically speaking, Enigma Galaxy was able to stay on par with Cerberus, and they knew that, you know, by the time they got to the mid-game stage, that it's going to be very, very difficult for Cerberus to pick those fights, especially with a very strong Senna and Nasus. So at that point now, I mean, that's why Cerberus had to go with the split push, because they had no other options left. They've already lost the big war in terms of like winning these fights, and then now with Enigma Galaxy already dominating them there, once the Baron got taken down and they already had all the shielding, all the buffs in the world that they needed, it was pretty much easy for them to mow down Cerberus Esports and to take the win.
All right, post-game stats for those of you who are a big fan of Mats. There you are. The numbers speak for themselves. It is going to be a victory awarded towards Enigma Galaxy. A difference of 6 kills separates them from Cerberus Esports. It is going to be the in-game MVP of Jushi, but I feel like yeah, I think that is very much well deserved towards Jushi. Melodius is going to be the SVP, the secondary most valuable player with 6, 3, and 4. But the overall ability for Melodius to actually follow up is actually muted because Genza is exploded very early on in the fights.
Genza and Gragas, I feel like, were both underperforming in that mid to late game stage, and I think that's down to the way that the Enigma Galaxy handled that early game, right? Because they didn't allow Cerberus to run away like with like a massive kill lead. They ensured that, you know, they were able to meet whatever aggression comes out from Cerberus in the right way, and ensure they were never too far behind. And they knew that as long as they can keep that up, as long as that they could, you know, force Cerberus to rethink, you know, their idea of being all-out aggressive during this early game, that pretty much handed them the game by the time we got to the mid stage. Because by that point, Enigma was already too strong, really, for CS to beat in an open and fair fight.
Yeah, I do think that for Enigma, they did drop the ball pretty early on. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the stats actually say. Let's talk a little bit about damage share. I mean, damage output share across the board for NGX compared to Cerberus. About 23% being shared between Aaron and Draw, respectively. 14% to Demon Kite, as well as 19% to Jushi. But a close secondary piece of damage is going to go to Shami. For the other side of the spectrum, though, Genza, look at that. When more than the majority, almost majority of your damage is onto Genza, right? If Genza gets taken out very early in the fight, you lose out so much capabilities to get the respect of NGX across the board. Let's take a look at the stats. Let's take a look at the graph here.
Yeah, I think one more thing I need to point out, though, is that when you look at the single target damage, I think that's where the bulk of like the attacks are coming from Cerberus side. You know, that's why they were able to focus in on Juicy very early on. But you can see the amount of damage that Cammy was able to tank, you know, far outweighs everyone else there, and that tells me that whatever damage that Cerberus is able to do, all of that was just virtually absorbed by Cammy, not to the other champions here. So that pretty much made it so that Enigma was still able to sustain themselves very, very long through these fights, and Cerberus being quite limited in what options they have. You know, by the time they got to that 17-minute mark, maybe,
give or take.
Give or take. You know, it felt like the scales of balance just went way off to one side, and by that point, Enigma Galaxy pretty much had Cerberus dead to rights.
I really like the fact that Cerberus did have control for majority of it. I mean, as you can see from the dots, right, from the plots on the graph, there were only 2 instances just before the 5-minute mark where Cerberus was able to garner control back away from where Enigma was able to garner control back away from Cerberus, but after the 5-minute mark, it began to drop. It was Cerberus all the way, at least in terms of goal, and suddenly Enigma Galaxy just turns it around. Like I said, when you go up against a time limit, you have to end it before the 20-minute mark. As you can see, look at that 20-minute mark from 23,000. That's almost 50%. That's a 100% increase.
Yeah, I know, right? And that just goes to show like the power of scaling, really, if you leave it unchecked long enough. But I don't think it was really a case where they couldn't even check. I think it's like their options got more and more limited as Enigma was just not like rolling over waver immediately after those early game fights. They were still coming back with the pressure, they were still coming back with the pushes, and eventually Cerberus got themselves unfortunately painted into the corner once those Senna and Nasus came alive.
Alright, so for that being said here, we would like to thank our sponsors. Of course, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters. Why did this team win? Because they were doing it when winning mattered the most. And of course, Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the beast, just like Nick Galaxy did. monsterenergy.com/gaming. Excuse me about that. And for those of you who are very vocal, who want to share, who want to theory craft, who want to tell us how to do our jobs better, go over to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Share us your thoughts, share us your critiques, share us your analysis so I can take credit for all of them. So anyway, the upcoming match is going to be Nigma Galaxy going up against Cerberus. Round 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Funny of you to be asking the fans to do the job for you. But nevertheless,
I'm just kidding, but yeah.
Well, nevertheless, you know, it's been an interesting game so far. Cerberus, you know, definitely had a game plan going in, and I think like the Vietnamese teams seem to be showing a bit of favoritism towards these like early game aggression sort of like builds. So I wonder if they will be changing things up for this next one here, because Team Flash, of course, still maintain sort of that mindset going into the second game here. But then now that we'll be going into our second game here against Nigma, and seeing how Nigma Galaxy was just still able to take the game very much by having that draft advantage. You know, this is going to be a time for Cerberus to step up. This is going to be time for them to rethink their strategy here and see whether they can try something different here, or if they really want to still continue that early game aggression style gameplay, they better nail it down in the second one.
Definitely. We're going to go for a short little break. We're going to be back with more Snapdragon Pro Series. For those of you cheering Nigma, do let us know in the comments. For those of you who got love for Cerberus, please wipe those tears. They're going to be back in game number 2. We'll see you in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
And welcome back, all you summoners out there, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me is the Hound himself, and we're going to be bringing to you guys the second game here between Nigma Galaxy and Cerberus Esports after what seemed like a really closely fought match between Nigma and Cerberus early on. Nigma unfortunately was able to overcome that little pressure that Cerberus was giving them the early game and finally won it at the 20-minute mark, exactly on the dot, on the clock here, as you had predicted. You know?
I mean, I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna just keep beating the dead horse. If you go up against a team that scales by the 15-minute mark, you have to be knocking at the Nexus already.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just... I mean, as time progresses, it's an upward trajectory, right? In terms of scaling, right? Once you hit a certain mark, the more probability of the team that's scaling winnings is definitely going to come closer and closer to fruition. MVP of the previous game, Jushi, no surprises there. 15 kills, 15 KDA. With a total of 88.2 kill participation, a goal per minute average of 944, a damage per minute of 916, not the highest number for a Kha'Zix, but the DTPM, damage taken per minute, I think that's going to be a very huge one, it's 788. So that means that he did get a little bit of damage, he did get quite a bit off, mostly because he get exhausted, but was able to get away and try to mitigate a lot of damage that came through. You don't want to see those DTPM numbers to be very high, but the DPM numbers could be a lot better for this particular player from Nigma Galaxy, Jushi.
I mean, the way he converted it around by the time he got to the late game, I think deserves a lot of credit here for Jushi's part. I mean, for the most part, Cerberus were really trying to aim at the Kha'Zix a lot, but then still Jushi held firm despite all that pressure and still came up on top by the end of it. So well done to him, definitely deserving the MVP here.
Yeah, definitely deserving of MVP indeed. Nigma Galaxy is definitely going to be giving this man the cookie here, but will he be able to get it again in a game number 2 for match number 2? We shall have to wait and see. These are statistics from our previous match of Nigma Galaxy going up against Cerberus. They did score 1-0 here. A little bit of a come from behind victory here, but then again, it was 20 minutes. It was only a matter of time, wasn't it?
I mean, it just goes to show how important it is to have that, like, not only understanding but mastery of the meta, and I think that's where a lot of Filipino teams tend to have the advantage in. It's just by having these really good picks and having just taking full advantage of the scaling mechanics here in Wild Rift. And you know, when your macro game is that strong, if you complement that as well with like prowess in your micro management abilities, that just makes a really unbeatable combination here. So you know, like I was thinking that the Nigma was going to be strong. They are certainly showing themselves to be strong in this first game, and now the second game is where I really want to see Cerberus pick up the pace here, because I really want to see at least one of these Vietnamese squads, you know, to have a good game here, because they really deserve it at this point.
I do think they do deserve it quite a bit here for Cerberus and Nigma. Both of them are very much deserving, but it seems that for Nigma, I think they're just able to, not to say commit, I think they're just better at executing some of these scaling compositions. They were very well aware of what they needed to do. Because in the pickups here, we did see that there was a Karma, a Gragas, Zed, Fiora, Vi. Gragas with quite a bit of ability to scatter the fight with the explosive cast right into the belly slap, right into the belly flop. I do think also that for the Vi as well, the the first skill, the Vault Breaker combined with the Assault and Battery as well is actually a very, very consistent way to knock people down. It's knock people up and lock them down. And for that, I think that the theory of Cerberus, the ideals of Cerberus here in regards of that picks definitely worked out wonders for them. But what did Enigma Galaxy just do better, right? They had an ability to just pull back away from the fight. I don't think that the CC was exactly as great as Cerberus was, but the ability for them to turn a fight around in terms of them, as the fight progresses, right? The more it benefits Enigma Galaxy because of the scaling.
Exactly.
Right? So I do think that that's going to be a problem that's going to be very prevalent in this entire challenge. I'm thinking that that's going to be mostly the case. So how they're going to counter it, I feel, is mostly giving a lot of priority towards bot lane pickups here that directly counter the Sana and Nasus. I don't know whether or not the double songstress thing could be a thing for this entire matchup, for this entirety of the challenge playoffs. Maybe we might see it, maybe we might not, because it is a very specific type of matchup, and I don't know how it's going to actually do against Asana and Nasus. So there is going to be quite a bit of a challenge here. If you can't beat it, ban it.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm expecting Cerberus to be able to ban out at least one of those picks here from Enigma Galaxy in this first game for sure. But the question I have more about Cerberus' kind of like drafting is whether or not they'll be able to get a draft good enough to meet against Enigma Galaxy, because again, allowing Nasus and then on top of that the Corki was already a huge win on Enigma Galaxy's part. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes because the draft has just started.
All right, draft has just started. 15 seconds left before the ban phase ends, and they will skip a ban. So there's gonna be a bit of time here. Maybe we might see another Jace being banned out here. Yep, we are gonna be seeing Jace. For clarity and the record back at home, we did see Lee Sin, Jace, and Camille being banned out in the first rotation. For Cerberus, it was Cassidy, Lucian, and Yumi. So no surprise that maybe you might see very similar options here across the board. Cassidy with the roam potential, despite the fact that the second skill got nerfed a bit. I think it's called Rift Blade, if I remember correctly. Lucian as well is going to be another option that is going to be banned out as well, mostly because of its ability, of Lucian's ability to be such a dominant lane bully as soon as he's level 2 or level 3. Coupled with the all-in support, I think that's going to be a huge problem, but even the support with sustain. Yumi comes to mind here, immediately being banned out on first rotation by NGX towards Cerberus. Castlin being banned out towards Enigma Galaxy by Cerberus, and not much changes here across the board. We might see a Camille next. We might maybe even see a Lee Sin that could be directed towards Jushi.
Yeah, I'm expecting the first round of bans to be very much the same between the two of them, because it seems like they have the right idea here, just banning out the OP champions here and making sure that, you know, it's going to be the next round of picks really that's going to be more important. But yeah, I'm still going to be expecting to see the usual suspects here. Of course, we already got the Cassidin banned out already, so I mean the Camille is still technically in the pool, but there's still a couple bans to go. They could potentially get it out. I mean, it would be interesting though if they decide to allow one of these picks through, because again, it's going to be a bit of a toss-up when once you get to that stage, right? But oh, there's something a little bit different from Cerberus' side as far as bans concerned.
They decided to ban Karma. I don't think they want to be giving it towards Enigma Galaxy. It does open that Karma up to be picked up onto the side lane for members of Enigma Galaxy. Camille being banned out, no surprises there. Hookshot may have, I think it was Hookshot that got banned. If that got banned, excuse me, it got nerfed if I'm not mistaken.
A lot of nerfs actually.
A lot of nerfs on Camille across the board. I think in terms of the overall cooldown, and I think that they are going to be getting it away. But for Cerberus, they are going to be pulling the Uno reverse by picking up the Senna. I do think this is going to be wise towards going towards Genza and Duck B. Nasus is going to be in a rotation as well for Cerberus to look for them to actually lock it in for the next one. Chami as well as Jushi are going to go for the Renekton as well as the Morgana. I'm thinking this is going to be similarly to what I think it was RRQ that played out in game number 1 in the previous match here with, I think it was Chazzy, I think, that played the Morgana in the jungle to varying degrees of success here. There was a lot of peel advantage here. Oh, Aaron with the hover and most likely the lock on the Varus. I like this. Chain of Corruption coupled with Jushi's Dark Binding coupled with the Soul Shackles is going to be a huge problem. We can see Chami coming in with the with the Slice and Dice, Call the Meek, and the Stun on top of the Dominus as well. Shaping up to be a very interesting game here coming in from either side of the teams from these 3 picks alone.
Is it going to be a strong enough answer to the Senna Nasus though? Because that's what Cerberus is trying to play this time around. They've taken a page almost out of like NGX's book, and it's like, okay, let's go ahead and try the scaling, the high scaling champions here this time around. But you know, with NGX's choices here, I mean, now they've also picked up the Gragas as well on NGX's side, so they certainly have a lot of like a lot of skills they could use to bear here onto Cerberus Esports. So this is going to be interesting for sure.
All right, so as we're going to be seeing it from how these teams are going to be picking out, it is going to be draw on the last final pickup. We're going to be seeing a Pantheon here as well as Duckby hovering over the Shen. I do like it. They have a Kale. This is where it gets interesting. Kale can scale really well. Oh my god, I'm on the rhyming spree today. Goodness gracious me, just dropping out the bars, baby. Just dropping up the bars. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about scaling on either side of the teams. Nigma Galaxy, very well aware of what they need to do. They got tons of CC. They've also got how to say, kind of like a mini Zhonya's with the ultimate that comes in from from the Kale, but that's piloted by Chami. But what Cerberus does better? Global presence, not 1, not 2, but 3 global ultimates here with the Stand United, with the ultimate from the Pantheon, which I can't really remember, and Dawning Shadow that comes in from Genza as well. I'm really excited to see what's going on. Let's take a look at how this is going to go down, because man, oh man, we are about to see one heck of a game.
The Pantheon pick I find is really interesting because, like, traditionally most teams wouldn't pick the Pantheon because he doesn't scale that well into the late game. But I say that he did have a bit of a buff in this recent patch here. I mean, he's gained more on his attack damage here. His Comet Spear has gotten a buff. His Aegis Assault as well has gotten a reduction in cooldown as well. So they're really trying to make the Pantheon a little bit more viable in the mid to late game stages, where normally he's usually a non-factor in these games. I think like Cerberus is really putting a lot of chips onto this one card here though, because they're hoping that these buffs for Pantheon are going to be enough to hopefully allow him to still be a factor from the mid to late game stage. And hopefully by that point, you know, with this Senna and the Nasus already up to speed, hopefully they will be able to negate whatever disadvantage they will have by having a Pantheon in the mix. But we'll see if this works out well for Cerberus Esports.
I do like this here. Normally we do see, I think, Pantheon being played over to the top side, but I think it was one of the Boston Lagi casters, I think it was Ikuto and Mikos, that did say we might actually see Pantheon being picked out here. But it really is dependent on what type of matchup that he's going to go for. So Jushi going up against Melodius here, I think both of them do fairly similar things, but I think Jushi does things a little bit easier. Taku there over the top side.
Not a good place to be in, but fortunately enough, he is very tanky, so not much damage to be done from NGX, at least at this stage of the game, so Taku can still continue to stay in lane for now. So things are still very quiet all across the board here. I do see the Gragas already trying to move in the mid here. It's BMM did manage to put a lot of damage onto Aaron there, and now the Gragas is attempting to try to keep BMM. Almost got a caught out there, but good flash away by BMM. Now Melodius comes in to just get the revenge kill, and that did not work out the way they expected to, for sure. On NGX's draw now, still not quite out of the woods though, because Melodius is up for blood. He knows he has another opportunity to get yet another kill, and he does get the kill onto the Gragas.
I mean, at this stage of the game, mean, Demon Kai actually can't do that much damage here. Genza will be able to do not only damage, but do some healing as well, which I think that Melodious was very much concerned with taking advantage of. Cerberus right now, 2 for nothing, very early on, 1 minute and 30 seconds hasn't even hit. And we've already seen that Cerberus were able to score 2 kills. That, I think, is a win of its own. If they're able to keep this up, then they will be able to hit the scaling faster compared to Chami, because if I reckon like this, right? Yeah, Chami will be able to scale, but Genza and Dugby scale infinitely.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a problem. They want to accelerate Chami here. So I'm thinking that later on, we're going to be seeing quite a bit of rotation by Jushi onto his top side. They are going to try to eliminate, or at least disrupt Taku from being able to stop Chami getting to those scaling goals.
Exactly, and that's exactly what they want to do with Melodious, you know, just constantly doing these roam arounds and picking up kills as a result, you know, just try to extend the advantage that they have with the Pantheon in hand, especially in this early game stage here, so that they can already mitigate whatever scaling that NGX will be able to do. And once that Senna and Nasus comes online, you know, it's going to be GG very, very quickly by that point on. So CS so far, good start, but again, it's only at the 2-minute mark, so Andy can still transpire throughout the series here. We'll still have to see whether or not CS will be able to do so. As BMM gets himself in position here, almost thinking about going for the jump, waiting for Senza to move in, but no, Senza gets jumped on first, so instead. So now NGX is trying to fight, trying to get a kill. That's going to be the cue now for Taku to make his move. He jumps straight on and does get the kill on the Jushi. Now they are going to try to convert this into a turret kill, but it's going to be dragging in Aaron into the mix as well. So unfortunately, CS has to back off here, not able to continue this push, but at least they managed to get the kill.
Very nicely done here from members of Cerberus, keeping them 4-0 across the board here at about the 3-minute and the 3-minute mark. And I'm thinking that this is actually working out wonders for members of Cerberus. I think they are actually, how to say, have made the necessary adjustments here. But like I said, if they are able to withstand this and accelerate the scaling that's coming for Genza and Dugby, then Nigma could actually look towards this game going 1-for-1, and we might be forced to go into a third game. Very, very good early game presence here being shown by Cerberus across the board.
The question though is that are they going to be able to sustain this advantage? Because once the Morgana and the Renekton come online, I think it's going to be a lot harder for them to actually win out these fights. So, you know, the early game, of course, we already expected Cerberus to be a lot stronger than NGX. So no surprise that they've already gotten 4 kills ahead so far. And I think it's only surprising that NGX wasn't able to get any trade whatsoever, even though they did manage to prolong a lot of these fights. So that could be a problem for NGX in the future, but they do have the safety net of at least having taken that first game. So it wouldn't be that much of a hurt if Cerberus does eventually dominate them by the time you get the mid-game stage. So let's see how it turns out, because the first Drake as well as the Rift Herald will be coming out in about 20 seconds. And looking at levels-wise, you know, looking very, very even across the board here. You two, though, of course, Cerberus Esports does have a slight economy advantage, but it's only because of kills. But I think in terms of power levels, they could still, I think NGX can still potentially put up a good fight.
I'm thinking the same. Excuse me. I am thinking the same thing too from NGX here, but I'm looking at it right now. Right, Cerberus has already 4 kills in their pocket already. Most of them going towards Melodious. We do see that there is 1 kill that goes over to BMM. He is wait, but before that, though, BMM in a little bit of trouble. But this is going to be opening up an opportunity for NGX to be able to score a dragon of their own.
Dragon for Rift Herald. Not exactly the most valuable trade here. The Infernal Drake, I think, is a lot more valuable than an early game Rift Herald, but nevertheless, though, Cerberus is going for the early game aggression anyway, so having the Rift Herald in hand would be definitely useful. And that damage coming in, I think NGX is not going to be in a good position to try to defend this turret, so I think they're just going to cut their losses, pull back, let CS take this W for a little while.
Alright, that's a big W here for Cerberus Esports. It is going to be the first turret, and it is going to be the turret of choice for Cerberus at mid-side. That's going to be opening up quite a bit here. That's going to be opening up the Baron side. That's going to be opening up the Dragon side. Why? Because mid lane is in the middle of everything. Gives in a lot of, I mean, it gives a lot of accessibility into the enemy jungle.
Yep.
But you have to be very wary on how much you want to step in. because there is still going to be quite a bit of danger here from NGX if they actually decide to stick towards the top side and try to make sure that Cerberus isn't taking advantage, isn't entering the field too easily. But we're going to see a fight there.
Taku, he backed off just at the right moment there because NGX was already setting up that Morgana to move in if they decide to press the issue any further. So a lot of respect actually that Cerberus is giving NGX at this point, which I find really interesting because it just goes to show that Cerberus doesn't really have every single item on their recipe book completely filled out yet. I think they're still just more focused on trying to take those objectives as opposed to taking all these all-out fights here. So definitely a very measured sort of game that's being played by Cerberus Esports right now, but it's only the thing they could do at this point because they still have a lot of defensive structures. Their tier 1 turrets are all still alive at this point, so they can still, you know, afford to hang back a little bit until this point when they now finally jump onto Aaron. 3 versus 1. Aaron's still very, very tanky though, still able to absorb all of that damage, but unfortunately Zed's damage does bleed through, and finally that will allow CS to be able to take the tier 1 turret on the Dragon lane, and it's going to compound the problem a little bit for NGX.
Deathmark from BMM is going to bring death towards Aaron, unfortunately, but we do see that for the side of Cerberus, it is going to be a perfect game here thus far. Not even a single member gone for the count, but I could have spoken a little bit too soon. NGX right now gonna go for Taku, but here comes the assault that comes from Melodious. We're going to be seeing a turnaround here, right into the binding. Beautifully done, coming in from the side of Cerberus. Despite that one, there goes the ultimate there by Chami. Gets stunned down, gets kaboomed. Double kill going over towards Melodious. Oh my goodness gracious me. Despite NGX scoring one, Cerberus fights back. Oh!
Did not expect the Z from the back, did you? BMM cleaning up house here on the Baron lane. That CS already taking 2 turrets in the space of 1 minute. So if anything else, they're certainly dominating this game right now. NGX gonna be left scrambling to figure out how to mitigate this damage now that they're already 5k behind in net worth.
Very, very much. I mean, every bit of civility runs out the window when Cerberus literally caught members of NGX overstepping their boundaries and overstaying their welcome in the Baron side. So I do think that Cerberus actually turned it around really well, despite them not being able to secure the Drake. But we're going to be seeing it here. Taku right now getting a bit aggressive onto Aaron. As we do see Chami is going to be hitting a level 10. That means that Transcendence is underway. It's going to be very interesting to see how that is going to scale into the fight. Because I think at level 10, when you're able to put another point into your ultimate, I think when you hit 6 stacks, you're able to shoot out waves that do some crazy amount of AoE damage for the side of NGX. So maybe that could be an opportunity for NGX to turn it around. But we do see that Herald, Shelly is going to come into play. As we see Melodious is going to be in the middle of it all.
Yeah, Taku just putting up a solid solo defense, but still lost that tier 1 turret nevertheless though. CS has been just focused on keeping the pressure going on the top and mid lanes, and now they just backed off into the jungle of NGX while the 5th Herald gets picked up by Melodious, pretty much solo and very much able to do so because of CS's control over the jungle on NGX's side. So now I think CS is very much firmly established themselves in the lead now. NGX, all they could do is just try to mitigate damage, and hope to be able to meet whatever attacks that come in from CS's side, which Melodious does get a jump here. It's getting only one champion on lockdown. They do get the kill onto the Morgana, but the rest of NGX is already backed off to the turret, which I don't think is looking long for this world, especially with the Rift Herald already on its way. CS just banking on the momentum coming in from this push here. Now that the tier 2 turret is down, CS is going to be able to pull back. The job is already done. They virtually have just ransacked the entirety of NGX's. But now, an attempt to try and fall back. It's been just a fate here because they came immediately back here to try to get some kills, and NGX already picked out Demon Kite. Can they get another one? Either Aaron or Draw. They're still tanking a lot of damage there thanks to Aaron bringing out his skills to bear. So CS unfortunately cannot make a follow-up here. They have to pull back.
11-1. Cerberus now dropping it, just dropping bombs onto NGX here. With every juncture, it seems that Cerberus just has dynamite in their hands, and they are using it effectively against Nigma Galaxy. And Nigma Galaxy just 6,000 gold behind, 6.5 thousand gold behind, to put it more precisely. And we do see that Cerberus is working out very, very well comparatively in game number 2. It seems that the necessary adjustments, as well as, like we said, calculated pressure, and just being very well aware of what your scaling can give to you, is catapulting Cerberus closer and closer to winning game number 2.
Yeah, again, I think the strategy has worked out very, very well for Cerberus as their picks have done so as well. And knowing that, you know, there's still even more to come in terms of the power spike here, I expect that the graph is going to have a very exponential look there, I think, by the time we get to the end of the game, because, my goodness, Cerberus is so far ahead now that, like, if NGX is going to be able to pull back from this, it's the Infernal Drake buff alone, I think it's not going to be enough. They need to be able to win out the next, like, the Baron fights, the next, even the next Rift Herald if it does come out. I don't think that's going to be on the cards now, but the next Dragon for sure needs to be an NGX's side. If Cerberus does pick that up, I think it's going to be pretty much game over by that point, even without the Baron.
Alright, what is going to be the next Drake in contention? It is going to be the Ocean Drake, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is the Ocean Drake. 30 more seconds until another Shelly comes up, if I'm not mistaken. So this is going to be very interesting for Cerberus Esports here. They are actually very spoiled for choice here.
Yeah, they are indeed. I mean, they have control over the jungle, and that's why they're trying to set up this gank here straight onto Jushi and Aaron, but Aaron able to peel back just in time, so CS didn't quite nail that hit there, so now they're going to be pulling back, continuing the pressure on the lanes here, but they know at least they have NGX back into a corner here as BMM attempts to try to put some damage onto Aaron, tries to drag their attention now, and it looks like CS is attempting to try to maneuver in, want to take down this tier 2 turret as quickly as they can, but still Aaron and Draw just keeping the spacing between them, preventing CS from being able to end this. Now they just stole the buff. They are just going to be pulling back here, not really forcing the issue too much, but ensuring that NGX is just constantly under pressure.
Yeah, just like the song says, under pressure as it's raining down on NGX, and it is all to the composing, to the very composed approach of Cerberus, very less messy, definitely, from Cerberus comparatively. Oh, I think maybe it comes from the fact that they are controlling the game on their own terms rather than they're playing towards the tempo of NGX. And I think this is where NGX is starting to show a little bit of very human qualities of weakness here. I mean, we're all human here, but it seems that from Cerberus right now, they are beyond divine, if I see it correctly. Because at every juncture, with maybe one kill being dropped here, Cerberus have been performing perfectly.
I mean, yeah, again, you know, having a kill lead of 10 kills certainly will do wonders to your confidence, right, when it comes to your plays. But I think more than that now, I mean, it's like CS has just finally got things to work out in the draft for them. So now NGX is just facing an uphill battle here in terms of trying to regain control, and the tempo was just solely lost to Cerberus Esports at this point now. So from this point on, I think Nigma's only kind of way out is just to win out the upcoming objectives, the Baron, the next Ocean Drake. You know, all these kind of objectives are just going to go a long way if Nigma is going to be able to attempt a comeback at this point, which is still not impossible. It's just that it's going to be really, really difficult.
It is going to be it's going to be extremely difficult here. We're going to be seeing Draw now in a bit of trouble here. We'll be taking a little bit of damage. I think about 20% of the HP has been gone, has been taken away. Nothing that Draw can't actually recover from. But it is going to put them in a bit of a back end here, back foot for NGX, because we're going to be seeing Cerberus right now under the guise of Genza's third skill. We'll be able to just keep moving forward here. Just remember, every time that they are under that shroud, they are untargetable unless it's by an aimed skill shot. So it's definitely going to be a little bit hard for members of NGX to be able to pull the trigger, mostly because of the inability for them to target Genza and whoever is underneath Genza on that third skill. Oh, look at that. Boy. Genza right now playing it very, very close to the chest, though.
He's going to force it.
Okay, I think Draw and the rest of the members of NGX here very, very much aware of the sneakiness that is Cerberus trying to pull a fast one underneath their noses. See that NGX right now will be committing towards denying the opportunity for Cerberus to score that particular Baron.
Yeah, now that the Ocean Drake is out, so that's going to add another objective here that Nigma may want to try to contest, but doesn't look like it could be able to make it in time, though. Ocean Drake is going to fall firmly into the hands of Cerberus Esports. Now they certainly will be having their eye on the big prize, which is going to be that Baron. If they have that, that's all the ingredients they need to make a final push. So NGX needs to be able to deny them at least that take. But then now with CS going back into the Shroud again, thanks to Genza, it's going to make it very hard for them to actually formulate a response here. And oh, even the blue buff goes to the way of CS as well. So my goodness, they're just having every single advantage in the hands. I mean, the cards that are probably in the hands of CS right now are probably looking very, very, very tasty, I think, at this point.
I don't know what kind of cards you like. It seems that cards can be tasty, but man's not going to judge. Looking at what we see for Cerberus here, cards are definitely working in their favor here. And it seems that every card that NGX draws seems to be a dead man's hand, because those cards just don't seem to be able to break the house, because Cerberus is just so well versed in their ability to pull those cards away from NGX and just turn it around for them. And I'm thinking that this is going to be a problem. This is very prevalent. It's very hard to cast a game like this where there is just a very big, clear disadvantage for one team. And one team is just trying their level best to just, not to say stay alive, but trying to wrestle control. And when you have a team that's kind of like 4 or 5 steps behind and it's getting closer and closer towards the win condition of Cerberus, I think that it's going to be tough.
It's just getting harder and harder every second that ticks by, doesn't it? I mean, we're already at the 18-minute mark now, and Cerberus Esports just taking these pushes very slow and methodically, not really, you know, drawing out NGX to longer, more sustained fights, but just more of like completing the objectives, making sure they take the bus, making sure they set up good ambushes, which may be on the cards. Draw, gonna get to the tipped on. Oh, they are back up. They're going to be able to get a lockdown onto Juicy here, but now they want to try to bring the follow-up. It's not quite coming true until Melodis comes in just at the right moment. Now getting into the mix, he's going to be tanking a lot of damage on the front line there, but Aaron is doing his level best here to get the trace. He does get the one. Now he's going to be splitting the fight a little bit as Chami camps and does get a double kill here for NGX. Could be this be the turnaround that NGX needs, because now they only have Tugby running with his tail tucked between his legs back to the tier 1 turret, and that tier 1 turret falls as soon as NGX walks upon his path.
This is a problem that comes in from Chami here because of the hybrid damage that comes with the kit that is available for a Kale. The fact that he does have not only the Rod of Ages, he does have his Wit's End, and not Wit's End, is that Wit's End? A Nash's Tooth, as well as Lichbane and the Rabadon Death Cap. It is going to be a heck of an advantage for members of NGX. This is where they are trying their level best to steal it away. This is going to be paramount for Cerberus to come towards that bottom side, play towards the Dragon, get that Elder Drake, and try to put members of NGX back. There has to be a little bit of respect garnered there from NGX towards Cerberus, and we're very well aware that Cerberus is very much cognizant of the damage potential that Chami is able to pull out.
Well, that's the thing. Nigma needs to use this next 2-3 minutes in order to try to get as many kills and maybe even more objectives. Just like the kill they just did onto Duck B. They now try to convert this into objective kill. Now they're just trying to find any more stragglers from CS's side. Can't quite find any, so they just aim straight away for the tier 2 turret. Look at how quickly this push is gone for Nigma Galaxy. They're now banging upon that tier 3 turret now, and CS is just desperate to try to hold them off, hold them at bay, keeping the distance, keeping the spacing going, but NGX still is able to tie them over, takes the next set of turrets, and now thinking about backing up, or are they thinking about going for the fight to continue on? They still have minions, but they don't really have the advantage anymore in Surprise, so they will be peeling back, they will be recalling back to base. CS will live on to try to fight, but man, NGX almost had them right, the backs against the wall.
I think it was very wise for members of Cerberus there to back away. We do see that it is going to be BMM hanging out about or towards the Drake. To be able to get a little bit of vision over that, but look at that. Look at how fast Chami is able to pull it out. gonna be seeing there. Oh, this is gonna be bad in the middle of it all. Melodious is gonna be caught in it. This is gonna be bad. It's gonna be exploded. It's gonna be reviving. This is gonna be the beginning of the end for Cerberus. If this keeps up, they need one more. There goes the GA on towards one. Triple kill going over to Chami. Chami is unstoppable. Somebody stop that man! One by one, they're gonna be taken down. Cerberus loses so much of the lead. If this keeps up, Genza gets taken down. Dominating is going to be another double kill. Godlike for NGX. There it goes, the ace. We don't need a third game, Victor. What was happening? Cerberus was like a conductor. Every note hit the perfect place. If you're like playing those rhythm games like Guitar Hero, you're hitting a perfect score. And then suddenly you just lose out on everything. Why?
Objectives. That's all I can say. Objectives.
Oh my days.
The thing is that Enigma Galaxy, they bid that time. They kind of like, they knew they were already quite far behind early game on. I mean, Cerberus was already beating them in kills and they weren't able to get any trades. So they knew that they just have to focus on the objectives from that point on. They cannot really take on those fights. But then once they already got the Baron and the Elder Drake as well, and that was off the backs of like really tightly closely fought fights between them and Cerberus, but the important thing is that they had the objective in hand. They had the buffs, so they knew that in spite of like Cerberus getting stronger and stronger, they knew that at least they had the capability to match that aggression that they were being shown that early game. So finally, once it all came together, that's it. They were able to just roll them over one by one, and we see it, a 2-0 game.
I just feel really sad for Cerberus. I'm pretty sure. I mean, if Cerberus members or Cerberus fans are watching, don't be too hard on yourselves, because Cerberus did actually deliver a very, very well hard-fought fight. But I guess that to use the analogy of a sinking boat, it started with one hole. They were like, it's okay. I mean, there's only one hole, and then another hole came up, and then a bigger hole came up. Then there was only one bucket and 5 people. It's gonna sink anyway, right?
Yeah.
So I felt that for Enigma Galaxy, they were very, very wise to make sure that, yeah, I think we're sinking, but if we play this right, we'll make the other team sink faster than us. And it was all mostly because of how Chami was able to basically pop off and scale really well. Let's take a look at the replays here. It's going to be 80% at least for the first 5 to 10 minutes of just Cerberus dogpiling and basically playground bullying Enigma Galaxy, but the scaling, it seems that just Chami just scaled better than everybody else.
I mean, that's just off on the back of like Melodious is a really strong Pantheon, right? I mean, again, Pantheon is absolutely a beast during these early game phases, and CES definitely used that to the advantage to get that 10-point lead in kills, and even managed to get themselves all the way up to the tier 3 turret base. But NGX, in spite of not being able to get the trades, I think most importantly is that they did not allow Cerberus to gain access to that final bit there, even though they already were just mostly forced to scrap inside the jungle. They made sure that all of these troubles were just contained to the jungle here. So that was what allowed Enigma to win this particular fight onwards. So, but then when it came to the later parts of the game, especially once the Melodious already massively slowed down in its scaling, and that was when Genza and Duckby were meant to pick up. But at this point, NGX was already making good moves here, just quickly taking the Dragon, making sure that CS was denied that. And I think the next fight that came after this allowed, or rather opened up the opportunity for NGX to go for the Baron as well. And just look at the amount of like focus they had to do onto Taku, onto Melodious. They knew that as long as they could aim these weaker ones and isolate both BMM, Genza, and Duckby, they knew they will be able to take them down one by one just due to the amount of single target damage they were able to do.
And I think what's it called for Chami, right? I think it was very wise for us to highlight the fact that he does have the Banshee's Veil. And I think that's going to be very, very important to note, that not only does he have a spell shield, he's able to maybe avoid a stun, or maybe even a follow-up that could come from Genza, or maybe even from BMM, or Melodious. Oh, we pronounced him wrong. It's not Melodious. It's Melodious. Yeah, we keep saying it very wrong. So we would like to apologize to Twitch chat. We can imagine very angry Twitch chatters right there. It's Melodious, guys. Come on. Okay. So big things come in those who are patient. And Chami is the basically the human representation of patience and scaling. 7, 1, and 4. Not to take away from Genza and Dugby, but when you have 7, 1, and 4, 21,000, 6,000, about 7,000 gold advantage over Genza and Dugby, I think that just goes to show that they just needed to find a way to actually negate Chami in that particular instances, because he was able to free farm quite a bit, he was able to push off quite a bit, and because Taku isn't exactly a very oppressive champion, unless with some jungle intervention, I felt like, yeah, there were some really good jungle advantages coupled up with Meliodas as well as Taku, but it wasn't enough to keep Chami on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting to see that, Chami only had one death actually throughout. So, early game, definitely he just took a step back. That allowed CS basically to get kills, but that's only on the weaker champions there on NGX's side. And especially when you see the amount of damage and even the amount of damage taken here by Chami, it's just way higher than everyone else. So this goes to show how important Chami was to NGX's kind of victory towards the late game there, because once he was able to come online, that was when the tides kind of turned here, and Cerberus Esports were kind of forced back. They weren't able to kind of like win those fights as easy as it did before. And yeah, I think NGX really played a very good game here, just by virtue of like even when Cerberus got that far ahead in the lead, they were still able to prioritize the Chami's farm, make sure they was able to get his items up to speed, and by the end of the game, that allowed them finally to be able to get the win.
Looking at how Enigma Galaxy has been performing across the board, like, wow. It was Cerberus from start to finish. Literally, I think what compounded it the worst was you can literally see the visual representation of literally Enigma just evening out with them, about to go even with them, and by that time already Cerberus is too late because the death timers are so long. I felt like the pressure that Cerberus exacted onto Enigma was exactly what Cerberus needed to do, but closing it out was the difference there. The Elder Drake, that was the biggest ball drop. The Baron drop, that was also another bigger ball drop for Cerberus, and because those two things came back to back, is definitely going to be a huge fill up. I think it was close towards the 20-minute mark, because we can see that there's the Baron indicator just below the 20-minute mark, and after the 20-minute mark was the Elder Drake. Look at that drop, and look at this even bigger drop. Holy cow!
Yeah.
From one spectrum all the way down to the other side of the spectrum. That is a huge swing.
So I think like one thing also important to point out was that NGX, they went for the Infernal Drake, whereas like Cerberus, they went for the Rift Herald, and they did get both Rift Heralds actually during this early phase. So you think that would give them an advantage, but it didn't quite work out, because what the NGX was playing was the long game. They knew that as long as they had the Infernal Drake buff, which was literally the first dragon that came out, that was going to be the key for them, to try to build up that late game power. So once, like I said, once they had the Baron, and once they had that Mountain and the Elder Drake, that pretty much tided things over for them and allowed them finally to actually have a leg up onto CES. That's why you saw the huge drop off from that point on, because it's objectives. Objectives matter so much more in this patch, compared to previous patches, and teams really need to be able to adapt to that, especially in this skirmish meta.
I think also with the fact that skirmish metas actually give quite a bit of rewards here for not only that, when you go into like public games and ranked games, right, there's a little bit of uncoordination here, mostly because of sometimes you're not able to communicate with those teams. But I don't know about you guys, we have a small little interview here with Jushi. Let's pick his brain apart and see what he has in store for us in terms of the questions that we're going to be reading up for him. Hello, Jushi! How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
All right. Okay. Enigma Galaxy game number 2 going up against Cerberus. You guys were being smacked like you were the little kid in the playground. Was it all part of the plan to just give all of those eggs to Chami and hope he scales out? Or was there another, even madder plan to come forward?
Actually, that's our plan, and because Chami's champion is Kale, and Kale is known for a scaling champion, right? And we know that our enemy is all their champion are early game champions, and we expect that. So when they do the early game when they do the early game power, we just let them farm our jungle camps and give them our turrets because we're avoiding them to fight and let Chami scale.
All right.
And we're waiting for them to commit mistakes so we can fight.
All right. One thing I really want to ask you, Jushi, specifically from the jungle perspective, right, is was it very paramount for you to be able to create winning situations for Chami, or did you feel like Chami can sustain as long as he doesn't die, but it was more important for you to try to affect some of the other lanes, or was it all on Chami from start to finish?
Yeah. It's all for Chami.
It was all on Chami. All right, so man definitely deserves a cookie for sure. I mean, I'm very sure you as a jungler and you as the team, I bet there were some moments of panic, wasn't there?
I mean,
at first, we're panicking in early game because all of our enemies are really aggressive and we don't know what to do. And then some of us told that just let Chami scale, and we do that.
So, sorry, I'll just go ahead and ask. So, in that kind of situation, right? What do you guys do to kind of like keep your head in the game, so to speak? Because you already see that Service was trying to already going ahead in terms of the kill lead. So, what do you guys do to kind of like keep you guys focused on how you guys want to play this out?
We just tower hug because we know that their items are so many, and we just clear some minions.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Before we would like to call this interview to an end, Jushi, we would like to congratulate your team as well as you on the jungler role. I do think that your presence as well definitely helped out the team. But I need to ask you, right? Guess the MVP. We're playing a game right now. Who do you think was the MVP for that? You can pick yourself, so don't worry about that. I don't know whether you're going to get a raise for that, but you can pick yourself. So who do you think was the biggest MVP in that game? Game number 2 just now.
I think it's Chami.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. It is Chami. I mean, no surprises there. A KDA of 9.5, kill participation of 73.5, goal per minute of 843, damage per minute of 1,254, and a damage taken per minute of 953. This is your series MVP for match number 2 from Nigma Galaxy, Chami.
Yeah, that was exactly, it was a game plan for you guys from the start. So again, that was really well played here by Nigma Galaxy. It looks at points though that almost it looked as if the Nigma Galaxy was going to be losing out this game completely, but still they were able to get it back. So yeah, then again, congratulations, Joshi. That was a really good game there, and wish you guys best of luck in your journey ahead.
Thank you for your time, Jushi. We do hope better games for you, and we do hope that you don't have to go through so much emotional and mental trauma from getting all of that. Take care of yourself, Jushi. Drink some water. You deserve it. That was a really good game from you, and definitely give Chami a big pat on the back and maybe a cookie because he pulled a lot of that weight. Take care, Jushi. See you again soon.
Thank you.
Well, wow. I mean, he was very honest, right? I mean, he was just saying, yeah, we were panicking in the game, so we just decided to tower hug. No big deal, I mean, to be a fly on the wall, to see how hectic and how tense comms are going to be when that situation arises for Enigma Galaxy, right?
And then again, you know, that's just the mark of really good and experienced teams, you know, is that no matter the kind of high pressure situations they were put into, they were still able to meet that pressure, and they knew exactly what they needed to get the win condition in the end. And as long as they did everything towards that, they knew they will have it in the end.
All right, for those of you who don't know, this Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters the most. They were winning from start to finish, but Enigma Galaxy shows we win harder, and that's where it matters the most. And of course, a big shout out to Unleashing the Beast Monster Energy Drink. Do go over to monsterenergy.com/gaming for more information. And despite a big beast, I don't know about you, but the vitamins that were taken by Cerberus were definitely showing how much of a beast they were. But it seems that Enigma Galaxy just decided to just down a whole case and show we're the bigger beast right now and immediately end the game. Do remember to join our Discords as well for memes, for banter, for, of course, you know, for giving us notes that I could pass off for myself. And of course, the upcoming match is going to be Persis Esports going up against Evos. And I don't know about you, the Indonesian teams have always been very passionate. They've always been very, how to say, there's just this fire inside them. Let's just hope it brings them some big victories against Evos, excuse me. This is Victor, I'm Hound. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll be back after these messages. We'll see you in a bit, guys.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a word.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Hound. Alongside with me is Victor Cax. We are serving as your commentary team or commentary duo for today. Support. And I think he's the ADC right now. Support, right? So I don't know about you guys, but it has been one heck of a ride. All right, it has been crazy. We are at, I think, our midway point, right? There's a total of 4 matches, right?
Yeah.
So a total of 4 matches, potentially 12 games, but judging from what we have seen thus far, RRQ going 2-0, Enigma Galaxy going 2-0 as well. Maybe this could be the running theme for today.
Well, maybe, just maybe. But then again, we're talking about some of the top teams here, you know, up against some of the other teams from the other regions. So let's see whether or not the next few matchups here are going to be providing something a little bit closer to home, maybe. But then, you know, judging from the last 2 games we saw so far, I mean, it just basically it came down to like dominant displays sometimes at the points. I mean, Nigma certainly were able to play even from behind, and we're able to eke out the win here from Cerberus Esports, as did Rex Regim Kion, RRQ there. So both of these teams will be on top of the leaderboard, of course, with that single win, where Cerberus and Team Flash are sitting right at the bottom here in this Swiss-style leaderboard here. So they still have plenty of opportunities later on, but then unfortunately the opportunity is going to be after today.
All right, so looking at how Rex RRQ, Nigma have been performing, they are going to be very comfortable at the top of the leaderboard here. Evos Esports is going to be going up next against Persis, so this is going to be interesting to see who is going to be filling up that 3rd spot. Miram United as well as Echo Fortius are going to be next in line after Evos and Persis are done doing their in the middle of it all scrum. So it's going to be important to see. Cerberus as well as Team Flash, no wins yet. They are going to be on the losing end, but they may have chances here. Remember, this is a single round robin, so they will be fighting every team in the bracket at least once. To see how that's going to transpire, maybe some of the matches are going to be played tomorrow, but for today, we are going to at least be seeing the next match between the Indonesian powerhouse of Persis Esports, which basically means persistent, going up against Evos. I guess Evos, what, Evolution? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure, right? Maybe so.
Maybe.
I'm just making the assumption. Don't quote me on that. Don't add me on Twitter on that, right? So, until then, persistence could be the key here for the Indonesian team. Historically and strategically, Indonesian teams tend to suffer quite a bit because they always go for very, very hyper-aggressive pickups. But let's take a look at the Persis roster. Maybe there may be some big changes here. Turfs, Jurl, Techmaturgy, Dewa, and Tobu. If I remember correctly, this is a whole, I think, a pretty entirely new Persis Esports. This is the same Persis Esports that I was familiar with during one of the other tournaments that I casted on. So this could be a fresh start for Persis. I'm just going to be imagining a whole different type of dynamic here moving forward.
I mean, showing themselves to be part of the 2 Indonesian squads here, I think they certainly have lived up to their reputation here, even though they're a new lineup. But knowing that the Indonesian squads is kind of tendency to go for this high risk, high reward style of plays, you know, I'm going to be expecting to see Persis Esports maybe continue that trend and hopefully be able to bring us some really big plays here coming into their matchup.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting here. With the fact that that Persis Esports may be under the... I mean, for the most part, from seeing how the Indonesian region plays, right, they do have one thing that they do really, really, really well, and that is aggression, especially early game aggression. Considering now that skirmishing is such a big parcel of a successful Wild Rift team to be able to get a very good early game advantage, this could be a story where Persis could actually turn the tables here, because if I remember correctly, maybe about a few months back, Persis Esports was literally swept on the floor by, I think it was Evos. So we are going to be looking at our key player for this match. It's going to be Dewa, big man himself here, Action. With Ari as well as Lux are going to be his choices here. 7.2 KDA, kill participation 71.9, goal per minute of 782.1. Damage per minute is going to be 1,121 to 0.9, whereas damage taken per minute 231.9.
Very much glass cannon-ish kind of stats, isn't it? But then again, that's a huge amount of damage potential there that Dewa has been able to do. And you know, with a face as fierce as that, I think enemy teams are going to be very intimidated when they try to face off against him in the one-on-one kind of battle.
Look at the discrepancy there. For the damage per minute taken, for the damage per minute dealt compared to damage taken per minute, that's actually a really big deal here. And I guess it goes to show that when it comes to some of these team fights, right, he doesn't exactly want to be too close to it, considering the champion choices that he has on the right side of the screen here. Akshan can stay relatively safe. Range-wise, I think amongst these two champions, it's going to be Lux that has the most range there. So maybe because of a slight skew in terms of him favoring Lux and Ari over Akshan, maybe that's why the damage taken per minute could be on the lower end of the spectrum.
I mean, typically when you play those kind of marksman roles, you usually want to stay out of trouble for the most part, and I think this stats definitely show that Dewa knows how to keep himself, you know, in a very good position in order to deal that sort of damage, right? And maybe some of that damage taken has been mitigated as well, but that certainly shows that Dewa has a lot of micro ability.
All right, Evos Esports, the names that seem to not change over the years. Tipper, Valdez, G4, VVV at Triple V or VVV, and Supporter. This is going to be very interesting indeed. The Thai team of Evos Esports have been very legendary indeed. Tipper regarded as one of the best Baron laners out there, with the ability of Valdez to just be an enabler for Tipper to be able to just wreak havoc. We have seen it time and time again, but Tipper has actually had a bit of a rocky patch. I think maybe a few patches ago, where it wasn't entirely conducive towards his playstyle. G4 as well has been a very interesting pickup here for Evos Esports, with his ability to actually bring quite a lot to the table in terms of his mid lane presence. But VVV and Supporter as well, it seems that they have finally found a very good synergy between themselves, because I'm very sure that VVV and Supporter here are definitely going to be a very strong bot lane duo, dragon lane duo. This is Evos Esports, spicier than your mama's somtam, baby.
Yeah, I mean, what hasn't been said about Evos at this point, right? But, you know, I do want to note that, you know, when you have teams that have played with each other for a very long time, that means that, you know, the level of trust, the level of communication between these guys must be immensely good. So for them to be able to maintain not only their reputation but make performances throughout the year is certainly something to be behold.
Something to actually take into account here is that Valdez's two top plate champions have been banned 100% leading up to this point. So this is going to be very interesting here. For Jill, I think it is going to be only the Lee Sin that has been banned thus far. Kha'Zix has been picked. We haven't seen a Shyvana yet, but look at the statistics here. Kill participation tells a whole different story, but KDA, I feel that that's just a whole story that just goes to show, it sets the tone to show that Jill tends to favor a more kill heavy kind of a champion pickup, whereas Valdez may actually be more of a utility support, or maybe trying to create opportunities for his other teammates to snowball.
I mean, that goes to show the variety of playstyles that can happen when you're in the jungle role, right? You can either be the really oppressive, you know, hyper-aggressive style of jungler that's always out to get kills, or you can be the one that it's really all about the setup, all about the pressure, and making sure that, you know, your teammate scales alongside with you. So maybe that might be the difference of playstyle here that's really putting that difference in terms of the stats. But, you know, I digress. You know, for the most part, I would still think that as long as you play a really good jungle, no matter what kind of like playstyle you do, as long as you play that role right, you can still be on top.
All right, Twitch chat, look into thy crystal ball, look into thy future. Tell us, what is your vote? Cast your vote in the Twitch chat here. Brought to you by Snapdragon. Match predictions on you guys. We would like to get your predictions, and of course, if you get it right, we're gonna call it our own. So for those of you guys who don't know, we, Hound, and Victor are going to be going for Evos Esports. I think that regardless of what Persis brings to the table, I think Evos is just way more established, and I think they are just way more experienced in my opinion. I could be wrong. Maybe Persis could actually surprise us. But even if it is a surprise, I'm very hard-pressed to say that, well, we're all in agreement here. If Pondo is saying that it's going to be Evos, we're all on the right path here.
I mean,
we're all on the right path. If Pondo said it was Persis, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to go change my vote now.
I mean, the guy is already 2 for 2 at this point here. So if anything else, I would trust in Pondo. I'll trust in Pondo here.
In Pondo's predictions, we trust.
Yeah, but no surprise that Evos is probably a favorite from a lot of us, and that's just off of the reputation alone, isn't it? I mean, Evos has been known to be putting out some extremely explosive performances throughout their many years of competing here, and whereas Persis here, especially with like a new lineup, I think they're definitely coming into this as a bit of an underdog, I have to say. So, you know, they could have a potential surprise here, but then for the most part, we still have a lot of like confidence, I think, we put it that way, that in Evos' ability to perform.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one here. It's going to be a battle of Indonesia versus Thailand. Who has the spicier gameplay? I was gonna say food, but I don't want to get too hungry on stream. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what Evos has on the table. Maybe I may be a little bit outdated in terms of Tipper. Maybe there might be some changes towards Tipper's playstyle here, but I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not this is going to be the Tipper that I know from Icons, or whether it's going to be a whole new different Tipper, because I think Evos benefits from the fact that they're quite a close-knit team, and I don't think their roster has changed marginally. Like, the changes in the roster hasn't been marginally huge.
Yeah, and certainly Orts can appreciate whenever they have a very stable lineup, because it means that it's more about refining sort of like whatever they already have in their present lineup, more than trying to adjust things and see how you can try to, you know, make improvements. And sometimes those adjustments don't necessarily work out, especially when you bring in new players, right? So I think what Evos has going for them is just the wealth of experience they've had, you know, in past competitions, as well as the synergy that they already have naturally, having played for so many years together. So if anything, Persis, like I said, is coming into this as an underdog, so they will definitely have the potential surprises. Let's see whether that happens though, because the draft is now here.
Picks and bans are right underneath her. Persis is going to go immediately for the Castlin ban here. About 100% Castlin ban here across the board. We do see that Lucian as well as Yumi as well are very popular bans as well. We do see Jace also coming into the ban rotation. So I'm not going to be surprised if these champions are going to be unplayable up until the point where at the end of the finals too. I'm not entirely surprised if that's going to be the case, because Castlin too much oppression here in terms of his mobility, in terms of his ability to impact a lot of these other lanes here, Victor. But judging from what we're seeing here, this could be a pick cadence that could actually give quite a bit of attention towards maybe the bot lane duo. I think we've seen quite a bit in terms of the pickups here. It's either going to be a top lane pickup here, or they're going to go for the bot lane duo, for the Dragon lane duo to just commit towards either getting the scaling Senna and Nasus up, or maybe they're going to go for something different entirely.
Yeah, I mean, they're banning out a Morgana though, and in response, Evos is banning out a Camille. No surprise the Camille ban, but I wonder, like, I mean, like I said, probably it's just more priority to the bottom lane picks here coming into this first round of picks, right? But let's see, still one more ban to go from Evos' side. And, you know, once that's done, Persis Esports will have the first pick, so that's going to set the tone pretty much, I think, as the last ban comes through from Evos Esports, and now Persis having the first pick.
I do think that from what is being shown by Evos, they are going to be trying to get Jax away from the hands of Tufts, and I'm thinking that that could be a very much targeted ban. I think this is out of the, how to say, the realm of not to say impossibility. I think this is not outside the realm of impossibility with regards to targeting Tufts away from Jax. They immediately go for the Jace. I think it's a very good option here. The Shock Blast right into the Hyper Acceleration Gate is going to be so detrimental to any of these teams that aren't able to be quick on their feet and dodge it. Hitbox also is extremely annoying to deal with. We're going to see Valdez here going up with the Lee Sin. They immediately want to lock it down. We've seen Lee Sin actually banned out about almost 100% of the time up until this match. And immediately Valdez just jumps on it. Techmaturgy immediately goes for the Kha'Zix. That's most likely go to the hands of Joe.
Yeah, I mean, Lee Sin, now a Renekton picked up here by Evos Esports, so that's already a very handy lineup that Evos has built for themselves, haven't they? I mean, granted, you do have the range in the form of the Lux, and Kha'Zix can be doing Kha'Zix things for Persis Esports, but I wonder what Evos is going to be coming up to pair them with here. As the next round of bans does come through, but you know, it's interesting to see that Lee Sin was left up from the pick here, and Evos was able to use it straight away. So I hope that that's not going to be too much of a problem for Persis' side, as the last round of bans have come through. Senna has been banned out, and so has Rakan.
Wow. Persis actually giving quite a bit of attention towards Dewa, and I think that's the reason why they're looking for the. I think that's the reason why he is the key player here. When you see a 3-ban stack, especially towards the second cadence, or especially the second phase of the pick and ban phase, focused towards these 3 bot laners, it definitely goes to show that they really want Dewa to literally be popping off. So I'm thinking that Jill may actually give Dewa Lux, and Tobu is going to be the one giving Garen to Techmaturgy, and it's going to be set piloted by Tobu.
Yeah.
Yep. There it is.
Exactly. Called it exactly right there. Tipper is going to be playing the Renekton, Valdez on the Lee Sin. G4, they picked up a Corki in the final pick here for Evos Esports, and that goes along with the Karma and the Gragas here. Supports are going to be on the Gragas for sure. So yeah, I mean, what are your impressions about this pick so far?
I really like it here because Evos actually shows quite a very good understanding of what they wanted to disallow Persis, because they know for a fact that this Alistar and Rakan bans here is definitely targeted as Tobu. Tobu is actually very proactive. If you're able to cut Tobu's ability to create a conducive environment for Dewa to pop off, then it's going to be hard for them to actually get those scalings, and actually Persis will actually have to play that game of catch-up. You know, I mean, we're 2 steps behind you. Every step that Evos is going to take is just going to leave Persis deeper and deeper into the dust. On paper, technically, I'm going to give Evos a definite favorite, but judging from the composition that I'm seeing from Persis, it's all a matter of execution. I do think that they have the tools to actually bring Evos to their knees crumbling, but against Evos, there is so much of challenges here because of their overall ability to shut down those Dewa if they so choose.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a key thing, right? That's why they're all kind of focusing those, especially those last round of bans, to ensure that they're going to be able to force out the pick here for Dewa's side. So yeah, I think that's pretty much going to be the name of the game here. They already recognize who are going to be the stronger summoners that is on the side of Persis Esports, and they're going to do whatever they can to try to counteract it, especially in this first game.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a huge problem here. Let's take a look at our matchup. Persis Esports on blue side going up against Evos Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, match number 3, game number 1 is going to come underway. When winning matters, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Let's just hope that either of these teams will be able to give us a back and forth one, because man oh man, has today been a heck of a doozy.
Yeah, Perseus is already taking a very aggressive positions up by the river, just waiting to see if Evos is going to be attempting an incursion. Seems like only 1 incursion so far on the top side here, but quickly backing off and seeing that the lineup is already placed there, just ready to meet any intrusion onto the side of Persis Esports. So no big encounters so far, just going to be down to the laning phases here. Everyone is just pretty much fitted into their places, and looks like we're going to be set to go for this laning phase of the game.
Yeah, I do think that for a lot of these players, they are going to basically work out the opportunities to play these early game skirmishes, but they have to be very careful for Persis in general, right? Because of Jill. I mean, remember what we said? Every time that you want to actually go into the jungle, if you go into the jungle alone, you're basically going to be food for the cockroach. Jill, who's piloting the Kazakhs. So if actually Evos plays it like how Nigma did a couple of times, whenever they wanted to go into the jungle, they always go in a group, then this could actually put Jill into a bit of a kerfuffle here. Does he actually spend a bit of time ganking, or does he spend a bit of time farming up so he'll be able to get the itemization that he needs? Is definitely going to be a question that is going to be haunting him for the entirety of it, because we do see Valdez here is actually trying to follow up with Jill, but it's got to be careful that he doesn't end up being caught alone topside here fight here.
Ooh, a bit of a tuffle there between Tuss and Tipper, as Tuff sustain a lot of damage there, but so does Tipper as well. This leads both of them are still kind of balanced, so they're still maintaining themselves in the middle there. Now Tuff's trying to get a jump on the Tipper, but Loco, watch out. Valden is coming in, and Tuff's could be in deep, deep trouble if he doesn't get out of the way quickly enough. Does get himself out of the way of that skill shot there, so doesn't quite get himself taken down just in the nick of time there for Tuff, but he's still sticking around. So is Valdez there. So Valdez still trying to find a way to jump on top. He gets onto Tuffs. He does get the first blood. Lee Sin with the first kill coming in here for Evos Esports. Is this the situation that Persis was not looking for? Or are they going to be able to get one back here as Valdez is a little bit low? Tabu is attempting to try to get a shot, but no, the range is just not quite right for him. Valdez looks like he will still be able to recall back and get back to safety.
Evos right now scoring first blood in their favor here. It seems that the first drop of blood is going to go to, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to go to Valdez there, and it is going to be Tufts that is spilling that blood onto his top side. And very fortunate for them, Jill is nearby, trying to give a little bit of help to Tobu as well as Dewa, and it seems that the early game advantage here for Evos is going to be their ability to track Jill and where he's going. As you can see here, as Jill shows up towards the bot side, immediately towards mid side, Valdez shows up as well.
Yeah, supporter now trying to get the jump as Gragas onto Tobu there. Can't quite keep him locked down though. VVV attempting to try to bring the damage, does drag him back a little bit. Now Valdez comes in, the Lee Sin gets the, no, sorry, it's the Gragas that actually gets a kill, but Lee Sin certainly did the bulk of the damage there. Certainly it would be a lot better if Lee Sin was able to get the credit for that, but nevertheless, the fight still continues in the mid lane. Tetamergy taking a lot of damage there, had to fall back in that 2v1, but needed a Corki, was able to blast him down completely, so still is able to keep himself in the game. The Garen's going to be meeting the Tipper here on the top lane, trying to burst him down a little bit. That's going to be forcing out a bit of rotation as Supporter comes in here, trying to keep the other tree away from his teammate though, but didn't quite work out as he gets taken down as well. That's 2 kills for virtually no deaths on the side of Perseus.
I'm not entirely sure on how Perseus is going to be able to turn this, excuse me, not Perseus, Evos, yeah, excuse me. So we're going to be seeing Valdez there, getting into Dragon's Rage. All right, out the Tough, doesn't know whether or not he wants to go for it. Demacia Justice could drop down, but we do see that he is going to just give a little bit of the idea that maybe other members of Evos are going to get over to the top side here. I got a little bit confused there. I combined Evos and Persis and made it Perseus for some reason. So I'm very, very sorry for those of you at home for that bit of a stumble and fumble there. But one thing is for certain, Evos right now knocking on the top side turret with the pressure that they're accruing for themselves.
Yeah, as long as they got supporter just lurking around the back there, they know that the Garen here can't really afford to try to counter-attack here. So naturally, looks like they're going to be falling back a little bit as they're going to continue to keep the space going there to allow the Lee Sin to farm. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the Corki facing a lot of pressure here, isn't able to keep that minion line back here, so he's going to be falling back to base while the rest of his team going to be gathering around for this Rift Herald is going to be coming on in a few seconds though, but Persis is already setting themselves up quite well, getting the crab kill in the middle there. Now that's going to allow them to have free vision around where the Rift Herald is, so they're not quite going for the Rift Herald take quite yet. They're still awaiting maybe some extra farm from their side, or maybe awaiting for Evos' first move here and just respond to it. But for now, Evos looks like they will have a bit of focus here onto this Drake, as Valdez is already around the corner here, already getting himself quite farmed up, and he's going to pretty much solo this this Drake here, unless Persis is going to be coming in for the steal. Look at that, Gerald is already coming in there. He's waiting for the rest of his team to try to follow up. It's waits for the dragon to come down. Oh, they do get the dragon away from them though, and unfortunately, that's that's going to compound a problem for Evos because it's still going to be stuck in a bit of a battle here. Valdez taking a lot of damage. Would that be a kill? Oh, he just gets out of the way just in the nick of time and takes on the takes on the Garen instead. Now they do get the trades though in the form of Tubbs and Jurl, but still it's just 2 for 2 so far. But I think by my estimation, I think Evos pretty much lost out because they lost out the Dragon.
Yeah, I think it is. I don't think it was 2 for 2. I think it was a 3 for 2 in favor of Persis. Persis, excuse me. Oh my goodness. Evos right now trying their level best to make sure that they don't lose out on this objective. You have highlighted already how important it is these objectives are, right? And I'm very sure that Evos doesn't want to be on the receiving end of the loss. We do see that for Tubbs as well as Jill and Dewa. They are going to be pushing out for the Herald.
A bit slow though.
It's going to be a bit slow. We're going to be seeing that in the middle of it all. Tobu is going to get in, but it is going to go over towards Evos here. Final Spark going to be able to hit 2. Not going to be enough. We're going to be seeing Jill in the middle of it all. Oh my goodness. He just went into the middle of 4 and immediately got busted up for it. Jill did the right thing, but the amount of damage that came out from the members of Evos was a little bit too much here, and it seems that Evos right now evens it out a little bit more.
I mean, right time, wrong place maybe, because like he was pretty much going in solo at that point by going for the jump, wasn't he? So, I mean, Persis, again, you know, they can still afford to lose Rift Herald. It's still, they already have the Drake in hand already, so by my estimation, that's a far more important objective compared to the Rift Heralds, but at least for Evos' side, they can still continue to keep some lane pressure going from this stage on, but still, that losing that Dragon there, they cannot afford to lose too much of that, as G4 is going to get jumped on here, and fortunately, Karen gets the kill onto the Corki, so he's going to be out for the next 20 seconds.
Oh, this is going to be a very, very unfortunate turn of events for G4 here, and Persis is actually bringing in quite a bit of damage here on towards members of Evos, but it seems that a little bit of their aggression is starting to be punished by members of Evos here. It seems that, especially Joe,
yeah,
he tends to overcommit to some of these fights, I feel.
Overextending a lot in this early phase, and that's not something you want to kind of do, unfortunately, especially against a team as strong as Evos, who already has, what, Corki, Lee Sin, and Karma. This is not going to bode well for them if Jero continues to lose these fights here and lose his life. I mean, still at level 9 at the moment. If anything, he should be on par with Tekama Emergy by this point here, but those 2 kills of those 2 deaths have certainly put him a little bit behind. He's gonna try to gain it back though by taking this red buff, but again, the Kazakhs really needs to be coming into form here because he plays a very important role on Persis' side of maintaining that sort of intimidation and presence for his team. So now things are settling down a little bit, no objectives to fight over, and so far the lanes are very much one-sided. You know, Evos has already taken down virtually all, sorry, they're already taken down one of the tier 1 turrets in the mid, and that's giving them a lot of access here, especially towards Persis' jungle. So this is allowing them pretty much just, you know, roam around quite without much worry here. I mean, look at that, Valdez just going by himself, because he's trying to link up with the rest of his team on the bottom lane here. They're trying to go for this push. Can Valdez find an opening though? There's still 3 people hiding within the cover of the turret here, so this is going to call for all hands on deck. Garen is still going to be defending, one member of Evos is still going to be up on the Baron lane, and that unfortunately does mean they're not quite at full strength. So doesn't look like they're going to be forcing the issue any longer here, but at least they're going to be getting a good setup here for the next Drake.
Alright, so looking at the amount of CC on either side, right? We do have Face Baker with Tobu as well as the Showstopper. Dewa does have the Light Binding as well as I don't know whether it can be counted as CC, but the knockback that comes from Techmaturgy on towards the Jace can be maybe counted as a CC, like a small little CC. So we might actually say that even the silence that comes from Tufts also is considered some CC, but it's not entirely hard CC. But if they are able to coordinate behind it, then maybe they can use these tools to put Evos on the back foot. But looking at how Evos is actually operating here, they do have quite a bit of siege potential here with G4 as well as VVV. Tipper can actually go to the backline, and Supporter can actually be very detrimental towards Persis, mostly because of his belly flop into explosive cast. Very huge problems in terms of breaking up the fight for Persis, which I don't think is something that they want to experience.
Yeah, the Herald is coming up, so it's going to be the Infernal Drake in just a couple of seconds. So now, options are on the table. Which one are they going to be taking? Persis right now has control over the river at the moment, but Evos can certainly peel away that advantage if the Lee Sin get in good position. But so far, it looks like Persis is going to try to force an issue in the mid here, starting the initiation, but then quickly backing off here, just I think most likely trying to bait out a Lee Sin. Now they see where the Lee Sin is, and he's going straight for the Infernal Drake. So Persis knows that now they're going to have to transition this into a fight around the Dragon Pit. They almost got a catch onto supporter here, but they can't quite get the lockdown that they need at the moment. And Tobu's already taking a lot of damage from G4 on the top side here, and Turkalurgy takes a lot of damage as well. So unfortunately, despite the setup here, Persis wasn't able to counteract the Drake take, and Lee Sin pretty much has soloed that by himself, just like he did with the first Dragon before. So now Persis is going to be going for the Rift Herald here, doing it a lot faster, but not fast enough though. It gets stolen away by Evos, and now they're going to be turning it into a big fight here. Can they get a lockdown? As the rest of Persis comes into the cover of the first tier turret, they have them all sieged up and dead to rights. Evos now having control of the bottom, control of the top, supporter rolling his way in, getting themselves all melted down. Churl is going to be the first one to fall. Who's going to be next? Garen does get a trade on the Lee Sin, and at least they mitigate the damage somewhat, taking it 2 to 3 here. Even though Evos did have a bit of advantage there, and now with the Rift Herald taken down, all advantage is virtually lost for the Thai team.
Alright, seems that despite the fact that they did lose out on numbers here, they will be able to siege out a little bit. Getting them, yes, I do agree that advantage may not have been big for them, mostly because that they lost out on one extra member compared to Persis, but they were able to use that Herald to score a very big opening here onto its top side, meaning that now Baron lane is going to be very much in control of Evos. Now what they need to do is give a little bit of attention to its mid side, make sure the priority is past the river, barrier, right, where the minions want to be. They always want to be pushing on across your side, across the enemy side of the river, right? You want them to always be pushing that side. So we do see that this could actually open up an opportunity for Evos to actually go onto its bot side, onto its dragon side, and play around the pressure that's starting to build because of G4 and Techmaturgy focusing on bot side.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that all that focus is now just leaving them very much in the behind, and Techmaturgy, he's gonna get caught out, maybe, maybe not. Final shot there by G4. You can already see his teammates setting up in the background there, but Corki didn't need the help at all. The boss has certainly done him so well in this patch here, this Corki. But now, with them having free reign over this side here, I think the Corki's pretty much going to be able to take down a tier 1 turret at the bot lane, and that's just going to further add to the damage that's already been done into Persis' side, because now both the Dragon and the Baron are no longer under their control. Evos pretty much has that in the bag for them now.
Alright, Zipper right now gonna give a little bit of zoning out onto Jill. We do see that Dewa as well gonna give a little bit of assistance towards that blue take here. Face breakers for the minions. Tobu working to make sure that the clearance of mid lane will allow them to not bleed out too much onto the damage side, onto the turret damage. And looking at it, they want to be minimizing the amount of damage that they have, because all tier 1 turrets are down here. Evos very systematically taking them down brick by brick.
Yeah, indeed, and health-wise, their tier 1 turrets in the mid and the bottom is still looking very, very healthy. So, if anything, Persis, even though they had some early game advantages, didn't quite manage to make them pan out. And I wonder, is that because they maybe underestimated how painful the Corki has become now in this current patch? Because it seems like the Corki is just able to melt a lot of these champions very, very quickly. So perhaps they haven't anticipated this kind of resurgence here. But now Persis is under even more pressure than this. They almost get caught out. Tubbs almost getting killed off there, but was able to just thankfully stay just out of range. But that's still keeping them on the back foot so far. And Evos is going to have free reign over this jungle yet again. And there's even more space now for the Lee Sin to farm. As if he needs any more farm, to be honest.
All right, we're going to be seeing here Valdez right now going to get himself some raptors, chickens, or whatever you want to call them. Burbs for Evos right now. They are actually quite free, as you can see from their from their spread across the map, right? They want to be choosing one of these sides to play around. So I'm thinking that they are going to be playing on towards the Baron side and the mid side, mostly because that's the best place for you to get priority here. Because if you get a kill and you force the team to actually respond to the Baron buff or try to make the Baron dance, right? Because of the priority that has been accrued on towards Baron lane as well as mid lane, it makes the team that has to respond to the Baron without priority lose out more.
Yeah, almost looking at a take there. Looks like they tried to catch Valdez, but didn't quite stick the landing there. But they still continue to roam a little bit, and looks like they already have this eyes set straight onto VVV. Good jump and good take there. All of Persis is coming on hand here to get the kill done. VVV still able to keep alive because of a shield. But then now the response is coming in here from Evos, and I don't think Persis was ready for this because they were just about to peel back, and then now they might be faced with losing a couple of champions if they can't get the rotations done. Well, unfortunately, it looks like Tabu might be the first one to get taken down. Tubbs is going to try to tank as much as he can, but Drew and Drill both are just able to stay away from trouble there, but it looked like it could have been a lot worse there for Persis, but they still lost 2 people in that little battle, and that's now opened the gates here for Evos to go for their second Drake here, and it's going to be the Ocean Drake as well. That's going to be a massive amount of buffs here for the Thai team.
Alright, I think the biggest thing that we need to highlight was the fact that G4 really took advantage of the fact that now packages are every 45 seconds, right? So I'm thinking that I'm not entirely sure on the specifics of that particular thing. I have to actually go and look back on my notes about that. But with the package coming in, right, when you go with your enhanced second skill, you move it out, you move in between everybody, immediately turn on turn on and go stasis in that particular segment. It kept members of Persis in a little bit of I guess the panic of it all kind of really put Persis in the sense that you would never expect a Corki to just jump in the middle of everything, right? And the follow-up that came from Evos was just very well done. Oh, Facebreaker, Showstopper, right on the Supporter. Supporter still very much strong here. We'll be able to work it out. Look at the shield coming in for Tobu. Big white light, big white boxes there to cover up the black box that was going to actually bring him death as soon as he emptied out. But it seems that for Evos Esports, they are keeping it strong. They are doing the Baron dance here, and if Persis decides to bite on this, they could lose out priority on mid side and Baron side. So I'm thinking that this is going to be a make or break here. If Persis is able to turn this around, it's going to be very wise for them to do so. Tufts in a huge spot of bother.
Yeah, he's in deep, deep trouble, but then he does have the back of his team around here, so if they want to try to take him out, it's going to be forcing out pretty much a big fight here. So Evos is not going to press the issue too far. They already made their point here. They still have control over the river for the most part, and Persis not able to break that defense at all, so that's going to make it even harder for them if they want to try to counteract Evos should they decide to go for that Baron, which is still kept alive for now, kept as a little pet at the top of the river for now for Evos' Esports. But with Valdez already pretty much running almost amok right now, I mean, he is very much almost fully kitted out. Now has just got his 6th item here, so that Lee Sin is very much online and ready to fight now. Evos is just biding their time here, just waiting for the right moment to decide to go for that Baron and try to end this game, but they still want to try to drag out another fight here from Persis Esports.
Alright, we're going to be seeing Persis Esports right now slowly trying to get back the mid pressure, and I think this is actually very wise of them to do so, to at least how to say, wrestle a little bit of semblance of control from Evos, but I think it's still very much Evos' game here. Not even a single turret being taken out by Persis. They need to open up the mid and the mid and Baron side turrets if they want to be able to contest this Baron without losing too much.
Yeah, and El Dragon is coming on the next 20 seconds. I think that might be the objective that Evos is more focused on. They already have the Ocean and the Infernal Drake Elder is just going to make both of those buffs even more stronger. And that's going to be even more problems for Persis if they allow that to go through. But then, conversely, if they take that Dragon instead, Evos can focus on the Baron as well. And that is also another objective you don't want to concede there. So no matter how you cut it, Persis is going to be stretched a little bit thin. in this regard, so they can really only focus on one of these objectives, and that depends very much what Evos decide to do first. They're going to be going for the Drake first here, so Persis, now they need to try to find an opening, but then this Porter and G4 are making it quite hard for them to find even a single gap here to exploit, and Persis unfortunately forced to fall back here. Dragon is still up for grabs though, as the Evos still only about halfway through. You can already see the Garen coming in the back line here, just trying to get a jump on the Tipper, but actually misses his skill. So Tipper is actually still able to stay alive. Now Persis continuing to try to fight in the middle here. Tobu has to bring out his shield to stay alive for now. This is going forcing it into a 5v5. Everyone is just trying to nail it down here, bringing all his skills to bear. Still, no one has dropped so far yet until that very point when the Garen is the first one to fall. Now who's going to be next? Looks like it's going to be the Corki. He's going to get picked off, and then another one there in the form of Tufts is going to be out for the count.
Tipper as well as G4. Tipper a little bit too greedy there, trying to go for Tobu. They should have just minimized their loss, mitigate the losses, focus on the fact that Tufts has already been taken down. I felt like Tobu could have been taken out if it wasn't for Dewa's third ability, skill 3, to keep that shield up. And I think that was the difference there. If it wasn't for the skill up, Tobu would actually have died. This could be an opportunity for Persis to actually close out the game here. They've got to be careful. There goes the binding onto Valdez.
Yeah, they're trying very hard, but Persis needs to quickly finish off this Dragon. The longer they stay here, the worse it's gonna get. And now Evos is jumping in here, trying to go for the steal, but then still they're trying to fall it away, but nay! Persis still takes a Drake anyway, and they get a double kill on top of that. This is probably the best possible outcome the Indonesian squad could have hoped for, especially after having forced Evos off the Drake in the first place. Now can they transition this into another turret take? I think that's very much on the cards, with all 4 members still moving in, still melting down those turrets like paper mache.
What do you mean? It's 30 seconds left. Elder Dragon, they're going to try to end the game. If they don't end the game now, it's going to give a lot of opportunities for Evos to come back in. So I don't know about you, but this is where the Indonesian team's aggression is paying off wonders. What in the world is going on? What world are we living in? I mean, I'm not trying to take away anything from the Indonesian region, right? But it seems that their level of aggression has paid up for all of the times where they fell short, right? And I think that calculated aggression and knowing when to just tip the scales and go all in and put all of your eggs in one basket and just hope that even if you crack a few eggs, it's enough for you to just close out and make an omelette. That's what you see with Persis. They did it 1-0, and I'm pretty sure all of us and backstage are just going like, Caster's curse is real. Whenever we all are in unison and agreement, that's where everything goes out the window.
I think the most important win here for Persis is that maybe, just maybe, they might end the streak of Aaron's predictions so far. So.
Yes. I don't mind taking the L as long as Pondo doesn't get the perfect streak, you know? I'm just jealous that way. But let's talk a little bit about highlights here. Let's talk a little bit about stray observations that really turn the tide.
This is a weird one to kind of like put into context here, because for the most part, I think Evos was like very dominant for most of the stages of the game here. Even though Persis was able to keep up in terms of kills, but it seemed like that was only the most they could do, because they still had to lend a lot of respect to Evos' ability to kind of take these fights very well for themselves. I mean, it just virtually every single fight kind of worked out, you know, with trades coming in from multiple sides. So it's a very closely fought early to mid-game phase here. But I think Evos actually did a lot better compared to Persis, at least when it comes to those kind of like kills and objectives as well. So I wonder, like, is the power spike really that strong here coming in from Persis? Because it seems like when they really needed it the most, especially at a point where Evos had them dead to rights, it was still able to drag out a lot of these fights and turn them into their favor. So very well done here for the Indonesian squad.
I do think that for the Indonesian squad, I mean, it was a very closer game than I expected. If I kind of was able to see more of this Persis team, I would have reckoned that it would have been a closer game, and I would still have given it a little bit more towards Evos. But looking at it here, I think Persis just were, for the lack of a better word, persistent. They stayed persistent. They lived up to their name. And look at that. Dewa, on more than multiple occasions, didn't hit not just one, not just two, but sometimes even up to 3 people with that final spark. And the amount of damage that comes up from Dewa is definitely something to not look lightly. Look at that. A black bar only for Tobu, and a very thick a few thick white boxes there just to keep Tobu alive. And man, was it not one heck of a game? And and Dewa, perfect game here, 6 for nothing. I'm definitely going to be the MVP here. This is the post-game stats for game number 1, match number 3 here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
I mean, the fact that Dewa didn't get any kills here, he's just so consistent, right, with his like statistical performance, you know, just keeping his champion out of the trouble, but still dealing lots and lots of damage thanks to the Lux's range, especially with her ultimate. And that pretty much allowed Persis to actually deal a lot of damage onto Evos' side here, but it's only like singly targeted. So he still relies a lot on other champions like Gerald and Technology in order to try to lock down these heroes, ensure that he will be able to get those kills done. I think that's key to Persis' kind of like synergy here. But I do have to say that, you know, Evos, for the most part, I think they still played well. It's just that I think that Persis, you know, I mean, it's just the power of those objectives, right? You know, when you have, once you know that you're a bit behind in terms of objective taking, and you just deny your opponents the really key objectives, especially at the end, the Baron and the Elder Dragon, that prevents them from being able to take that advantage and snowball all the way into an overall win. And just by denying them that, they allowed themselves instead to hit the power spike they needed, and finally hit the critical mass that they need in order to tide over Evos in those fights, actually dealing out the damage, actually getting those kills done. So in essence, you know, Persis, you know, they were persistent. They kept that head down. They were able to still trade out good fights, and in the end, it came down to whether or not they were able to control the objectives, which they successfully did, but only at the last moments of this game.
All right, we're going to be seeing there that brief instance where Persis kind of took, I mean, early stages of the game, right up until maybe about the 6-minute to 7-minute mark, we do see that Persis did have a few moments where they were able to swing the game in their favor, but it was all Evos' story here. But, okay, is it just me, or are all the graphs almost very similar? Look at that. I mean, with the exception of Persis, the discrepancy isn't almost 100%, right? I mean, the jump from 70,000 didn't go all the way up on the other end as well, but very similar patterns of play here, I suppose, just from the graphs.
I think that's just a consequence of the meta that we're in right now. I mean, a skirmish-based meta naturally means that the early mid-game phase is just going to be mostly, you know, scrapping with each other, just getting those 1 or 2 kills. So you don't necessarily expect, you know, those absolute team wipes to happen from those point. So that's why, like, a lot of these early to mid games tend to be very, very close with these guys. It's just a matter, I think, of like how things scale towards the end that really becomes an important bit, doesn't it? Because it means that even when you are on par when it comes to your fighting performances, if your macro is just not being able to keep up to snuff, that's when the scaling comes in, and that's when, you know, the power kind of like shifts, you know, between the two different teams. And we see that especially exacerbated with the takes onto the dragons, with the buffs they get from Baron. So yeah, I think it's not too surprising actually that the graphs all turn out that way.
I don't know about you guys, but this tournament is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters. Man, oh man, I think when winning matters is definitely going to be the slogan of this entire tournament, because it seems that that's how it is, you know. It doesn't matter whether you win by an inch, whether you win by a while. Winning is winning, as they would say, right? And of course, a big shout out to our energy drink, our official energy drink, Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the beast. Go over to monsterenergy.com/gaming for more information. I don't know about you guys, but I do love myself entering community, so join us at discord.gg/ Snapdragon Pro Series for more information, for more updates. You can send us memes if you like. If you like making fun of creating some memes or something like that, that's the place for you to be. Share us your thoughts so I can steal them and call them my own. All right, just remember that, guys. All of that, all from you guys, never from myself. All from you guys. But okay, all jokes aside, though, we are very much appreciative of the fact that you guys are joining us here today, taking your wonderful weekend to spend it with us. But for all of us here, we're a little bit tired. We need to get ourselves rehydrated because Victor Cax and myself, Hound, here at the Snapdragon Pro Series is going to go on a short little break. We're going to be back with more action, so don't you dare go anywhere. A few more games to go, baby.
Yeah.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a long light. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
And welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is the Hound himself, and we're going to be bringing to you guys the follow-up here, game number 2 of our third matchup of the day. So looking at how stressful the first game was, I mean, for the most part, Evos had the lead. They had a lot of advantages going to them into this game, but Persis still won at the end of the day. And what do you think that came down to?
I just think it's just the sweet smell of Indonesian pride and sweat and tears and blood, because you can I could literally feel the Twitch chat going, Indo pride, Indo pride, Indo pride, let's go. Okay, now to be fair, I'm not gonna take away anything from Evos, but before I go into that tangent, let's take a look at the MVP of the game. I mean Dewa.
Of course.
I've never seen somebody just exterminate so many people so quickly with just one final spark, you know? You just see two people just go down from maybe 60% HP to only like 10% HP over and over again by Dewa, and it's definitely going to be a case here to at least deny Dewa's ability to be very, very much detrimental in terms of the damage share that he's able to pull out. And of course, look at that, 1,589 compared to DTPM 500. That's 3 times. Like, the damage that he puts out for every time he gets damaged is 3 times. That's insane if you really think about it.
And I think that's really a lot of credit has to be given to his teammates from being able to set up situations that allow Dewa and his Lux to shine, because very much like his kind of playstyle is always going to be about, you know, hanging back, letting his other teammates be on the front line, and then he brings the follow-up, he brings the nuke and the finish, so to speak, here as the Lux by waiting for the Q, waiting for the right moment to strike there. And that's all because of how strong his teammates were and how good his ability to position himself in these fights to ensure that he takes the least amount of damage. And in fact, you know, that last game, he got 0 kills whatsoever. No one was really hunting him down that hard, or rather, they weren't able to hunt him down that hard. I think Lee Sin would have been really good at doing that, but unfortunately, his attention had to be tied up with fighting everyone else from Persis right in the middle of these fights. So very well done there, and I think Dewa certainly owes a lot to the strength that his team was able to provide.
I feel like that's going to be the case here. If Persis actually plays it out in such a way, and if, I mean, Evos did a lot of things well, but I think the running theme here today, Victor, is the fact that teams just keep throwing in the worst way possible. I'm not dissing. I'm not dissing. I'm not trying to put them down for their efforts. It happens in any sport, in any game. But because skirmishers give so much of weight towards team fights, throws, especially towards the late game stages, at that 19-minute, 15, 17-minute mark, is definitely going to be very, very heartbreaking for any team. I mean, look, it's very heartbreaking for Evos to just watch it, like watch it crumble in front of them. But it's happened more than 3 times already. I mean, with previous teams, with RRQ, with Nigma. Nigma, the second game was like the biggest case study for that particular thing, right? But looking forward, we are going to be going to picks and bans. I'm predicting that we are going to be seeing the same bunch of picks and same bunch of bans: Caslin, Yumi, Camille, Lucian. Maybe we might see a Senna being banned out, or it's going to go through, because we have seen it either be banned out, either go through, and it's been used to varying degrees of success. I'm really happy to see that variety is not going to be spoiled in terms of picks, but bans is starting to get a little bit stale in terms of the overall pattern of it.
I'm not sure stale was going to be the word I would use, but it certainly is a case to be made that maybe, just maybe, you don't actually get 3 bans at the start. You effectively may get 1 or 2, because you still have to ban out those meta champions. And
yes, exactly.
That's just limiting the amount of like options that you really have to play around with the draft. So for the most part, it just requires you to have that really deep and really good understanding of how to play this meta specifically, and how to get those good drafts, how what kind of heroes to prioritize, what kind of late to prioritize, those kind of things. You know, it's a little bit limited by the fact that we are in this kind of skirmisher meta where you still have to put a lot of priority as well in how you want to take those fights.
Yeah, I do think so too. For the amount of skirmishing that comes in for either side of the teams, right? I think it's really paramount to note that the push-pull dynamic between Persis and Evos was actually very, very, like, it felt very close, right? Yeah. There was like a very strong push all the way against Persis, and then slowly but surely Persis gains more and more ground. I'm thinking that that could be the case here. We're going to be seeing, I think, relatively even pickups across the board. I don't think we're going to be switching in terms of sides though. Just now Persis was on blue side. Yeah. They're still on blue side. So this, I think, is going to be, what's it called? I think it's going to be a case for Evos to be able to utilize it, and we have seen it happen by Valdez actually denying the Lux away from Dewa, and I think that's a smart move.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Dewa has already been killing them so much with that Lux, so it only makes sense for them to take it away. They couldn't do it in the bans because they still need to take out the Kasdan, the Camille, etc. So very much, if you can't ban it, then you just pick it for yourself. But conversely, that's going to allow Persis now to pick up the Lee Sin and pick up the Rakan at the same time. So that's two very big picks here for Persis Esports.
I'm really liking the quickness here that could come from the Rakan. The fact that he is going to be able to come into the middle of everyone, and if he does it really right, If he does time it really right, he can actually get the knockups, and he will be able to get the charms. And I'm thinking that that's going to be a very strong engage potential there from Persis. However, the damage that could come and the range that they need to cover here, with the fact that Valdez is most likely going to give the Lux to VVV, alongside with Tipper giving the Gragas to Supporter, is going to be... I think it's going to be very interesting to note that how Persis is going to navigate this, the abilities of Evos. Excuse me, how Persis is going to be navigating the range that could come from VVV. I mean, Dewa is definitely looking like the better Lux from the game one, right? So I don't know whether or not VVV is going to be used to playing Lux on the marksman, on the Baron, excuse me, the Dragon lane. So this could be a signifier that G4 could actually open up for the Lux here. But I'm thinking that with the Renekton in play, it could be a flex here. It could go either to his Tipper hand, it could go to his G4 hand, and then Wildest could actually give it to VVV.
Yeah, and you know, that's going to be the next round of picks here, but I was just thinking that, you know, is Persis going to be going for a more mobility-based kind of like setup here in order to try to target one of the weaknesses of Lux, which is that, you know, she still needs to stay in place for the most part using her ultimate. So perhaps they're trying to use that to their advantage, and knowing that Dewa, you know, not only has such a good player on the Lux, but possibly also, you know, you also conversely will understand a lot of the limitations that Champion will have. So I'm hoping that Persis will be able to exploit that now that Lux has been effectively put in the hands of Evos from this point on.
Yeah, I'm thinking that, oh, this is something that's a little bit different here from Persis as well as Evos. I don't know about the entirety of the tournament, but I think this is the first time here today for this match number 3, game number 2, where we are seeing a Cannon. We're going to be seeing Diana in the mid lane here for G4. I actually really enjoyed the Diana here, especially the fact that she's able to close in the gap and do Moonfall, if I'm not mistaken. That could actually be very detrimental towards Persis. But what Persis also has is Slicing Maelstrom from Dewa, and I think that could be a very big turnaround here. Spicing Maelstrom coupled with either a Zhonya's or maybe even a Hextech Protobell to be able to supplement a little bit of that mobility could actually be a setup that could work wonders for Persis. It does require a little bit more coordination compared to the alternative that is being provided from the side of Evos. I'm really curious to see how they are going to be executing it moving forward. Victor.
Well, I mean, in terms of like execution and like coordination, I think both teams have shown perfectly capable of doing that, you know, on either end. I mean, one with like Dewa just constantly being able to nail down those ultimates when it's needed, and then Evos is sort of like very quick responses to ganks that Persis was trying to put on them. So I don't know. It's again going to be very interesting to see, especially coming to this game here, that things are going to be quite a lot different compared to the first game. But you know, that's what we expect coming into game number 2 here for third matchup of the day. Persis Esports from Indonesia versus Evos Esports all the way from Thailand. It's going to be a second game, potentially a last one here if Persis nails the win, or if Evos can pull off an upset. Then we go to a third game decider.
Yeah, I don't think we've excuse me, sorry about that. I don't think we've ever actually had a third game transpire yet, right?
Nope.
It's been 2-0 across the board.
Yep.
All right, so maybe this could be the case here. If Persis is able to score another big win over Evos, definitely if this was if there were odds to the game, right? I mean, definitely it is going to odds are definitely going to be favoring Evos, but if there were like some real odds makers at the moment, it's going to definitely tilt in favor of quite 50-50 across the board here for Persis, provided that their first 7 minutes actually go according to plan.
Yeah, we know what happens with the best laid plans of mice and men could all go awry in just a snap of a finger. So let's see how things will play out here as things are just very much calm in this first minute of the game here. No intrusions, no incursions, no strange attempts to try to walk to your enemy's base. So far so good. Persis continuing this fight here in the bottom lane while the Lee Sin is going to be picking up the buffs here. Supporter and VVV. Supporter going to be on the Gragas again, and the VVV going to be continuing that farm on the minions. But yeah, things are slowing down to a bit of a crawl at the moment because, again, they're more focused about those first objectives than they are about getting those first early kills.
I think so too here. Early objectives have actually proven wonders for either teams here. Techmaturgy not exactly having a fun time here against G4. G4 punishing Techmaturgy at every
more
turn.
punishing the top. Top's very, very low, and I think that he's staying a lot of damage to Tipper,
boy.
and that's going to be perfect for Valdez, and G4 can just get in position, but no.
No.
Not quite in
That's the ward.
time. The ward has already spotted him out, so Tufts already knows that he was in danger of being ganked. He backs off very brilliantly, but that now it's forcing Persis to expand the presence upon this top lane here. So unfortunately, that little attempt by Evos didn't quite work out, so they will have to back off.
Alright, Tufts right now in a bit of a spot of bother here. He's going to be able to sustain quite a bit with the fact that he goes for the hammer, and that is going to at least give him a little bit more I think ability for him to actually get the recall timer off. He does lose out quite a bit though, but over in mid side here, we're going to be seeing a bit of trouble on the Tobu. G4 has to flash away, Jill in the middle of it all.
Yeah, he was going to go straight on the G4. Can't quite blast him down, but Jill at least keeps Supporter away. So they do get the first blood on Persis' side. And Jill is not going to be conceding a kill here. Tetamergy going to be able to get a recall done. So they pretty much get away with it, scot-free.
Yeah, I think there is an ability for Persis to actually blow up if they give enough kills and resources towards Techmaturgy. And I'm thinking that Caster's Curse is definitely going to be realized here because I don't know what kind of vegetables Persis has been eating, but they need to eat more and more of it because they seem very, very strong. It's either that or Evos is just not playing up to standard here, or they're just not making the necessary adjustments across the board. Tufts immediately flashes.
Yeah, he's going to try. He's still going to be able to stay within safety of the turret here and does get some health fruit as well. And that looked like a second attempt to gang this top tower that still doesn't quite end out good here for Evos. So that's two for two right now. They still need to try to find a way to knock Tufts off of that turret here somehow, some way. But nevertheless, the rest of Persis is still continuing the presence in the river here. The Rakan is going to be a big threat here if they aren't too careful. But Evos so far has been doing very well to keep the distance. And right now, they're just awaiting for those first objectives to spawn. The Dragon on the bottom and the Rift Herald on the top.
Alright, so I'm looking at how Persis is actually moving across the map here. It seems that, judging from what I'm seeing, they are going to be playing quite heavily on towards the Baron side. And maybe this could be an indicator of them going for committing towards maybe a Herald take. And I'm thinking that if they're actually opening up towards mid or Baron side or Baron tower, I'm thinking that that could actually win it out because they actually freeze out Tufts to be able to roam out and do quite a bit of long-range snipes with the Shock Blast Hyper Acceleration Gate combo. And this could actually prove to be very, very painful for Evos and may actually stifle their ability to move freely around the map.
Yeah, but I think an important part is ensuring they have the farm to be able to meet those fights when coming in. So Tobu was a level 5 early on, is now already on level 6. Gerald's already on level 8. That's the highest out of anyone on the map so far. So the Lee Sin has been doing very well, using the space that has been created in order to get his farm up to speed. And now he's looking very, very strong, while the the first set of objectives are already spawned on the map. So Evos is already piling themselves in the middle here, trying to hopefully find an opening and trying to see where Persis is going to try to open up up on, but for the moment, it will Evos a bit spread out, and Persis still mostly concentrated in mid. It looks like they're just going to be biding their time, waiting for a perfect opening here to maybe start a fight, get a couple of pickoffs, and then go for the objectives.
All right, so speaking of pickoffs, right? Let's talk a little bit about setups here. Let's compare those setups and let's see who is able to basically execute it a little bit better and what they need to do in order to realize those windows. Now, we have Techmaturgy with a crazy amount of burst that could come from the Death Mark. We have Dewa with the ultimate as well as Tobu to follow up as well. Jill could actually go from the backside and go for the flanks and actually try to deliver one of the high-value targets, the HVTs, from the side of Evos towards the hands of PSO, towards the hands of Persis. Tufts as well. Got a lot of range, got a lot of ability to peel, can go to the skies, and if he is smart enough, he will be able to try to siege members of Evos down. What Evos does really well is that Tipper will be able to do the same thing that Jill or maybe Techmaturgy does, with a little bit of stun, with a little bit more power behind it. Valdez as well, a lot of mobility in the jungle. With G4 being able to engage, I do feel that there is a slight little advantage of execution for Evos and maybe a bit of damage. But if the fight prolongs, maybe, just maybe, Persis will be able to win it out.
Well, let's see how it goes, because Persis tried to get the start onto the Ocean Drake, had to back off there, seeing the rest of Evos responding in, so looks like they're pretty much going to try to commit to a big fight here as soon as they can actually get a jump on the Evos, who's already taken the Dragon halfway. So Persis is going to have to try to find opening now, and Gerald just jumped in. He is interrupting the Dragon for while the rest of the team piles in from the back line, but it looks like Persis is actually winning the fights out. They've already taken down 3 people from Evos' side now. Tipper does get a trade. He does get 3 trades actually, so looks like it was going to be 3 for 3 here. Just not really massive advantage for either side, but at the very least, the Dragon still stays.
Yeah, Dragon still stays up and running, and most probably going to go towards, I think, Evos is still going to be having their first Dragon of the game. I do feel that for the side of Persis, they did try their level best to actually put members of Evos back. I don't think they had the positional advantage in that situation before that. So I'm thinking that this could be an opportunity for Evos to actually push out before the Dragon comes into play, and especially since it's Infernal Dragon, it could actually bring out a lot of potential for Evos in terms of the later stages and the scaling that comes with it.
Yeah, I think I misspoke. Actually, Evos did manage to get the Dragon that first round, so now it's going to be a battle for the Rift Herald here, but looks like they didn't want to try to prolong this fight. The Rift Herald's going to spawn back in, and they're not going to be taking it anytime soon, but looks like Persis really wants to try to extend some pressure onto the lanes here as they now focus on the mid. Both the Tobu and Dewa are both making this push happen here. But so far, looks like settling down a little bit. I say that, but Techmaturgy takes a lot of damage. And Lux Ultimate is going to come out at the same time, though, but didn't quite nail him down as Tipper is going to be forced to back off. Supporter now focused in on what Jill and Tobo are doing, which is actually trying to set up on the Rift Herald here, but that forcing them off is now giving the door open now for Evos to take that Rift Herald. Looks like they should be able to do it. The Rift Herald going down so fast.
All right, it seems that Chalet's been taken down. Tobu comes in for the knockup. Not entirely the best way to go. Dewa misses just a little bit short with the Spicy Maelstrom. If Dewa was maybe a unit or two, like maybe a few Timos ahead, maybe it could have worked out wonders here. Just so you guys know, right? I am not kidding. If you guys didn't know, Timos in-game are actually units of measurements. Yeah, I mean, seriously, if you guys don't believe it, Google it. It's an actual thing. So anyway,
I wonder what the conversion rate is on that though.
Conversion rate, a lot of annoyance. Tipper and Tufts right now exchanging a few love taps. Nothing too detrimental on either side here, but it is Tipper that walks away a little bit more damaged. Tufts that walks away a little bit more damaged compared to Tipper.
Yeah, I mean, Rift Herald's pretty much out of the way now, so for the most part, Persis Esports needs to be able to re-establish their presence on the map here as Evos is continuing to try to pull away a little bit. I mean, so far, Evos, just like the first game, they're already having an economy advantage, even though Persis did technically have the lead in kills. So despite all of Persis's efforts to kind of like win out the trades of the fights, they still may be losing the bigger game at hand. So they need to try to regain that initiative. And Gerald's gonna try to track this blue buff away here, maybe trying to bait them out a little bit. Lee Sin is, of course, going to be a focal point here, but nevertheless, it's going to be a big fight in the middle here as they will be expanding things out. Persis now trying their very best to hold on, but Gerald gets picked off as he gets slid into the back line there of Evos Esports. This is, sorry, for Persis Esports, who now are going to be forced to try to defend this tier 1 turret.
Man, Evos definitely took advantage of Jill overstepping his boundaries there a little bit. And I'm thinking that Jill didn't have the particular... wasn't entirely cognizant of the fact that if he jumped in, he wouldn't be able to get out because of the amount of CC that followed up. I mean, Tipper has his stun, VVV has the binding, G4 has the knockup, G4 has the knockout with Moonfall. Now that Herald is going to come into play, Evos is slowly coming back into the game here. Provided that they don't... Oh, here it comes. Tobu now has got to get away. They've got to be careful. G4 gun flashes in. G4 manages to get in, but will be taken down. What is going on? Why did Evos even decided to go for that? I mean, they could have just built up the pressure because Tobu would have gotten away anyway. He would have wanted to reset. I don't think he would have wanted to stay there with just a black bar. He always wants to have a little bit more color in his bar for sure. But I do not know how, why Persis is actually losing this out here in some of these exchanges, because Evos right now slowly starting to take away a little bit more turrets here, but it could be shades of game number 1 between Persis and Evos. Very much familiar here. We didn't see Persis be able to get any turrets up until maybe towards the 16 or 17 minute of the game. That's where they were able to turn the whole fight around. This could be more of the same here because of the skirmishing meta.
Yeah, I mean, skirmishes is just going to be back and forth, I think, between these two teams for quite a while, because I'll say they're still very, very even. No one's having a clear lead or advantage now leading into this next Dragon take here. So Persis is going to be the one trying to set up the start here as Evos keeps their distance a little bit, but it looks like Persis is not really focusing that hard on taking the Dragon yet. They're just trying to bide their time and try to keep the spacing going, and then finally they pounce straight on the Evos. Lets out an ultimate, but doesn't quite deal enough damage there. They were a little bit low. He's going to get picked off immediately by Diana, and the Rakan is going to be falling as well. PSO not really sustaining themselves in this fight. Loses out 4 members. Only the Lee Sin and Gerald is left alive, but only just as the rest of Evos still on the map here. All 5 members still able to fight on, and oh boy, this is looking like Evos is certainly, if not definitely, taking the lead.
All right, 13 seconds left, about 10 seconds left before members of Persis will be able to come back up and come online. And I do think that for Evos, they are playing it very conservatively compared to game number 1, not taking too many risks against members of Persis because they learn from their mistakes, I feel. If Persis was actually in a situation where they had to be very wary of the type of fights that they engage with, Evos actually not to say overcompensated, they are correcting the right amount of mistakes that they're making here. Not too aggressive, but not too gun-shy either. And I'm thinking that that could be a case here for Evos to win this game, but we have seen a similar thing. Oh, wait.
Nice jump on the Dewa. He's able to get out of the way of Lux's ultimate, but still not able to mitigate the damage coming in from 3 members of Evos. But it looks like Persis might be able to get a trade here in the form of G4. Can just nail him down, but they don't quite. The shielding is enough to keep him alive, and now Evos is turning it around on Persis, and they get a kill onto the Lee Sin. This is not working well out at all for Persis Esports. Whatever kind of advantages they had, it's not looking too good for them as Tobu, next one to fall here as Evos continues the kill streak.
I'm feeling like Persis maybe have turned off their minimap or something, because that was a mistake I felt like they could have mitigated if they just paid attention to the movements of Evos. And I feel that, I mean, this is in no way trying to take away the efforts of Persis, but maybe there was a bit of a lapse of judgment, maybe a lapse of attention here, because there was enough indication, at least from what I see, right? From the map and the observer. I mean, of course, us as casters were able to see everything a little bit more clearly compared to the players, right? So I'm thinking that maybe Persis kind of dropped the ball there in terms of positioning. You know for a fact that Dewa was already out of position, they pushed out, so you have to make the assumption that there are enemy teams across the river already. You need to back away immediately, and Persis is making the biggest, like the most basic solo queue mistakes, overextending for no apparent reason and not getting any big gains.
It's going to be interesting to see how Persis is going to try to claw their way back in this game right now, because Evos is on the verge of sending them up a cliff here with this push. Right now, recall's already coming from the Z, so they're already anticipating a high ground push to come in from Evos at any moment now, as Diana brings the entire minions to bear on the bottom tier 2 turret. That's going to be taken down very quickly, as now Persis is going to try to jump in. It looks like they got one on Stasis. Can they finish up though? It looks like Supporter and Tipper did their level best to keep Valdez alive, and he still is able to stay on the siege here. PSO now live the backs against the wall here. They're going to try their best to keep Evos at bay, but it's only going to be a matter of matter of when, not if, they're going to be coming onto that high ground.
I don't know about you, but Techmaturgy just now, I mean, he went from full blue bar all the way down to black bar. That was faster than my gym teacher's receding hairline for sure. And man, oh man, you know it for a fact that the stress of Persis is actually pressing is actually being pressed harder by members of Evos. And I'm thinking that Evos is... I think this is the Evos that we should have seen in game number 1. A little bit more cautious. I felt like maybe... It's hard for us to say because it's mostly like estimation or assumption, right? Maybe Evos kind of overestimated their abilities in terms of the damage that they could have done in game number 1.
That's Gerald caught and popped.
Look at this. Look at this. What is Persis doing? They are making the solo queue mistakes here.
Yeah.
They're just not being aware of the positioning, and for 3 to 4 minions, you lose one member, you lose your dragon priority, you lose your mid lane priority. This is where Evos punishes them. Supporter now just giving Techmaturgy a hard time here.
Yeah.
And no matter what Techmaturgy tries to do, he's gonna get dropped down.
Dragged all the way back in there, and Lux Ultimate stopping him in his tracks. No way in, no way out there for Techmaturgy.
I mean, if it wasn't the final spark, it was gonna be the Broken Wings. If it wasn't gonna be the Broken Wings, it was gonna be the belly flop. Either way, you know.
That guy was going down.
I mean, if you're done, you're done. You know, just accept your fate. Tobu here in a bit of a spot of bother. Excuse me, not Tobu. G4 in a spot of bother. Exhaust has gone down. Could be an opportunity for G4 to get it. I thought the shield could have been enough, but no, it's not going to be the case.
No, but watch out. Front door is getting knocked upon here by Sporter and VVP, and it almost took out that tier 3 turret, if not for Gerald coming in at the last moment there to defend. So again, you're seeing, like you said, there might be a bit of like an issue here for Persis, as in like they're not really that having that battlefield awareness, so to speak, because like positioning where they decide to rotate and stuff doesn't look very, very good, and that's allowing Evos to punish them heavily for those mistakes. Now they're only starting to get things back into gear here, but they've already conceded a huge lead to Evos Esports at this point. So these next 2 objectives here, the Baron and the Elder Drake, it's going to be so important for Persis.
Very important indeed. This could be an opportunity for Persis to actually create an opportunity to move them. Misses out with the grand entrance, and I feel that that could have been a little bit that could have been executed better, but no slacks on Persis. Yep. We have seen that. There it is, baby! We are seeing Persis exactly what they're supposed to do, and this is the way they should have done it. A little bit more coordinated. The opportunity was a little bit missed out there, but they were able to take down VVV, and that is how Persis needs to play non-stop.
Yeah.
They just needs to dive in on it, commit. Don't be don't be like your foot in the hot water, you know, or your foot in the cold water. You just gotta jump in, shock your body with the cold. And I feel that Persis is slowly coming back into this, but is it a little too late though?
They have to keep their foot on the gas. They just have to keep the pressure onto Evos and not allow Evos to counteract the pressure. And they're going to try to counterattack here.
Mark.
Look at that. But a meltdown there very, very quickly though for them, but then Evos is now attempting to try to get one back here, trying to aim on
Oh,
the tops. He's still able to stay alone, but the Lux ultimate comes in just in time. Rakan and Lee Sin are both taken out. Now Evos has gotten the pickups they were looking for. Can they get the Baron though? Health is looking a little bit low for Tipper. He's not going to be able to stay around for too long. He's going to be calling back, and now Evos instead, they're going to be aiming straight for the Elder Drake. They're going to be taking the Dragon instead, and that will put already 3 on their hands. That's a lot of buffs now for the Thai team.
I mean, no offense to the Indonesian team, but there's nothing much they can do.
No.
I mean, there's nothing much they can do. They've lost 2 members already, and unless Dewa hands in like a beautiful 5-man stun, I don't think this is going to be working out. Oh, she's Dewa in the blink of an eye just got deleted. I mean, Dewa EXE has been removed from your computer, baby.
Where is
the
it gone now?
application has been uninstalled. And I don't know about you, but Dewa is definitely feeling the heat here.
I mean, I know a Final Spark is really OP. I don't think it's that OP, you know? But nevertheless, Evos are making the very best of that 2 pickups now because they're going to be taking the Baron very, very soon unless Persis is able to counteract this. And looks like they're going to be spreading out. They already saw the minions on the bottom lane, so maybe they're going to try to focus on a push here to hopefully open up that bottom lane. But for now, Baron buff is definitely going to come into Evos' side. That's a lot of energy on the side of the Thai team here. I wonder if Persis is going to be strong enough to counteract this because this is going to be a tough uphill battle here. And like I said, they cannot afford to let that foot off the gas because once Evos is able to regain that tempo, I think it's going to be all over for Persis.
It's fine for Persis. I think they will be able to at least score off in game number 3 if we actually potentially go to game number 3. But it seems that all roads lead to Evos pushing into game number 3 if this keeps up.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one here for Persis for sure. Evos, they need to pay a lot of respect to Persis's ability to fight because that has bitten them in the back that first game. Now they know that they're very firmly in the lead here, both in kills and net worth. So it's pretty much going to be their game to lose at this point. The question is, what can Persis kind of do from this situation here? Because they got their back against the wall. They're going to be forced to try to defend this tier 3 turret. Best case scenario, they will be able to get some kills off of Evos, but worst case scenario, they're going to lose that turret. And that's not what they want at this stage here. Oh, that's a good split. That's a good kill as well. And that's going to open the floodgates for Evos continue to massacre the rest of Persis Esports within their base. Nexus may be up for grabs here as soon as they can take down Tuss, but no, Tuss has a shielding coming up. He's going to try to keep Tipper at bay, but then Evos focuses on the Nexus, takes it down, and makes it an even game.
I don't know about you, but we are going to have to go to our first ever, a 3rd game of today. I did not see this coming at all. I did not see this coming at all. So potentially, Cass's Curse may not be a thing at all.
What?
I mean, there's a chance that Cass's Curse is real. There's a chance that Cass's Curse is not real, right? But we are all in agreement, right? If anything, we blame Pondo.
Oh, yeah,
all right,
exactly.
we blame Pondo.
Exactly.
Right? He should have just went, okay, I'll go for Persis, and then okay, everything would have just been cool from there, you know. He had to be the guy that spoiled it all. He could have been the black sheep, but no, he decided to be sheep with us, you know. I mean, it's just unfair. But okay, all jokes and memes aside, though, that game was actually really a fantastic one. Mostly because of Evos' ability to adapt, and I think they kind of sharpened everything up. It's either that or Persis just made some really terrible decision making. I feel that okay, simplest example. The most simplest example. What in the world was Dewa doing outstretched in the middle of no man's land? Right? It's equivalent of like playing chicken with a lorry barreling at you at 200 miles an hour.
I mean, those kind of decisions are certainly questionable, but I wonder if it's more of like Persis thinking, rather just continuing on with their game plan, not realizing that we are facing off against an Evos that was getting a lot stronger at this point than they had anticipated. And to top that off, the way that VVV has been using that Lux as well has certainly thrown a wrench into their works, especially during some of these key moments of the fights. But for the most part, you know, objectives-wise, Evos certainly had been taking the better objectives compared to Persis Esports. So I think that if anything else is an even bigger indicator of why Persis kind of lost out. but not for lack of trying though, because for the most part, I would say it was a very even game until Evos started pulling in the herd, towards the end, which is pretty much what we expected to come out of this meta. But given how well Persis has fought out until that point, you would think that it would be a much closer game by the end, but it just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, I mean, looking at how these teams are moving forward here, I do like that Persis actually did give a lot of fight towards Evos, but I think that Evos just kind of knew what they needed to do, and they immediately shut down members of Persis at every juncture. I felt like game number 1 was mostly Evos just dropping the ball in terms of the tempo, and now this is the Evos that I'm starting to see, the Evos that I know from the other tournaments that I've casted in the past, right? So these are your post-game stats here, 10 to 20. I don't know about you, but this is one of those games I feel that Evos kind of just saw, alright, this is what we need to do, this is what we need to adjust, and they made the micro adjustments accordingly between game number 1 and game number 2, and it has won them big with a discrepancy of 10 kills in their favor, 20 to 10, and I just can't wait to see what the graph is going to say.
I'm actually gobsmacked at the fact that both Tipper and Valdez didn't even get killed at all throughout this game. And I wonder if that's maybe because Persis was more focused on the Diana and Lux as opposed to their supports here, but I think that alone might have actually given Tipper so much space. And look at the amount of damage, and especially the damage mitigation that he delivered for his team. He's highest out of everyone else here in terms of the amount of shielding and damage mitigation that he had done. So I think it was a big mistake for Persis. I think it's just one of many mistakes I think that Persis has played throughout the second game here, because even though they had the right idea, even though they had the right game plan, but I think the focus point just wasn't in the right place, and that just opened up the door for Evos to exploit that and actually turn it into a W for them instead.
I think it was a very big W here for Persis. Definitely got them a little bit confident in game number 1, but I think they didn't temper their aggression in game number 2, I felt. Moving forward, looking at how the graphs show, it's not entirely indicative of how the previous games were. Mostly because this is going to be the first game that goes to a third game, and mostly because the graph doesn't skew in the opposite direction of Persis, right? There were some moments where Persis was holding on towards control, but Evos kind of handily stole it at minute 6 or minute 7. I think especially during the first few dragon fights. And that was, for the lack of a better word, Victor, the beginning of the end for Persis, the Indonesian region's standout team.
And that's the thing, I mean, objectives so important in this patch, and you can see very clearly, a trend emerging from these last 3 matchups that the teams that are able to win out those early game objectives eventually were able to set up much better economy for themselves towards the end. And I think that is the key factor that is allowing a lot of these scaling sort of drafts to actually work out very well in these games, because again, when you are taking those objectives even early on, even when you're losing fights at that stage, as long as you have the objective at hand, that is already the setup you need to get to that late game stage.
I think that's going to be the case. I mean, for coaches out there, it's definitely going to be a case study in terms of how not to play your game number 1 and the changes you make from game number 1 to game number 2. But before we continue, of course, we would like to thank our sponsors. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters the most. And I don't know about you guys, it mattered the most for Evos in that game.
Oh,
and
sure.
of course, we would like to give a shout out to our other sponsor, Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the beast with them at monsterenergy.com/gaming. For those of you who are out there who would like to reach out to us, join our official Discord server for more information. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. I'm just going to say that again. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Drop us your likes. Drop us your drop us your wants, your diswants. Drop us your speculations, your conspiracy theories, or my personal favorite. Drop us your analyses and your thoughts on the game and how Persis could actually come back in this, because I do think that Persis could actually be a very interesting dark horse here if they're able to get over the Titans from Thailand, which is Evos.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a long road here, and because we're going to be going to that game 3, that means that we probably will have to take a short little break here before we're going to be able to proceed with that. So let's give these teams a little bit more time to prepare and get themselves psyched up for that final game here, because it's only going to be one of these. It's either Evos or Persis that will be winning out this matchup. So my name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Houndo, and we'll see you guys after the break, so don't go away.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down when you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about eating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks till y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, summoners from across the world. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Hound. Alongside with me is Victor Cax. We're going to be your casting duo for today, and we do hope that you guys are having a fun time. Because we can't spell fun without you. As cliche as I always say it, and all of my casts, it is very true. this stream wouldn't be possible without the production team, without my co-casters and everyone involved, and of course, you guys at home. So keep supporting the stream, keep supporting your favorite teams, and make sure those comments just keep on coming with those hashtags of your favorite teams winning. And of course, you know, dropping a hashtag for your casters, like for Victor, for me, will always give us some love to you. So that's the love to you guys that we share, alright? So all of that said and done, let's get back to brass tacks. Our first best of 3. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's take a look at the MVP from the previous game. Victor, drum roll please. Brrr. Let's see.
Valdez.
I mean, no surprises there. Valdez was...
I mean, a KD of 15 is definitely going to do that for you.
Okay, like Pitbull will always say, he was everywhere.
Mr. Worldwide,
Yep.
or global here for Valdez, playing that Lee Sin like a boss, absolutely. 15 KDA kill participation of 75%. I mean, yeah, no surprise that he got the MVP here for Evos, but Lee Sin certainly had played a good role here, especially in our second game for Evos, because man, how in the world was Evos able to kind of like keep that pressure going on? And I think that's down to amazing plays by players such as Valdez.
But Victor, the damage per minute is so low. Why did he get MVP? Utility. Delivery system.
Exactly.
That's the whole idea, the logistics of the Lee Sin, being able to set up the backline delivery system of the wall jump, or maybe the first skill right into the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike with the Flash, Dragon's Rage is definitely going to be a very strong delivery system that worked wonders for Evos. So sometimes it's not about the damage, sometimes it's not even about the damage you take comparatively to the damage that you give out. Sometimes it's just about how present you are. 15 KDA, 75 kill participation, good enough for all of us here to award him the MVP. So we do hope to see that heading into this game 3, we're going to see a little bit more explosiveness here from Valdez. Maybe a Kha'Zix could come into play.
Maybe, and I just have to say, like, the efficiency that's been displayed here, doing the most amount of kills with the least amount of damage dealt. I mean, that's going to be the envy of a lot of people there, that you're able to do it that efficiently and still look that good.
I think it has to be said, I think Persis is going to be in a very tough spot psychologically from such a very strong game number 1. Not to say a strong game number 1, from a very come from behind victory, in a way that instilled with them a little bit of confidence, and then game number 2, Evos handily adjusted their game style. So I'm thinking that if Persis doesn't actually make some very severe adjustments in game number 3, this could actually put Evos ahead and make us look really smart.
That's probably the best case scenario for us, right?
Yeah. But of course, at the detriment of Persis. But remember, it is a long-term tournament. It is going to be a tournament that is going to be stretching for quite some time. So it doesn't mean that it is the end of the road for the Indonesian region's standout of Persis, but it is going to be a big hill for them to climb.
Yeah, at the very least, like it wasn't kind of like a straight sort of like game here. They still managed to take one game off of Evos. Even to be fair, it's still the first game, so Evos certainly has already come back into the form that we expected them to be. And by the time they got to game number 2, and I think game 2 also exposed a lot of like weird or like bad decision making, I think, on Persis's part. So hopefully they'll be able to put things together a little bit better coming in the third game, and now they already know what sort of expect to come out from Evos Esports. I'm looking forward to see whether Persis is going to be able to have that same level of adaptability that Evos has shown so far.
I think what really happened in, and this is just me looking from based on what we saw, right? As pick and bans is starting to go underway, we're going to touch a bit about game number 1 on how Persis was able to win. I think they kind of, from the side of Evos, they kind of underestimated Dewa's ability to just explode everybody and basically leapfrog ahead because of the amount of kills and the amount of resources that were given into Lux, right? Into Dewa that was piloting Lux. But in the second game, that wasn't the same case, because I think comparatively, Cannon compared to Lux is not as easy for you to be able to... You have to get into the fray of the fight to be able to play it more efficiently. So I do hope to see that Dewa actually resets it, but Evos, they immediately realize it. This is, I think, out of the norm in terms of what we saw based on the patterns of picks and bans that we have seen entirely. They very much respect Dewa's ability to pop off with the luck, so they're going to take it out. I do hope to see Dewa actually touch something similar. Maybe a Karma could come into play. Not as effective in terms of the global presence comparatively, but still a very strong side laner wherever she is put. Quite safe as well, and very much a lot of utility that comes into play if Dewa actually pilots the Karma.
I mean, it also goes to show, especially with that being the first ban out of the gate here from Evos, how much they really underestimated Persis for that first game, right? So I think they're not going to be making that mistake anymore, which does mean that for Persis, it's going to be a much harder draft for them to get through now because Dewa already off of his big hero, the hero that he has shown exemplary ability with. So now they're going to have to go for their sort of like B picks. They have to go for something that may be a little bit out of their comfort zone perhaps, but then again, when you're playing at this level, you have to be comfortable playing any champion here. So nevertheless though, the rest of the bans looking very much like what we kind of expect, but Evos also bans out the Lee Sin from Persis, so they're going to have to first pick something else.
Oh my god. I just totally forgot to say this. They let the Kassadin through.
They let the Kassadin through.
Oh my goodness.
And Evos just picked it up.
Oh my goodness.
No.
Oh my days. Persis really dropped the ball here. Yeah, I mean, Victor's lost it already. I mean, don't get us wrong. I still think there's a lot of ways for you to play around the Kassadin, right? But there is a reason why Kassadin has been banned out so much, and we did talk about it previously in the backstage, right? We wanted to highlight it a little bit more, but the second skill, I think it's Rift Blade for the Kassadin has been nerfed quite a bit, affecting the overall laning phase and maybe the ability to execute a little bit more consistently, because now that the damage has been nerfed a little bit as well as the cooldown, they may not be able to, there has to be a little bit more resource management per rotation of the second skill.
That's true for the most part, but the big problem is Kassadin's ultimate is still too OP. You cannot afford to allow your opponents to get that ultimate there, and I think especially once Kassadin hits like level 13, it's going to be so difficult to play against him at that point. So,
I totally agree. Considering the build path as well for the Kassadin, mana is definitely going to be the issue if you just keep spamming your Rift Walk, sure, right? But if you actually mitigate it and you balance it out, right, and you use it at the right timings, you can just pop out from some really weird angles, surprise teammates. All you need is your jungler to come to mid lane, make sure the priority is there to free you up. But I think we're hyper-focusing too much specifically on this Kassadin pickup here. Let's take a look at what else is being in store for the side of Evos. They are going to go for the scaling matchup here with the Senna Nasus. I do like this. For the side of Persis though, Riven, Renekton, Sets, and Bran. I do like Bran. Pyroclasm on top of the Pyroclasm on top of the ultimate. If he's able to land Inflame, I think his passive Inflame buff onto somebody and hit his first skill is going to be an immediate stun. So I do think this is going to be the case here. Now, one thing that we need to come up here. First time Shyvana being picked out. I don't know. I'm starting to see you going like, I don't know whether I agree with this. But at the same time, I do see how it's going to work for Persis here. What are your thoughts? Evos going up against Persis, game number 3.
I mean, Shyvana's pick certainly is going to be very helpful here for Persis, but I feel that if the early game mustn't be just like good, it has to be excellent coming out from Persis here, because all of the lineup here in Evos are super strong late game. Nasus Senna, of course, we've seen how devastating that could be. You know, when the scaling hits, Kassadin is already a problem on his own, and then on top of that, they got Wukong, so Tipper is going to have a lot of presence on the map, and you already saw from the previous games how much of a factor he can play in those fights here. So unless Persis is able to pull off a fantastic, mind you, not just a good early game, a fantastic early game, I don't see how they're going to be able to win out against Evos by the time they reach that 15 to 20 minute mark.
Yeah, I do think there is going to be a bit of problems here for the side of Persis if they're going to be able to win this out against Evos. Evos does have quite a strong number of champions here. The fact that Kasdin has gone through the rotation here is definitely a big ball drop. The fact that they also were able to target ban onto Dewa, taking away his Lux, is definitely going to be very problematic indeed for the Indonesian standout team, Indonesian region's standout team, Persis. However, crazier things have happened, right? I mean, Game number one, RRQ going 2-0 against a team that we didn't expect RRQ to go 2-0 against. So anything can happen, I believe, at this stage. But on paper, it seems that Evos has the number of Persis, but don't cast that into stone yet. Anything can still happen.
Yeah, you still have to execute, even with the best draft you have. So there's still definitely room for Persis to be able to take this game away, but I have to say it has to be a very, very good, I'm sorry, an excellent early game here for Persis in order for this to work out for them. No doubt having the Shyvanas is going to make it a lot easier for them in the long run, but certainly if they can't come out the gate here just literally burning down the doors of Evos, I fear we will not be seeing too much of a late game here by the time Evos hits the timings.
All right, so we're going to be seeing between these two teams, Evos as well as Persis, both these teams now very much bot lane focus here. Valdez is actually going to go for the Krugs instead of the red. So I'm thinking that we may see a very early engage onto the bot side here that may actually try to force out a flash. Mostly because Dewa is going to be level 1. He needs to get level 3 for him to get his full spell rotation, for him to be able to do the maximum amount of damage. Whereas Supporter and VVV, they can still do quite a bit here because of the sustain. So it's really dependent on how Evos wants to play this. Whether they want to give a lot of resources to VVV and Supporter, or whether they're going to be giving a lot more attention towards G4. Because G4 going up against Techmaturgy, the fact that Riven going up against Kassadin could actually be quite bad for G4 if he doesn't play it well, if he don't play it well.
Yeah, Tufts at the moment, still, he's going to be laning against the Wukong, who's taking Baron lane this time around, so maybe Tipper might have some other ideas in mind here as far as the Wukong plays go. Valdez, in the meantime, doing quite well, already up on level 3. It looks like it's going to be joining up with G4 in the mid lane here, but still, like I said, there's a lot of priority being placed by Evos onto that bottom lane, so they certainly are still targeting Dewa very, very hard. They know that he's the biggest threat on the side of Persis Esports, and as long as they can negate him in this early game phase here, perhaps that might be what they would need in order to solidify the strength of their lineup.
Alright, so normally we do see that for Nasus, they normally do build up the amplifying tone first, mostly to give a little bit of damage towards the third skill. I can't remember what's it called. I think it's a Soul Fire or Soul Storm. I'm not entirely sure, but I don't play that much Nasus. But looking at it, right, why that is the case is mostly because to give a little bit of range, to give a little bit more value towards the drop of the third skill. So it is going to delay a bit of the scaling from the Siphoning Strike for VVV, but as I said, once they hit the 15 to 20 minute mark, it's going to be a dog day afternoon for VVV, as it's going to be dropping the Q, dropping the Siphoning Strike onto everybody and just doing so much of crazy damage. I mean, for the most part, VVV will always build, I think it's Fimbulwinter first, to give it a little bit more tankability as well. I think depending on who they are fighting as well. So bot lane, Turfs as well as, Dewa as well as Topu will definitely work wonders for the Fimbulwinter, just because of the amount of magic resistance that it does give.
Yeah, I can see now why they decided to go for the Wukong in the Baron lane, because he can kind of sustain himself for the most part, even in 1v2 situations, which he's pretty much doing at this point here. Not under too much trouble, especially with the Fiora able to have his back should he get ganked by more than 2 people. But I think for now, that things still very much at a crawl here. No one really going for any big pickoffs or any big skirmishes at this point now. For the most part, they, especially for Persis, they know that it's going to be a very long game here, especially if they aren't able to nail down this early game phase against Evos. And the last thing they will want, you know, is for the snowball to come in and for Evos to basically wipe the floor with them before that 10-minute mark.
Yeah, what I really like mostly about the Senna pickups here is that whenever Senna decides to go for a roam, all she needs to do is just turn on the third skill and immediately makes whoever is inside the mist untargetable. And that actually adds a lot of value in terms of keeping some of her teammates safe, because you do have to get in close, and the fact that VVV by that time is going to be doing quite a bit of damage and will be tanky, it actually puts members of Persis in a little bit more pensive for them to be able to commit to some of these fights.
Yeah, and I think that's the primary reason is this really reducing the amount of aggression we're seeing from Persis, which we know that they like to have that early game aggression, but they're just not pulling that kind of power over Evos at this point. If anything else, Evos is just continuing to extend their influence here in the bottom lane with all those three of them just clearing out the minions constantly and forcing the recalls on their end. So now we're already seeing the first objectives come up here with 0 kills still left on the board, and the farm very much even between both of these squads. So who knows? I mean, it's all going to come down to that first fight. Who's going to be able to come on top? And I just worry for Persis if they're not able to nail that fight down and actually end up taking too many losses.
All right, so good to be seeing from the side of Persis a little bit more aggression onto his G4 here. Segmaturgy is going to be matching onto G4. Oh boy, bit off a little bit more than you could shoot. Took at least 2 turret shots here. If G4 decides to go in, this could be a bit of a problem, but remember, Segmaturgy does have quite a bit here in terms of slinging those auto attacks in between. Okay, look at that. G4 now comes in. Oh, this could be...
He needs to do it fast.
Yeah, he needs... Nah, it's not just about doing it fast. It's also avoiding the... Oh, wait.
Yeah,
team fight.
Yeah, already the Drake has been taken here by the red squad as Persis now on the run here as Evos attempt to try to get some trades from the end, but then they haven't been able to take down a single one. Not Delwa, not Tobu. Both of them are still able to recall back to base here. So they take the Drake and they lose no one in that first fight. So by my estimation, that's the perfect way to start off here for Persis.
I think it's something to actually really pay attention to, that Persis actually played the first 2 games on blue side. Now that we're on the third, the third game, Evos is actually the one that flipped towards the blue side. So I'm thinking this is going to be mostly because they wanted to keep some of their strongest bans and their strongest pick. Hence G4 on the Cassidin.
Yeah, I think you're pretty much on the money when it comes to that. So I mean, for Persis, there has extra pressure here because now not only playing on the opposite side, but now they're gonna be facing off against a much stronger lineup from Evos than they have faced previously before. So let's see how this plays out. It looks like it was almost an attempt on the top lane here. Didn't quite pan out. Both teams disengaged from the fight. So Tipper and Supporter are both still able to stay on the lane. Valdez and BBB now trying to push out into the mid here, but just really baiting them out, but not really committing too hard to a turret push yet. Again, it's mostly objectives that both of these squads are just watching for. They're not really going for those pokes. They're not really going for any like gangs or movements. It's just purely trying to maintain a presence in these lanes and ensuring that none of these squads are going for incursions. None of these squads are, none of the enemy champions are going to be coming in to steal or bumps away from them. So for the most part, they're just playing it very, very safe at this early juncture. So knowing that Persis needs to be able to get a good early game off in order to have a chance in the late game, this could actually end up being a bit worse for Persis if they're not able to find those openings.
Alright, so Seraph's Embrace almost done. We do see that needlessly large rod and amplifying tome already in the pockets of G4. On the other side of the spectrum, though, Techmaturgy with the Black Cleaver and Longsword. On towards jungle, Valdez already with the Divine Sunderer. We do see a Trinforce onto his Joel and the Recurve Bow alongside the Negatron Cloak, giving a little bit more magic resistance there. So I think Wit's End could be on the case here. Valdez as well as Tipper now nearby to Joel. Phage Breaker comes out, but not towards any of the champion targets.
Yeah, again, very, very slow early game phase. And for now, I mean, you're just mostly seeing what Evos is doing is just mostly set up. Just trying to set up for the inevitable fights that will come over the Rift Herald and the Dragons. And they pretty much have a lot of vision going on the Rift Herald side river here, at least for Evos Esports. So you pretty much know where the goal is. They're gonna try to get a gank going on the bottom lane here, but it seems like Persis takes a lot more damage than they perhaps were expecting to. And Evos are able to just peel away very effectively. So Persis just left holding the bag very much, not knowing what to do.
Alright, so looking at how G4 and Supporter are moving into this, it seems that Evos right now may actually flip the lid in a sense, and may actually
no Tobu, that's not a good place to be in. Very, very low, but fortunately no follow-up coming from Evos means he still is able to get a recall. But very interesting that the bottom lane seems to be losing massively here for Persis. It seems like only a matter of time before the first tier turret comes down, and that's going to be bad for Persis should they really want to try to take control over the dragons. And with Evos already having this Rift Herald set up very well with all the vision in the world in this river, it's going to be very, very hard for Persis to catch them by surprise. And look at how fast they're taking down Shelly here. They're going to have to jump rather sooner rather than later, and Evos just keeping the distance, keeping the spacing just right. But then now they've conceded the ground and allowed Persis to take away the Rift Herald, and they are trying to convert this into even more kills here. They're already taken down Wukong. That's the first blood of the game. A second kill that's going to be on Wukong's going to be on the Nasus, and then Persis just with one fell swoop has now taken an advantage.
Tipper and VVV now down for the count, and it seems that first blood came late in this third game, and it shows that I think even Persis also is making some of the adjustments of playing a little bit more conservatively and cautiously, and it's definitely working in their favor here. But they have to be careful also that they don't overcompensate, not to say they don't overcompensate, they don't overcorrect by playing too passively, and Evos slowly gets enough tempo to try to steal out from Persis. But 2-0 at 10 minutes, at almost 11 minutes, is definitely a good start for Persis.
I think the biggest fear for Persis' side is more on like I think why they're just not really being that aggressive in this game. Of course, naturally being that this is the decider, they want to play it safe, but it's also the fact that they are already paying a lot more respect to Evos in this game here, because they know what they can be capable of, especially during these fights. So they're very, very careful about the moves they make. They're going to try to make a move now onto the mid lane and pretty much force it to battle here, but Valdez is able to peel away. Now they're trying to aim in onto BBV. Can't quite get the burst damage done, and in fact, they got themselves rooted in place on the river, so that pretty much is a good disengage coming from Evos' side. So at least the thing that's going for Persis is that they're not conceding kills to Evos, which is good, but they still need to be able to take objectives, and maybe this Infernal Drake might be the ticket here. Evos is only 2 people to try to counteract this, trying to go for the steal, and oh, they actually did! Evos takes away the Infernal Drake, and this is disaster now for Persis. An attempt to run away. Tubbs could be out for the count here as he splits away from his teammate Takamerji, allowing Takamerji's River to survive, but taking one for the team is Tufts.
G4 being able to score that double kill there will definitely work wonders for him as they are able to get their first turret of game number 3. It seems that there is going to be a tilt in the favor of Evos here. Another turret down for the count for the side of Evos. Persis right now bleeding out resources here with the fact that they lost the Drake. They were able to go at least one Drake in their favor here, and that's going to be the not the Inferno, for PSO, for the Earth Drake. And I'm thinking that that's going to give a little bit of defense for the side of PSO, so maybe, not to say it cancels out the scaling that comes with Infernal Drake, but it does give them a little bit of beefiness to counteract the Infernal Drake that has been taken by Evos. But looking at it though, with them bleeding out of turrets, this could be very bad for members of Persis.
Yeah, Evos now taking down the tier 1 turret on the Baron lane, and that's pretty much going to solidify the take here. And Persis does get the trade in the form of VVV, so now he's going to be out of count for 36 seconds. Oh, that's a long, long time to be away. But is Persis going to be able to take advantage of this? I'm not too sure though, because the rest of Evos are already moving in here, trying to keep the priority on that bottom lane, which is looking a little bit vulnerable at the moment. That's why Wukong is already on the front lines there, attempting to keep the minions at bay, while the rest of Persis continues to farm the jungle, not really going for those aggressive moves and not really trying to open up the map, so to speak, against Evos. So for the most part, they're playing very, very passively, which I don't know if it's going to be a good strategy for them in the long run.
For Persis or Evos?
Persis.
Yeah, I'm actually going to touch on that. I was actually going to touch on that here. I do think that it does play into the caution of Persis, but playing it too cautious and not thinking about mitigating risk, basically you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? So that's the thing. Sometimes you just got to calculate on the fly whether or not you'll be able to score a big one against Evos, and PSO's just got to pull that trigger. But if they're a little bit pensive on this, then that's how to say, the dichotomy of like, will they, won't they, hot, cold is definitely going to affect the decision making of the overall PSO. Whereas Evos, I think because they've been such a tight unit together, when they commit to a decision, all of them commit. I mean, no man left behind. I mean, if we're all going to commit, we're all going to commit and win together, or we all fall together. And I think that goes to say how effective Evos is. But take a look at this fight here. Tipper as well as Subs.
Very
but,
close.
Oh boy.
He broke the armor of Tipper. He's in deep trouble, and that's going to be a kill there onto the Wukong. Now they try to get a trade here on the mid lane side, and Evos now going to force a turn tail a little bit, as unfortunately Senna gets picked off on the side, and that's going to leave Valdez completely alone now, as the rest of Persis attempts to try to give him chase, and with the turn being very low, they're going to dive him straight away. Tries to get a control of him, but Valdez still slips right through there, like trying to catch Jelly with a chopstick. And now Evos turns the tables onto the Shyvanas. She's going to be taken down. G4 and Valdez now coming to chase the Dragon of Jurl, who just lost his dragon form in the worst possible time, and thus goes back to the Rift.
Oh, another one. And another one. The double kill. And a rampaging Kassadin is not exactly a combination that allows Persis to win the game, though. So I'm thinking that this is starting to be the beginning of the end, despite the fact that they were able to get at least 2 more turrets. But something could be wild here. We could see members of the Indonesian standout team be wild in, but unfortunately,
nothing you can do. I mean, Dewa, Jurl, and Tekamerji are still stuck in the Rift, so there's no way for them, Tufts and Tobu alone, to try to steal that Baron, and doing so is just going to definitely be suicide and just going to compound the problem by conceding more kills to Evos. So no matter how you toss and turn it, Persis now is in very deep trouble here. And unfortunately, if they aren't able to dig themselves out of this hole, I fear the worst for them. Unless they can try to turn this into a good kill, maybe, just maybe. That's going to keep him in place for a little while. Try to keep it contained, but G4 still slipping away, still having the health in hand. Now the rest of Persis comes in, but then the rest of Evos does as well. Supporter and Valdez comes in to save their teammate, and look at that, G4 survives the onslaught.
And I said it time and time again, the only reason why why Kassadin is such a strong champion despite getting nerfed on the second skill is because of the mobility that Riftwalk provides. With the ultimate at level 5, you'll be able to cover so much distance for, I mean, the more you cast it within a certain window, the more, how to say, mana that you're going to be spending, fine. But with Seraph's Embrace, I don't think it's going to be an issue. 4 for nothing. 4-0 at 2, 15,000 gold compared to 11,000 gold that Tecmaturgy has. I don't think it's going to be the case. G4 there, getting caught again. Could be another case there. Beautiful Dawning Shadow. He's going to try to get away. One more hit.
Look at that.
Oh, he gets it! G4! G4, you maniac! Oh my days!
No.
Is he gonna go? He gets the double! Could he go for the triple kill special?
Oh,
maybe he could. He could, baby. Show me the money! Triple kill! All on G4. Nexus is exposed. We're not gonna need any more else. Persis, thank you for playing, but it's the Evos show, and you're just a guest star.
That's so painful to watch, but what I tell you, Kassadin after level 13 is unstoppable, and 3 back-to-back attempts on his life, all completely handled perfectly by G4. My goodness, that was Evos pretty much at the best I've seen so far.
I have to call the cops because I just witnessed the murder. Like legit. Okay, I mean, no offense to the Persis team, they did they did as best as they could. But when the Kassadin slipped through, that was the beginning of the end.
I wish that they actually did more of those kind of like gangs against the Kassadin earlier on when he was at his weakest, but I don't think the Evos really gave them the space to do so. And I mean, Kassadin just basically soloing 3 champions there, just open up the space pretty much to allow Evos to try to break the way to the Nexus anyway. So yeah, whichever way it kind of painted, you know, Persis was literally sitting on a ticking time bomb, and that ticking time bomb in the form of the Kassadin really has tied things over here for Evos, and that's why they pretty much got the win. It's still infuriating to me though, thinking about that draft that the first pick was going to Persis and they didn't pick up the Kassadin. I mean, talk about mispicks or misclicks.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I feel that the members of Persis actually had quite a opportunity to actually ban out the Kassadin, but I felt that either way, they were. I guess the song has been written already, and it all just needed the bard to basically sing it. But I don't know about you guys. Let's relive the moments here, brought to you by a Snapdragon Elite Gaming. So let's check it out. This was the first Herald fight, and this was where I think Evos kind of dropped the ball very early on, mostly because of their mispositioning. I do like the fact that members of Persis were very quick to pull the trigger, and they were very quick to actually try to score that Herald. But I think this was where I think a little bit of the control was starting to be lost here, mostly because of how Jill got exhausted, and G4 and Valdez was able to get away. G4 as well stayed relatively safe, and I think throughout the whole game, he never even died once. So I'm thinking that the eliminations that cost the biggest for Persis is the fact that they lost objectives. Yeah, they did manage to steal an objective, but they lost too many here. And the fact that too many kills were fed towards G4 allowed him to act with impunity.
I think like what Persis experienced from that first fight on is that they realized, oh my goodness, this Evos is very, very difficult to fight against, and you sustaining so much damage through these fights. That's why they tried to play it safe for the rest of it, because they knew that trying to go out for these all-out brawls isn't necessarily going to turn in their favor, even though they were aiming for that early game dominance. So unfortunately, you know, as it continued to play out, Evos continued to gain objective after objective, and that just further compounded the problem, and leaving that G4, that Kassadin, virtually unchecked, allowed him to hit max level very, very quickly. And at that point there, I mean, he's absolutely a killer, a mass murderer on the fields there on the Summer's Rift, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, 3 is the minimum there, and G4 is definitely going to pop off 7-0 and 2. MVP is definitely going to go to G4. I mean, goes without saying here. Dewa did actually do pretty well in this game. I mean, 1-1 and 4, but the impact that Dewa is able to provide for the team is very minimal comparatively to G4. G4, with the roams, were able to convert those roams into tangible resources that actually help propel members of Evos towards winning the game really hard, despite them dropping game number 1 due to maybe, I don't know, some bad decision making, or sometimes it's all a case of like not really waking up properly. You know, I mean, sometimes it happens, right? I mean, some people are just like, they just haven't woken up yet. And it seems that with the first game going to Persis, it seems that they woke the Evos. What's the logo again? It's a lion. A lion, right? No, it's a tiger. Yeah. So they poked the tiger and they got swiped. They got mauled for it. I mean, if you see how big and scary a tiger is, right? Yeah. We've seen all the clips on Instagram. They purr, they're cute and all that. Yeah, but when they flip out their claws, Evos is not cute anymore. They are apex predators, and PSO is just the prey. Unfortunately for the team, despite a game number 1 that was very impressive, that honestly a lot of us didn't actually give didn't give Persis to be able to win game number 1, but it seems that for Persis, it just gets further and further away. But the story of the goal, though, it's a little bit closer than expected, didn't we?
I mean, it's mostly, I think, because objectives. PSO did manage to steal one or two objectives here, and they did get hit with Herald. So while the middle stage of the game, they were still gaining some ground, sort of. But I think it was just the problem that Cassidy was just constantly hanging over the head, and that pretty much negated any sort of advantage they could have otherwise held during the mid-stage game, because they knew that it was a late game that they needed to have focus on, and losing out that first objective there might have hurt Evos a little bit, but then eventually they were able to claw it back once the Cassidy came fully online.
It's actually very important to note, right, that you can the graphs actually visually show you the moment where the game turns, right? So it's very important to note that for the most part, we see graphs that indicate to us that a lot of the shifts, the tilt shifts, happen towards the maybe like the 15-minute mark, right? But here, just at maybe the 12-minute mark, 30-second mark, right, we're gonna see a sharp little increase in favor of Evos that was on the blue team, and I feel that that was going to be the case there, mostly because that G4 has already come online, the fact that he was able to convert a lot of these roams into some very tangible wins. I mean, not only I think the biggest issue for a lot of teams, especially teams that are not so they are not operating on the professional level like how these teams are, is that they are not able to tangibly work around those death timers, right? Because whenever a death timer happens, you want to try to get as much room to punish that death timer, because during that period, there's a champion that's inactive on field, right? There's just going to be in fountain. It's still going to take a little bit of time for them to come back. And I felt that Persis didn't really know how to do that comparatively to Evos. Whereas Evos, every time they get a kill, they punish it really hard. They get a turret, they get an objective. So the tilt shift is definitely working in favor of Evos. But I feel like Persis, they do have potential, but they need to fix some of their macro issues, I feel.
Yeah, I think it's been a theme throughout this these matchups so far, that the macro still wins out even when you have like strong micro players on your team.
Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma Galaxy.
I mean, easiest game number 2, match 1, match 2. Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah. So again, it's like the macro wins you the games in the long run. The only thing that kind of like will be able to counteract that is by having a really strong early game, which I didn't see from Persis. I mean, again, after that first fight, it felt kind of like they got a little bit too afraid to fight against Evos. And granted, you know, when you see from the graphs, whatever grounds that Evos was able to make, it seemed like Persis was still able to push it back somewhat. They were still able to keep parity on the farm, so it's not like for lack of trying from their end. I feel it's just that the strength of the lineup was just too strong for just from that draft alone coming from Evos, so that already put a lot more pressure than otherwise would have for Persis to actually perform, and unfortunately at this stage of the game it kind of cracked for them, I think.
Alright, let's take a look at our series MVP. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a very, very interesting one. G4, I mean, no surprises there. I mean, if you look directly at just the KDA, sure, but the kill participation definitely tells a whole other story. The goal per minute as well, not entirely something to shout about. I mean, it is a fairly standard number, but the damage per minute as well as the DTPM, I feel like if he actually played Corki in all 3 games, the damage taken per minute could have been a bit lower, mostly because of the natures of the champion that he takes, right? So most of the time when you look at damage taken per minute, most of the people will ask me, you know, members of the community will ask me, Hound, what does DTPM mean? Do I have higher DTPM means? Does it mean that I'm not doing my job right? No. What happens is that sometimes the thing that I feel is missing from these MVP scorelines is, I think, utility score, but that's very hard to. It's very hard for you to actually numerate something like that, because it's very specific, right? A stun at the start of a fight may not be the same as a stun that interrupts a channeling spell, for example, that could change the tide of the fight. But how we gauge from this is, you look at the type of champions that they have. Diana, Cassidin, right? These 2 champions want to get into your face. They want to be able to get close, throw as much damage as they can, and try to get out. That being said, damage taken per minute will definitely go up. Why was Dewa damage taken per minute very, very low? Because of the champions that he uses. I think very safe champions, snipes that came in. So of course there's going to be a bit of a skew in terms of the values, but it doesn't necessarily reflect whether a teammate is, whether a particular player is effective or not. But very well deserved here for our match 3, for our series MVP for this match. here representing Evos Esports, a G4.
I mean, again, I think there was literally no other champion in Persis' side that could actually match the Kazakhstan stats. So certainly a very dominant MVP there. I think that G4 has just taken there, and I think I'll just give him MVP just on the basis of being able to solo like 3 champions in a row there and not even take a single death. I mean, that alone already is just showing a really strong mastery of playing the Kazakhstan.
Well, I'm a little bit more stringent when it comes to awarding MVPs, though. They're going to have to impress me a little bit more, but very much well-deserved. And of course, we would like to thank our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And I don't know about you, Evos showed that when winning matters, it matters the most to them. Coming from behind and being able to win it out with good adaptation. And of course, ahead of us is going to be Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the beast with them. www.monsterenergy.com/gaming for more information. And for those of you social birds out there who would like to flock together, we should go over to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Drop us your love, drop us your criticisms, drop us your analysis, and just let us know. Interact with us, okay? Tell us what you think. Tell us what you feel. I know what I feel. Excited. Why? Our last potential best of 3 today is gonna feature Buriram United going up against Echo Fortius. I hope I pronounced that right. So yeah, the Indonesian team of Echo Fortius going up against the Thai team of Buriram United. Buriram United, a very, very strong mainstay team. We're looking forward to seeing what these two teams have in store for us. He's Victor Cax. I'm Hound. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series coming to you live here from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. We'll be back with more action.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is the Hound, and we're going to be bringing to you guys the final game of the day. Fourth matchup for today. It's going to be Thailand versus
Indonesia.
Yes. And we're going to be seeing the next matchup here very, very soon. But oh boy, I'm so excited because we have Echo Forts here representing Indonesia and Buriram United for Thailand. I'm so excited to see this game here. Buriram United, such a badass name, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It is a very, very badass name. I don't know about you guys, but I really enjoy the zoom in, zoom out kind of thing. It's a little bit of like, you know, a little bit of like
Flair.
drama, you know, a little bit of flair, you know. All you need. Oh, look at that. Oh, we're zooming out again. Oh, we're zooming out again. And we're zooming in. That's how excited we are, ladies and gentlemen, right? Because we had to like get there's so much excitement, they had to just zoom out just to see the full stage. Leaderboards! RRQ, Nigma, Evos now hold the top 3 spots. Buriram United, Echo Fortius, Persis Esports, Cerberus Esports, and Team Flash. They are unfortunately going to be at the bottom of the 6, 7, and 8 spot. Buriram and of course Echo Fortius are finally going to go up against each other, and who wins this will most probably secure the 4th spot.
Yeah, consider this fact though, even though Persis, Cerberus, and Team Flash are at the bottom leaderboard, it's no way representative of the true performance of these squads because they still have yet to fight 6 other teams. So there's still 6 more potential points they can get to get themselves back on the leaderboard. So don't be disheartened by seeing your favorite teams being at the bottom of the leaderboard. Things might change over the course of this week.
I find it really, really conducive of a competitive environment, because I think a few months ago it was teams like Cerberus and Team Flash that would be at the top of the leaderboards here, and sometimes we would see Buriram and of course Evos hold on to the top spots. But now it is going to be, at least for play day number 1 of the challenge series, right? Of the challenge leaderboards for the Filipino region of regional teams of RRQ and Nigma Galaxy holding on towards positions 1 and 2, which goes to show that comparatively, I mean, when we look at some of the other games out there, normally it's like a certain region that just dominates everything, like China dominates this particular game, or Europe dominates this game. But to see domination being switched hands quite frequently across different tournaments, I feel is the reason why Wild Rift is so exciting, because it's so hard to see one team just dominate.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also more exciting when you consider that Wild Rift as a competitive community is so much younger, or rather newer compared to a lot of other games. So there's certainly a lot more potential, I think, for new players to come and excite us, you know, by just virtue of being a good and talented player. So that's why it's so important for to have tournaments like this, like Snapdragon Pro Series, because it really provides that platform that allows the good talents from these otherwise unknown regions when it comes to these kind of esports to actually, you know, show themselves on the world stage and show themselves how capable they are in front of all you guys.
Yeah, I do believe that this is going to be a very, very interesting one indeed. So let us get to know the first team that is going to be on the screen today, Buriram United Esports.
Oh, I love the garb. Look at that. It's so
smart. That's gangster drip right there. Yeah. That don't be fooled by the colorful colors of that drip, because underneath that, beyond those colors belies some really, really beastly players. Noel, Golden Feet, Archony, Bank, what the Jess. Golden Feet has been a very, very, very detrimental jungler against enemy teams, alright? And of course, the fact that he actually gives a lot of opportunities for Archony to actually pop off, I do think that's going to be the case. But I think the running theme across the games here is key players or matchups are either in the junglers or in the Baron lane. So I'm thinking that maybe we might see more focus onto Bank and Golden Feet across the board here.
I mean, they certainly have to play their role here because a lot of like the focus on the meta certainly are for those two lanes in particular. But you know, Golden Feet, I find it interesting they use the word use the word detrimental, because if anything else, I'll say he's the most intimidating presence when it comes to the jungle here, especially for Buriram United. Arkany is going to be the key player here being highlighted for Buriram United Esports, and you can see it's quite interesting. His KDA 3.4 kill participation only about 53.3%. So while it's not you know, super high compared to like a lot of other key players out there, but I think by virtue of his role here, you know, playing a Cassidy, the Garrett, and the Renekton, is pretty much interesting that he is the one who gets the key player here, Buriram.
I think this is really important to note here. Doesn't mean that I mean, we have seen it with Nigma, we have seen it with some of the other teams where they are on a negative score, not to say a negative scoreline, but they are on a scoreline that isn't exactly conducive of them winning the game, right? And suddenly one team fight, and then they're able to maybe like even it out, or maybe like be 2 or 3 kills behind, and suddenly they're able to just end it because like what? The team can have 1,000 kills and I can only have 5 kills, but if I break the Nexus, that means I won, right? It's not a game of who kills more, right?
Yeah.
So looking at it from this perspective here, it is going to be interesting to see that Echo Fortius, 3ZL, Serdam, Hunjaeger, Ulexite, and Ramle are going to be the team that is going up against Buriram United.
Yeah, so again, not too much impressions I have personally for this team here. They're very new team for me personally, so I'm very curious to see how they will perform against a team that's well known as Buriram United. Certainly, being here, you know, having this opportunity here is fantastic and shows the level of performance they have. But you know, they have to be seriously, they have to really impress, especially up against a powerhouse like Buriram.
Okay, so looking at how Echo Fortius stands against Buriram United, one of the bigger juggernauts, I do believe that for Buriram United, I think that what they do better than other teams is their ability to rotate very quickly. Archany does get out of control sometimes, especially if he gets champions that he really particularly enjoys. I do believe that he does follow a little bit of the team specifics that we talked about for RRQ, but let's take a look at the teams head-to-head between Golden Feet and Serdam. Look at that. Serdam pointing straight at Golden Feet, and Golden Feet be like, I don't want anything to do with this. I'll smoke you later, bro.
Very even, actually, when you compare the statistics between the two of them, of course.
Except for damage
except
per
for
minute.
damage, yeah. Except damage per minute, definitely a lot higher for Serdam, and I believe that's actually supposed to be damage taken.
Yeah,
the second one there, not DPM. So Serdam also is actually having a bit more points in there compared to Golden Feet, but both of them seem to be very much similar in playstyle. I mean, again, both of them are also Lee Sin users, so naturally they will have that kind of presence when it comes to the jungle. But it's quite interesting that you know, despite everything, it seems like stats-wise, perhaps Golden Feet might have a good opponent here in the form of Serdam.
If the visuals are, if it's safe to assume that the visuals are taken from the past top 3 games that they played, right? Maybe the last 3 games that they played, right? Shyvana, Lee Sin, and Morgana for Golden Feet, whereas Serdam is going to go for Lee Sin, Camille, and Vi. We can see why the damage taken per minute is going to skew in favor of Serdam. All 3 of those champions are get in your face, try to lock you down, or maybe try to deliver you, whereas Golden Feet, the skew of 60 damage taken per minute may be because of the Morgana pickup, I feel. Depends on maybe whether or not he goes for the Zhonya's Hourglass build and he actually synergizes with his team to set up the Soul Shackles, because as a Morgana, you don't need to be up close and personal. You can sometimes throw your Dark Binding from far away, and maybe you can flash over the wall and try to go, go set up the Soul Shackles, right? That could actually win out very, very big for them. But at the same time, I've always said this time and time again, damage taken per minute relative to damage per minute doesn't necessarily reflect the full story.
Yeah, it's just more of like an indicators, kind of like they really only tell you about the play style of the
Maybe
individual play.
maybe certain tendencies or maybe certain statistical how to say anomalies or significance that not to say significance, maybe like statistics that may skew to the fact that alright, this team likes this particular jungler always plays a jungler that always gets into the middle of the fight, gets a lot of damage, but somehow or another will be able to output the same amount of damage, if not more. The key rule is, if you are the type of jungler that gets into the middle of the fight, right, try to lower down your damage taken per minute and maximize your damage per minute. We did see it with Dewa. I think his stats really show what type of player he is, and it shows that okay, he just likes to play from far away, and he will always try to sling spells at you. I mean, 3 times damage per minute compared to damage taken per minute actually shows you like, okay, this guy, he will always be in team fights within range, but he won't get in the middle of everything, which can be good or bad depending on the composition.
I mean, Dewa definitely made it work for himself. I mean, especially for that first game that they had. So I want to see whether or not things will be kind of different when it comes to this specific matchup. It certainly will be. I mean, we're talking about completely different players here, but nevertheless, for all of you guys in Twitch, let us know your predictions.
Your thoughts.
Yeah.
Let us look into your brain and tell us what you think is true, and we will tell you why it's not true. Okay? But no, I mean, predictions can go either way. We are both going to go with Buriram United. I think majority of us are in agreement here. If Pondo decides to go for Echo Fortius, we know it's going to be Echo Fortius that wins. So anyway, all of the studying, all of this maths, okay. We're all in agreement. It's going to be a 3 game. It's going to be a 3 game, and at least all of us have scored 1. So I mean, shake my hand for that, bro. We did it. We did it. We didn't end up with 0.
At least 1 out of 4. So yeah, that's a 25% accuracy rate. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, you still hit the shot you took, right? So it still works out, right? A basket's still a basket, right? Yeah. Okay. Anyway. I guess we're all agreed across the board. I do believe that it is going to be 2-0 across the board. I think maybe it was... I don't know whether it was you or whether it was Husky. I think they said they won 2-1. I don't think so, right? I think all of us predicted 2-0, right?
I think, yeah, for the most part, we all went 2-0. But, yeah.
Crazier things have happened.
True.
I mean, look at what Persis did to Evos. We all thought it was going to go 2-0, but then it went 2-1, right? In favor of Evos. But I think Buriram, I think they have a better head over their shoulders, I feel. And I think that comparatively to Evos, they do things a little bit... They are not as well-rounded as Evos is, I feel. But Buriram they specialize in a few tactics that I think that really worked well. If I remember correctly, I think maybe a few patches ago, where tanky supports like Alistar, Leona were very strong, I would reckon that Buriram United actually played that style really, really well. And they were able to actually use the CC setup to efficiently gain quite a dominant game across a team that I felt at the time would have given them a run for their money. But we are here now. Meta has kind of shifted maybe a little bit here, maybe a few changes here and there, not entirely like a crazy shift in like how the enchanters were really strong when Staff of Flowing Water, I think, got buffed a few patches ago, if I remember correctly. This is all based on memory here, but that's enough about speculation. Let us talk about picks and bans. Buriram United on blue, Echo Fortius on right. I almost said United. I almost said Buriram Fortius and Echo United. Excuse me. So yeah. So Noel, Colton Feet, Archony, Bank, and What the Jest. Lucian being banned out first. Trizel. I don't know if it's Trizel or Trizel. So Dam, Hanyeger, Ulexite, and Ramli now going to be banning out against Buriram United.
Yeah, so first bans coming in here. I'm not going to be expecting too much different. Of course, we already seen the usual suspects. Yumi already banned out here by Echo. I mean, certainly a Katsurin or Camille ban will be on the cards unless they had some other ideas, you know. I
don't think so. I'm very sure that they're not going to allow Archony to hold on to that Katsurin.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think they want to be repeating a Persis, right? So I think Buriram is doing the smart thing here, getting rid of the Lucian and the Senna. So it does actually limit members of Echo to be able to pick out the Nasus. So with Senna being banned out, Nasus isn't going to be that viable. But Karma also being banned out here actually signifies me that they don't want to be dealing with Bank on Karma.
Well, that's interesting. So now there's only 2 more bans to go here, and are Burium going to be going for that meta ban, or are they going to be having some of the plans?
Jax.
Oh, Jax is going to be banned. That means either Kassadin or Camille will be in the pool here. So this is going to be interesting. Very much a high-pressure decision that Echo has to make here, because it seems like they can only do one of the 2 and not both, or maybe just ban out one and just...
Kassadin first pick for Noel.
Yeah,
he's going to go to Archony, and then they're most likely going to pick up... Okay, wait. It's going to be a Kassadin for Noel, for sure. I know this for a fact. And they might actually, for Echo, they might go for... Oh, no!
Oh, no! Morgana first pick.
Oh, no.
Interesting.
I'm quite surprised, though. I would think that they would actually go pick up the... I will actually think that they will go pick up Kassadin for Archony. Maybe Archony is trying to go for the counter pick onto Hunyega. Maybe he sees something that we don't. Or maybe this is just part of the plan here. Just leave the Kassadin open, try to get it, and they have something in their pocket in case Echo decides to play it. Or maybe they're just so confident in the fact that Archony can handle a Kassadin laning phase and will be able to punish it accordingly. We shall have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, Echo picks up the Gragas here. Golden Feet is going to be able to pick up the Corki as well, so... this is going to be interesting. I mean, I certainly didn't expect this, and mind you, both Kassadin and Camille are still in the pool, but neither of these teams are going for it now, so that tells me that, you know, both of these teams certainly had done their homework on each other. They know kind of like what to kind of target and what kind of picks they can allow into the pool here, and you know, knowing that Burium is very strong on the Kassadin, the fact that they decided not to go for that first pick here is really interesting, because it shows that they perhaps are a lot more confident in just having a completely different game plan here. So Hunyega picks up Lee Sin, and that's going to be next round of bans coming through.
Alright, so Zig's already being banned out as well. Next round of bans already will signify that maybe we might see the Kassadin pick up here, because I think Golden Feet could actually give the Corki over to Bank or maybe to Archony, because we did see Archony play out the Corki in the past before, mostly in mid lane. The Kassadin being banned out for Buriram United already, and I'm thinking that I think this is going to be a wise choice here, because they don't want to be allowing members of Echo to be able to get it, because at the second ban phase they will be able to pick again for the first pick for the second ban phase goes over to Echo Fortius. So I think this is a very wise and safe choice here, and I think it's a little bit weird that neither of the teams actually just jumped on the Kassadin immediately, mostly because they didn't want to expose themselves to a counter pick.
Yeah, I think that was certainly the calculus they had here. That's why they decided to go with like Morgana first pick instead, and instead we're getting a draft like this. But with the Gragas and the Lee Sin already in the hands of Echo 4 tier, that's certainly allowing them to have to pick at the Kassadin would just be like insane. You just don't want to allow that to happen. Pretty much. So next pick going to be coming up from Burium. It looks like he picks up the... What's her name again?
Kaisa.
Kaisa.
Yeah, I haven't seen Kaisa in a while.
Long time,
it's
isn't it?
It's been a while. It's been a while.
So
I think for the most part, I think for today we didn't actually see traditional marksmen for the most part, right? We mostly saw like spellcasters. I think maybe 1 or 2 games we did see.
Speaking of champs we haven't seen yet, Galio.
We were talking a lot about Galio though before this, and I think this is the first time that we're going to be seeing a Soraka that being picked up for Ramli, going to give a lot of sustain here, and I think this is going to be a wise choice, because an AP support would actually be playing into the hands of Galio, mostly because of the extra damage magic resistance that he gets, and it actually works out for him in terms of him being able to sustain inside the lane of the damage that comes magically towards him. But looking at what we see from Echo Fortius, I do like it. We got Trizel on the on the Jace. We do have Saddam on Lee Sin, so I think it is going to be relatively good for members of Echo to actually focus on the ability to skirmish and try to set up fights for them. I would like to see Trizel actually pop off here. Maybe a little bit of attention being given to Ulex side, but I'm not entirely happy with the fact that damage across the board for Echo doesn't exactly match the variety that Buriram United brings to the table.
I would say it's quite a balanced draft coming out from Echo's side. For Buriam's side, Yeah, I mean, again, I can't really see if there any one of these guys are having like a draft advantage here, but I would say like it looks quite even for the two of them. So I would say that it's just going to boil down to execution for this first game.
Definitely. I do think that we need to touch on a little bit about this, right? Win conditions are definitely going to be something that we need to talk about at length later on when we get into the game, because when you have a draft that I think one team wants to do something very particular, another team also wants to do something very particular as well. I do believe that for Echo, they do have quite a bit of opportunity for them to fight going backwards, right? Whereas members of Buriram want to get into your face, they want to just pull the fight to you and just try to penetrate the backlines and get towards maybe like the Kaisa, for example, that's going to be a high-value target. So that could be something that members of Echo have to be very, very careful about, because Buriram actually likes to play this style. They like to get into the thick of it, and sometimes it can be a coin flip, but for the most part, Buriram United, they're very much calculated in their approaches.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's very exemplary of teams that love the hyper-aggression. They naturally are very good fighters, and Buriram United certainly will be banking on that advantage here coming into this fight against Echo Fortius. First game coming up here, and this is the last matchup for the day, so sorry for all of you guys who joined us a little bit too late, but at least you're in time for this one last matchup here. Buriram United Esports versus Echo Fortius, and let's go. This is going to be the match of showdown, the last one for today.
All right, we were talking about win conditions, right?
Yeah.
So let's start with Buriram United. What can they do really well comparatively to Echo Fortius? Now they've got Noel with the broken. They've got Noel with a lot of mobility. Will be able to get the stun in if he's able to get into the middle of it. I do believe that the shield as well will be able to negate quite a bit of the damage that comes in, provided that he times it right. Golden Feet, long range snare, along with Soul Shackles would actually make Echo Fortius be a little bit more wary if they want to be committing into some of these fights. Because all it takes is just a very brave Morgana to be in the middle of the fight, turn on the Soul Shackles, and pray that she doesn't get exploded. Archony playing the Renekton, quite a bit of roaming potential here if he's able to get the clear. But going up against Hunyeger, I do believe that he is going to be having a little bit of trouble here, because Hunyeger will be able to mess up the fight better comparatively to Archony, but Archony will be able to get into the back lines a little bit more consistently. Whereas Bank, long range rockets, almost infinite mana with the Essence Reaver, and what the just with the peel that comes towards Bank, and Bank will be able to get away with the second skill, with the second skill on his kit. So looking at what Buriram United wants to do, I do believe that members of Echo have got to play it in such a way where they do not allow Bank to whittle them down too much, and don't let Noel and Archony penetrate that backline here. As you can see, Noel now going to try his best to get Trizel into a little bit of trouble here, but Trizel switching between his hammer as well as his range there, trying to get as much damage onto Noel to make sure that he gets that top advantage. Oh, one more hit could have been the case here, but it's got to be careful.
Trizel's going to try to go straight away while we see Serdam moving in here for the follow-up. He's in range.
Oh,
misses a shot, but gets the follow-up anyway. First blood still goes to that Lee Sin, but it almost looked like the Riven was able to get away with it.
Serdam almost losing it out. Hopefully that wasn't going to be the case for him. If not, that would have been very, very bad jeers from his teammates though. However, he did not miss out on the opportunity to take him down. First blood going over to Serdam could actually bring him a lot of advantages here if he plays it right.
So you spoke about the win conditions for Buriram United, but what would be the win conditions here for Echo in terms of the lineup?
Yeah, as I wanted to actually exposit about that first blood happened. So I think that's what we need to see from Echo Fortius, right? Serdam piloting the Lee Sin, I believe, is going to be paramount in terms of trying to get these early game advantages over Noel, which is what he's trying to do here. He wants to make sure that Trizel will be able to complete, I think, his Black Cleaver, if I'm not mistaken, giving him a little bit of armor penetration, a lot more cooldown, and the fact that I think his when he goes into hammer form, I think his second skill will be able to help him restore mana per champion and per minion kill, for I think by a certain amount. So mana isn't going to be entirely that much of an issue for Trizel. So we do see that Echo may actually be playing on towards their strong side, which is top side, whereas they may neglect their bot side, which could signal to Buriram United that that's going to be the playstyle that they're going to have to be dealing with.
Yeah, that could certainly be the case. So very interesting. certainly very different sort of like ideas on both sides of the team, and I think what kind of one thing that's going to be a big separator between the two is like who's going to be able to interrupt. I think the game plan, the ideas that are forming on the opposite end of the river here, and that could be key because if you are able to disrupt sort of like what plans are being held, then that's going to force some adaptations on your opponent's side, which will certainly help your cause. But conversely, I would expect that Echo will be attempting to do the same onto Buriram as well. And so far, they've already gotten first blood, which is already a start. Not the best of starts, but still certainly a start nevertheless. But at the 4-minute mark here, it seems like it's still going to be down to objectives, whether or not they'll be able to nail it down. Noel now trying to get some jump at the tree ZL. Again, both of them just trading that health pretty much because there's no rotations to be worried about, at least until those Rift Herald and the Drake comes out. But I think Arcany might be lost and out on the lurch there, unfortunately, thanks to that kill. And he's going to be out for the next 14 seconds. And that's going to be probably going to give Echo a lot of initiative on this Baron lane.
I think Hunyega dropping the barrel on top of Archany's head definitely working out wonders for him. I think he was able to match the roam that came from Archany, and this is going to be, I think, very, very much in favor of Echo Fortius. I think the difference between Echo Fortius and Persis is the fact that Echo Fortius is a lot more safer comparatively. I mean, when we looked at Persis, they tried to force a lot of things that I feel that if it didn't work out in their favor, left them kind of in the dust, right? Kind of like slack-jawed and a little bit more like, oh my goodness, how do we get out of this situation, right? I think we put ourselves in a very hard spot. But I think Echo is a little bit more calculated in their approach comparatively to comparatively to Persis. But Buriram United, though, they are known sometimes to be quite a bit of a slow starter here, depending on the compositions that they have. Buriram United,
nice setup.
Here we go. Dominus gets kicked out, though. Archany will be able to get it. Cultiming right into the slice and dice, right into the stun. Will be able to get it on to one. First kill in favor for the side Buriram United, as well as their first turret. It seems that the first kill and first turret go hand in hand for Buriram.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, again, you have the kill advantage, and you naturally already have space created on the top, so why not take advantage of that? So, Echo kind of dropping the ball a little bit, maybe, but it's granted it's only just that one champion there on the bot lane. So, and again, they're deprioritizing that lane here in order to try to focus more on like the other lanes specifically. So I'm interested in seeing that Hunyega now has just moved from the mid now to the bottom lane, letting the farm happen here for Ramley. So let's see whether or not that's going to be a change that is going to be sorely needed here, because I did feel that the having the Gragas mid, especially up against Arcany, that was going to be a bit of a stopgap solution, at least at that point in time. But that now that Elixite and Ramley are a little bit more up to speed here, perhaps they can hopefully gain a little bit more presence here in the middle lane.
All right, so I do think that for members of Echo Fortius, they are actually having some of the right ideas here. But as we can see again, Saddam right now, I don't know what's he doing in the middle of that.
No, that's
Look at
gonna
that.
be a pop off.
He immediately gets rooted by Golden Feet.
Yeah.
And once he gets rooted, right, he's out of position. Buriram just collapsed on him. And it seems that Buriram is slowly but surely, trying to get back. Ooh, Noel almost gets popped there. But we do see that over to the bot side here. Buriram United looking towards scoring their second.
But no, Hunyega jumps into the middle there, gets a knock-up. That's going to be a kill for one. Can they get a second one, though, as they do lose the turret in the end. So Buriram is attempting to disengage here, but what the Jess gets picked off, though. He unfortunately had to take one for the team as he was a little bit too close for comfort there, and Echo was able to pounce straight onto it.
Ulexite using that second skill on top of the ultimate there to close the distance. Ikithian Rain definitely doing a lot of damage there for Ulexite. But the main reason that they were able to get it was because Buriram United were very adamant on breaking the tower. So we do see that for Echo, they return the favor as well, but they are still far behind. Not to say too far behind, excuse me. They are still at least behind in terms of one turret here. So this is where Buriram United has to be very wary of how they're going to be using this pressure here. If it opens up, so we can see from the map here that because top side has been opened up and bot side has been opened up, their choices to go for objectives are a little bit more open. But they have to play around the mid-side priority. If not, the team from Echo will be able to collapse. Remember, they're still ahead by kills though. So that's going to be something that Brilliant United has to be a little bit more careful of.
Yeah, have to take very measured steps here, and they're tiptoeing their way around this river here, not really looking forward to a big fight here, but maybe hoping to get some control over the side of the river. But so far, just trading that. Oh, I think Echo actually got that ward. Yeah, they do have that ward in hand now, so they're gonna have lots of vision over the Dragon Pit. Not exactly what Burium would have wanted, but nevertheless, though, they still have a Rift Herald upcoming that they perhaps may want to try to take instead. So hopefully things will work out for them. But for the rest of Echo, though, looks like they're just settled in. It seems like they are in form at the moment.
Yeah, so looking at how members of Buriram United are actually going to go for the Herald here, it could actually be very paramount for members of Echo to actually fight this out, but they got to be careful. What just in the middle of it all. Very beautiful Dragon's Rage there, but he gets rooted for his troubles. In the middle of it all is going to be Golden Feet. They got to be careful. Noel is going to be fighting out Hunyega, first one to go down.
Yeah, and the rest of Echo not really pressing issue too far, but it's still keeping Buriram within sight though. But neither team does want to try to force this into an all-out brawl. They're just really just content enough with losing Hunyega. They don't want to lose any more than that, unless they lose that kill advantage. But Buriram United doesn't seem to be too interested in backing off, and if anything, they're just holding their ground here in the mid lane. Oh, that shot almost was going to cancel out the recall. Not going to happen this time though, as the Galio now moves to the bottom lane to try to meet 3ZL, and the Infernal Drake coming out now. This is going to be a juicy target for Echo, so they definitely want to try to start this here. They managed to spot out what Jess forces him to go back. Now they're going to be focusing all damage onto that Infernal Drake. It looks like they may actually finish that way too quickly than Buriram were able to react though, but they still jump in anyway. What a Jess gets a root there, but he gets pulled all the way back into the back line, and that's going to hurt him a little bit. The shielding keeps him alive for a while, and that allows Buriram United pretty much to disengage here. Could have been a lot worse, but then again, Echo still wins the objective. That's 2 dragons in hand for them.
Dragons in hand though, but look at that. The Herald is coming into play. And I feel that that's going to be an issue, a huge issue in that sense, because they are going to be taking out that tier 2 turret, opening up even more opportunities for Buriram United to come into play. I do think that, yes, I do agree. 2 dragons, Infernal and, oh my goodness, Serdum.
Yeah, Serdum, the only
I mean, there was nothing much to exposit about that. We all knew what was going to happen to Serdum. But touching on to my point again, 2 dragons in their pocket for Echo. Great, sure, right? As much as I want to be singing praises to Echo, turrets are down, right?
Yeah.
As much as you want to be thinking, yeah, we got the Drake, but you actually gave out so much tempo. When the team actually opened up the Herald, they'd be like, okay, you can take the Dragon, we'll just take your turrets.
Yeah, I mean, not exactly the most cognizant of traits, but again, it's that focus on objectives, right? But I don't know whether that the eyes are on the real price here, because that ground control is just not there for Echo at all, and that's going to allow Buriram a lot of space here to try to penetrate the jungles, and you can already see the Galio trying to set up an ambush here. And okay, it looks like they'll be backing off from that point there. It may have just been spotted, but for the most part, you know, Buriram is just so focused on that top lane here because they want to have control over the Baron Pit. They want to be able to get a pick off on the 3ZL, who managed to juke that a little bit. Just tries to jump away, can't quite get away, but then now the rest of Echo are coming into play, and that's pretty much forced Buriram to back off here. Like I said, they don't want to have those all-out fights quite at this point, especially with the Baron still that far out. And now Serdum may be next on the menu here. The rest of Buriram jumps into pounce. Can't quite nail down that Lee Sin though. So again, they're still left trying to search for another target. And Noel thought he might just have it in front of GZL, but no! This looks like Echo's turn now to try to turn the tables around, because they're going to burst it down What the Jess down to a third of his health. Noel almost loses his life as well, but Echo in the end still managed to stand tall.
Alright, so looking at how members of Buriram United are actually pretty standing tall here in some of these changes, we do see that Echo are valiantly trying their best here to force members of Echo to fight out, but I feel like Echo is having problems pulling the trigger, mostly because that they can't seem to get the fight on their terms. And I'm thinking that that's going to be a case that's going to, not to say there's going to be a case, that's going to be something that's haunting them here if they don't pull the trigger. I feel like they want Buriram United to bite on something, but at the same time, they're waiting too long as well. They need to try to force something to happen as well.
Yeah, I think that's just the disadvantage of focusing on those Drakes instead of turrets here. It's just made the economic situation too much worse for Echo here compared to Buriram, and I think it's just lack of itemization maybe that's making it harder for Echo to take the initiative, and that's why we're seeing a more passive game come out from them. But for Buriram's side as well, you know, they're not really forcing that much aggression. If anything, it seems like they're just taking whatever ground that Echo is just not defending at this point, and that's going to certainly hurt them in the long run. Maybe, just maybe, if Arkany can find a hit, but no, he's going to be ganked instead. Tries to get away there, especially with the shielding come up, and it looks like he's just by the skin of his teeth that's able to get out of that little situation. But again, Buriram not interested in a big fight. They backed way off.
I really like the fact that Buriram United's Golden Feet was not hesitant at using the Black Shield at all. Very fast to be using the Black Shield there. It could have been the difference between Archany walking away and Archany ended up waiting in the fountain for the next 30 seconds. What the Jess now in the middle of it all tries to go for it. Oh my goodness, there we go again. Saddam. Saddam, I've counted already. That was 3 times. That was the 4th time he got snared in the middle of those fights when he shouldn't have been snared there. I feel like he's just got to be a bit more wary and cognizant of the positioning of Golden Feet to try to get behind it. But when you have a team, Golden Feet playing Morgana, when you have Archany playing the Renekton, when you have Bank, a little bit hard for you to actually close the gap because Bank does have the Valkyrie, does have the second skill to get away from things. And what the Jess can actually be very irritating in terms of the Justice Punch and the Taunt. So this is going to be an issue here for Echo that they need to troubleshoot along the way. Dragon coming into play. It's going to be the Sustained Dragon here, the Ocean Drake. I feel that Echo could actually win out big if they score this, but Trizel...
Trizel just picks off there, and now Hanyega and Surdam can't really jump onto this Drake here to try counteract it. In fact, they're now facing an attack coming in from Buriram, but that's only to scare them away from the pit, allow the space there for them to take this Ocean Drake. So finally, after 15 minutes, Buriram gets the first Dragon in hand. It is the Ocean Drake, so that's going to certainly make them actually a lot more stronger than Echo United at this point. The sustain plus like the presence they've been having on this map so far is just causing a lot of bleeding to come out from Echo's side, and this is only going to make the economic situation even worse now because Echo is going to have to fight a lot longer against Buriram from this point on.
And looking at it here, comparatively to the scaling gameplay that we did see, these teams here, not entirely that crazy in terms of the scaling, but what they do pretty well is, at least for the members of Buriram here, CC is pretty strong across the board. They do have a strong poke, poke potential there with Bank as well as Golden Feet. Not the best, how to say? Poke potential that comes with Golden Feet, but still, poke is still poke, damage is still damage. Looking at Echo though, they need to be a bit wary on how they want to be messing up these fights here. Hanyega, I think, is very much, not to say trigger shy, but not entirely trigger happy too, but he's got to choose his timing a little bit well with the explosive cast, just to make sure that the mess that he creates could actually deter members of Buriram to actually try to go into the fight here, because Archany wants to get into the middle of the fight. Noel as well, Golden Feet as well. It's either the best case scenario is in the middle of the fight with Soul Shackles. The second best scenario is getting one of those long range Dark Bindings that could work out for him.
Yeah, oh, good catch there, and they managed to take out the Gragas, but that's not the high value target they're really looking for. Maybe they might be able to catch Surdam, but they didn't quite land the hit there, so Surdam may be able to turn it around if Resto Echo is going to be following through. 5th time he gets locked down there again. It could have been bad, but yeah, those are the kind of mistakes that I think that Surdam needs to try to avoid, or rather try to avoid those kind of situations, but it seems to be happening yet again, and that's the thing that's been able, at least on Buriram's side, to interrupt whatever sort of combinations that Echo is going through, because if Surdam out of the way, they're not going to be able to bring himself to full bear, and now look at that, melting him down. That's going to force a revive to come out, and he's in deep trouble if he's not able to bounce out of the way. He gets slain by Golden Feet, and now things are looking very bad for Echo as they will have to back off, they will have to disengage. They lost a Lee Sin, and with that, a lot of value.
Value seems to be leaking out of Echo like an unfixed faucet. And I'm thinking that this is going to be very, very tough for them to, not to say climb back from, but it seems that Buriram United's tempo as well as cadence of pushing and pulling seems to be working out wonders for them here. Because with top lane getting more and more priority, if they're able to break down another tier 2 turret in the top side, in the Baron side, then it's going to be freeing up the Baron to come into play for Buriram United. And if, as I said it, they are going to be going for it, we're going to have seeing a Baron dance here between Echo as well as Buriram United. But you've got to be very careful though.
They're trying to go on the sideline here, but the rest of Echo is coming to bear, and the rest of Buriram does as well. They've already gotten 1 kill on Arcany. Can they get another one though, or will they be forced back off? The health situation is not looking good, and they lose out 3ZL. This is not the situation they want to be in, as they're a little bit too spread out. And Noel is just going absolutely ham in the back line there, forcing Surdam's hand, and in fact he managed to lock him down, gets a kill onto him yet again. Echo United, Echo is just completely falling apart at this point, because Buriram United has taken down 3 of the members, maybe even a 4th here. They can lock down Lamsey or Hunjager, but both of them backed off into the base.
3-4-3 here with Golden Feet and what? The Jets being the surviving members, Ramli as well as Hunjager. Other surviving members for Echo. It seems that the game is definitely going to be favoring Buriram United in that juncture, despite them losing 3-4-3 against Echo. But what did they get in return? Pressure into mid side, forcing members of Echo to respond. And I think most importantly is freeing up the opportunity of them to not lose out their mid side. As long as they don't lose out their mid turret, the Elder Drake's threat, the threat of Buriram taking Elder Drake is way scarier than Echo going for it, because they have to cover quite a bit of ground, and even if they do, there isn't a turret to hug under.
Yeah, there's no tier 2 in the mid, there's no tier 1 on the top, so there's no cover at all if Echo decides to go for the objectives here. So that's pretty much why Buriram has been able to dominate this game so far and just basically play things on their own tempo. And with no surprise, they're already like 10k ahead in that net worth now. Itemization looks to be all but filled up here for the Morgana. So right now, and especially with only 1 member, Lexlight, already hitting max level. The rest of the guys are still very much far behind here. It's Buriram. Looks like they're almost fully stacked here with 4 members having 15. They try to take the fight, and revive comes out for Noel, so he's still able to stay out of the way here. But that was only just a little bit of a test, I think. From Buriram onto Echo United, but they're still being forced to peel back, and Echo now sees that this might be their opportunity to pounce on it, but they can't quite get themselves maneuvered in place. Instead, they're going to try to focus on the Elder Dragon. Buriram United still around the corner though, so they're trying to find an opening on the outside here where 3ZL and Hunjager are, and looks like they're going to try and just dive straight in. Alchemy with the shield, and lots of damage
They
done.
stole it!
They stole the dragon, and they're now coming for their lives. Echo United, they already lost 2-3 people, and Buriram are still rolling towards their nexus.
Trizel as well as Hunjager, only surviving members here. And it seems that 5-man from Buriram United are going to be closing this out. All they need to do is just focus their little bit of damage here, and then the Elder Drake buff is going to do the rest. Kaboom goes the Nexus here. Kaboom goes the turret. I thought they were going to go all in for the Nexus. Excuse me for my misplaced confidence in Buriram United, but it's only a matter of time before the inevitable victory of Buriram United, provided they don't throw it all out the window.
I mean, they took a little bit of a breather to take the Baron Nashor first, so with that Baron buff in hand, I think Buriram will have a much easier time handling the high ground here. Nevertheless, though, Echo can still try to fight their way out of this here, but unfortunately, with the buffs a little bit strong on Buriram's side, even though they have the Infernal Drake and the Earth Drake on the side of Echo, it's still not going to be enough, especially if you consider if Buriram decides to go for the Elder Dragon, it's going to be all over, because the increase in buffs there is just going to be immense, especially in a defensive position here. Man, even up to this point, Surdam hasn't even hit his max level yet, so that farming is all but stalled now for the Lee Sin, and that's just going to further make it harder for them to react to whatever Burium is going to attempt to do on this next high ground push. Nevertheless, though, Echo are still trying their very best to hold their ground and hold steady here, but they know it's only delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, the inevitable doom of excuse me, not Burium, Echo Fortius seems to be on the cusp as Burium United here, but it seems that what's just in a lot of trouble will be popped off here, but it seems that all three turrets are down. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, the super minions are already out and they're already hitting the Nexus here. It's already a third down, and the rest of Burium is just keeping them occupied on the top side. The minions did the job here, but it's really Burium United that deserves all the credit for this first game win.
Yeah, no surprises there for Burium United. It was a little bit of a slower game than I'm expected from Burium United. Echo Fortius did step on the gas at a few junctures that could have actually put members of Burium United, and if I wasn't mistaken, was it Echo Fortius that got the first 2-3 kills, right? I think it was, right?
Yeah, I think so. They got first blood for sure.
Yeah, they got first blood, and I think it was 2-3 or 4-0, I think, for the first few minutes, right, for Echo Fortius?
Yeah, 3-2, I think, on Echo's side, so yeah.
I think I was really unfortunate there. Echo did manage to get a little bit of early game advantage, but like many other teams out there, regardless of professional, amateur, or anything in between, sometimes being able to just consistently... There's a fine line of being greedy, right? And it behooves you for you to not, when you're winning a war, you never stop battling. But let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be worth pointing out that maybe those early ensnares that they managed to do like so many times at the Sir Dum might have like nullified Echo's kind of early game completely, because without the Lee Sin, you know, being farmed up and like able to go super wild, I think it just really nerfed the capability that Echo was bringing with their lineup. So that problem just continued to compound itself as because for most of the game, I believe Arcany was actually a lot ahead of Lee Sin, and with the lack of farm and compounded with the lack of ability to really perform during these fights, thanks to the lockdown that Burium constantly applies onto Sir Dum specifically, that pretty much made it very difficult for Echo to get that early game to actually use that early game advantage to its fullest. And Burium just really, you know, they decided to bide their time. They decided to let their heroes, the champions get themselves up to max level, and only then did they actually turn on the faucet of hurt onto them.
Yeah, I do think that looking at how Burium United just literally stole the lead as soon as they felt comfortable is really important. A lot of it really revolved around Golden Feet just catching Sir Dum. And I do not know why Sir Dum did some of the things that he did here. A lot of the times, I think I counted a total of 6 to 7 times that he just got snared in the middle of everything and was basically useless for that juncture of him just standing there being stunned, you know? And looking at the post-game stats, it seems that it's telling us a story of Golden Feet only dying once, 5 kills, 5 assists, and relatively so. A lot of his snares sets up Archony, sets up Bank, set up what just to follow up. And despite the fact that Hunyega did really, really well in some of these junctures, the follow-ups that came from Elexite and Sir Dum, I don't think he should be playing Lee Sin in game number 2. I think he should be playing maybe something like Kha'Zix, maybe something with a little bit more mobility that is a little bit more consistent. But then again, I mean, Golden Feet just kept finding his name, kept finding him with the snare, and hopefully with Sir Dum making a few, what's the word for it, adjustments in game number 2, maybe he might be able to be a little bit more impactful aside from this game. I think a very, very, very poor outing from it, but take a look at that. Golden Feet, despite him being very utility driven, 29% of the total team's damage all on his hands.
His utility still dealt damage itself, and I think it's the utility that really won them the game here, as opposed to the actual damage that was dealt here. But certainly, for the side of Echo, they're definitely going to need a lot of adjustment coming to this next game here, because even though they both had like their own ideas, but I felt like Buriram had the better execution of it off of like Golden Feet's own performance, really, that was able to enable that for Buriram United. So well done for them in that first game. Certainly not the end of the world here for Echo. I mean, they still were able to get plenty of kills of their own. It's just that the power, rather the advantage, and certainly the lack of turret takes, I think, just compounded the problem here, because it just left Echo United with lesser options, especially when it comes to taking objectives. And you can see that from that 11-minute mark, you know, all of that, the loss of the turrets just meant that Buriram was just able to run away there with that economic lead.
Yeah, I do think that for Buriram United as well as Echo Fortius, looking at the graph, it definitely goes to show that Echo did have moments where they were competitive, at least on a physical level, right? On a goal level. So a lot of it really revolves around those first few kills, and Buriram United actually took it away from them for a while. But after a few junctures at about the 5-minute 30-second mark, that was when the first dragon fight happened, and I think it was it was Echo Fortius that was able to score that first Drake, whereas Buriram United had to score the Herald. But I think the full story, the full context of that particular decision doesn't actually come full circle until you realize that it was because of Buriram United giving up one Drake and just focusing on the Herald going to mid-side. They were able to open up and even exert even more control on the objectives at hand that Echo couldn't actually compete with.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. So, nevertheless, though, that's a really interesting first game. They're a lot closer,
it was.
and also a lot slower than we were expecting, especially after the explosive first three matchups we saw today. But nevertheless, though, it's still a really interesting game all the way to the end there, especially with the way these teams try to drag it out until they hit max level to hit those fights. But I think the devil really was in the details, and the fact that Golden Feet was able to negate a lot of what the Lee Sin on Echo side was able to do played a huge part in why Buriram was able to come out on top on a lot of those team fights.
I totally agree on that. And of course, we have reached the end of game number 1. That means one thing and one thing only: the Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Thank you guys very much. When winning matters, thank you guys, because if it wasn't for all of you at Snapdragon, this would not be possible. And of course, to the lovely people at Monster Energy Drink. They're all about unleashing the beast, and we keep seeing very beastie pace there. So for those of you who want to know more, head on over to the website. And for those of you who are very, very much interested in bantering, in talking, like just getting into some really, really good discussions with the community, Discord link was over there, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series for you guys to join in. As of right now, the time as of what we show on the screen, Buriram United is leading 1-0. Will Echo Fortius be able to tie it up with Buriram United and force them to go for the third game, or is the previous match the only best of 3 that we're going to need? I don't know about you guys, but it's going to be a very good one indeed here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. He is Victor Cax. I'm Hound. We're going to take a short little break. Get yourself some coffee, some juice, kick your feet up, enjoy yourselves. We'll be back in a few minutes with the potential final game.
You buy Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Scenario. Win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Oh, shut down. Oh, shut down. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Oh, shut down. Oh, shut down. Oh.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series here, where we're bringing you guys Wild Rift live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is the Hound himself as we zoom in and out. We're going to be coming in to bring you guys the second game of this final matchup for today. Who's going to be able to win it? Is it going to be the Burium United, or is it going to be the Indonesian squad of Echoes 4 Tiers? We're going to be finding out very, very soon, but they still need to be able to get through this one game. So I have to say though, that first game was definitely a bit of a toss-up, I think, especially the early phase, until Burium really was able to put their plans to fruition there, especially with the Morgana constantly being able to pull in good plays there. Golden Feet deserved a lot of credit for the way he was handling those team fights, and then now it's going to be up to them to see whether they can carry it on forward to the next one. And no surprise, he still has the key player stats up there. Look at that KDA, 10 kills. Oh my goodness, such a powerful player here, this Golden Feet is.
76.92 kill participation, a goal per minute average of 835. The damage per minute there, not entirely impressive. Damage taken per minute as well, almost 2 times the amount of damage taken per minute, almost 2 times than the damage per minute that he was able to deal. But I think the biggest thing, that the reason why he is on top of that, is because of the KDA, because he was able to set up so many kills very, very well for his team. And I'm pretty sure that Golden Feet is definitely going to be target banned here when the time arises. Morgana as a champion in the right hands in the jungle. definitely brings a lot of questions in terms of how the fights are going to progress, because there's just so much of range to cover from the Dark Binding. There's so much to think about from the Soul Shackles, and I think what's the biggest thing also that I think a lot of people really don't pay attention to is the timing of the Black Shield. Right? I think that's one of the people always say like high skill ceiling champions, right? But the thing is, there are a lot of high skill ceiling champions, but timing is one of those skill ceilings that you just have to just be very on top of, right? So we did see that the Black Shield actually did save quite a lot of the teammates for Buriram United, Golden Feet's Buriram United teammates, mostly because of not only negating some of the magical damage, but also giving that window of spell immunity that really allows the teams to be able to operate with impunity. So let's take a look here. Picks and bans. Is it going to be our potential final pick and ban of today, as we might close out 2-0 for Buriram United, or will it be Echo echoing into their hearts to get that rallying cry to get 1-for-1 against Buriram United? Lucian being banned out, no surprises there. We might actually see Kassadin being banned out on the first rotation or second rotation as well. I don't think Buriram United are going to be drafting relatively the same. We might see Morgana either being picked out or banned out. Really depends on what Golden Feet is going to be playing on.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Buriram made that Morgana the first pick and pretty much built the entire lineup around Golden Feet here just goes to show that they really had a strong plan from the get-go here. And it's just unfortunate that Echo, even though they had a similar, or rather a different plan, but it's definitely similar in terms of like capability, it was still lost out just thanks to Golden Feet's own ability as a summoner here. So let's see whether or not they were going to go with different bans this time around. They banned the Renekton on Buriram's side, so Echo, maybe they might be going towards something a little bit different again. Whether he's still going to be leaving the Kassadin and Camille in the pool, but not pick it. I mean, let's see how it goes.
All right, so for Buriram United, it's not going to only be the Lucian. Renekton, third to be banned out, excuse me, in reply to the Yuumi, as well as the Ziggs being banned out. Jace, no surprises there for Buriram United. I think they did ban out in the previous game as well. Let me take a look at my notes here. Yeah, from the previous game, Lucian, Senna, Jax, Kassadin, and Varus. Yuumi, Karma, Ziggs, Anami, and Vi. So they might actually target a few more bans here towards Golden Feet. Looking at it, this is interesting. Jace banned out. Garen also banned out, so that is going to maybe limit Trizel as well as Hunyega's ability to actually pick up maybe a bruiser mid lane. Noelle now, first pick, Kassadin. Yep, I saw it. I think it's a little bit of the mind games here coming out from Buriram United, because they did ban out the Kassadin on the second ban rotation here in response to the Nami ban that came from Echo. So this could be a signifier that instead of giving a lot of attention to his Golden Feet, they are going to be allowing Archony to pop off, and maybe they are going to be going hand in hand with Golden Feet to at least mitigate some of the burden away from Archony's ability to lane a little bit more safely before he hits his ultimate.
Yeah, I think that might be the case here, and you can see, already going with a Fiora as well here in response to the Riven pick and the Corki pick as well from Echo 4 tiers side. So next pick's going to be coming out here for Buriram United, and yeah, I want to see whether they're going to be going. Oh, Karma.
Okay, Buriram U right now is going to be going for the Karma. So I'm thinking Bank is going to be holding on to the Karma. I don't think Kassadin top is going to be that viable, mostly because of how the top laners are a little bit tankier for the most part. So I'm thinking that Noelle is definitely going to be passing over the Kassadin over to Archony. Archony is going to be passing over the Karma to Bank. I do like this Vi pickup here. I do think that with Vi pickup, it could actually put Archony in a bit of trouble here, depending on how Hunyega actually builds. But if he does go for the, let's say like the damage assassin type of build of the Vi, right? It does kind of put him in a bit of danger here, because all Noelle needs to do is reflock away into his team, and if the assault and battery just still follows through, it's going to be a huge problem because Hunyego, the Vi will not be able to actually exit the fight with caution without losing her life. So looking at it, Gragas now, Olaf banned on the second rotation here, as well as Jax for Echo. So I think a little bit of respect there, maybe towards Golden Feet, because Golden Feet's Fiora pickup could be a bit of a flex here. Could go into the jungle, could go into the top lane.
Yeah, that's a strength of the Fiora, is that you're never quite sure where exactly she will be going to, especially if she's the first or second pick. So definitely left a lot of options here for Burium in terms of the draft to go forward. And now that the last ban is Senna, so that's going to be a pressure onto Echo to make this next pick count. 16, 17 seconds to go. Next side with the pick. What is he going to be taking to play here? It's going to be it's going to be Kaiser again.
I do like the pickup of Kaisa on your leg side. Okay.
What's on your mind?
I just saw Bank hover over the Noxus, excuse me, the Nasus, right? And I'm thinking it's going to be okay. I think I know what's going on here.
Yeah.
What the Jess is going to give Zed to maybe Golden Feet. Noel is going to give the Kassadin towards Archony. Bank is going to stay on Nasus. Archony is going to give the Karma to what the Jess. That's what I think.
So what will be the kind of game plan here? Because like they don't have to send out this time around. So what is the Nasus going to be mostly partnered with?
I think it's going to be a poke lane, right? There's not going to be that much sustainability here. And okay, as we can see it here, I think the only thing that I am not slightly accurate on is Archony and Golden Feet. So I thought Archony was going to give Zed towards Golden Feet, but I think that the utility that comes from Fiora in the jungle, and I think the sustain as well that comes from the lives, from her being able to get more HP back, will actually get healthier clears. But for Echo, I think it's relatively the same across the board here. Maybe a few changes, if I'm not mistaken, in the mid laner. But other than that, I'm thinking that this is going to be a bit of a closer game. But with Kassadin on the run, I mean, we did see in the previous game for Persis as well as Evos, Kassadin was actually a very detrimental asset against Persis. And I feel that this could be the case for Buriram United, especially if they give a lot of resources to make sure that the Kassadin, Archony pops off on the Kassadin.
I mean, that's a very good point as well, because like what I wasn't quite able to highlight in that last Kassadin game was the fact that the majority of what the team was doing was just allowing, or rather protecting G4 from a lot of targeting that was happening from the opponents, and the fact that, you know, that lineup specifically, you don't only had the Kassadin, you also had the Senna and Nasus combination along with Corki, so that definitely allowed Kassadin a lot more space than otherwise would. I'm not sure whether that same kind of thing works here though, because now you only have a Nasus, you have the Fiora going to be able to do targeted kind of kills on her own, but then I feel that for the most part, this is going to be a much more exposed Kassadin compared to what we saw in the previous game, and maybe Echo might be able to take advantage of that.
If I'm looking correctly, I think it is Kassadin top, not Zed top. So I think that's going to be very important. Yeah, it is. Noel is going to be playing up against Trizel. Yep. And I think this is going to be a little bit problematic here, mostly because that, considering how much of an island Baron Lane can be sometimes, right? If Noel actually doesn't take advantage of his ability to try to scale up, right, then Trizel could actually bully him out of the lane pre-5. And this could be a huge problem for Buriram United if they don't play it carefully, though. But Archony in the mid lane, we have seen him play Zed, I think, in the past, if I'm not mistaken. I don't entirely know for a fact whether Zed is one of Archony's main. If I remember correctly, he is more of a control mage, but it's been a while since control mages have popped off in viability in the mid lane. We do see Orianna sometimes in the bot lane, but those are very much specific, isolated cases.
Yeah, very highly situational, I might add. So yeah, I mean, again, it's going to be interesting to see how Arcany decides to play this mid-Zed here, especially now that he has the Han Yeager Corki in the mix there. So Yeah, I think for the most part, things are settling into the laning phase at the moment. A lot of attention is definitely going to be on that Fiora and where she's going to be going, and it seems like she's making a move closer to the bottom side. So at the moment, though, Buriram is winning that lane. Rather, they've already pushed that lane quite far out here. So I think there's not much of a chance for Fiora to make any pickoffs here. So she's going to be recalling back to base. So not quite there yet, but top lane seems to be again exchanging the health between the two of them. The 3ZL is a little bit low. Might be a bit of a dangerous spot as well, but then again, thankfully he does have Divine and the Corki as backup should Noel decide to press the issue, but no, they're not really making that move anyway, so still safe, at least for now.
You gotta be careful though, Saddam is actually in the top side though, Trizel as well. As we can see it already, barrier comes out, almost gets taken down, but Golden Feet's nearby as well. Oh!
And that's a jump coming from Golden Feet. He's going to try to force the issue, but he's taking a lot of damage. Does get a kill on the Ribbon, but is it going to be trade? Not quite. Golden Feet slips away like a thief in the night and stays alive, getting a recall and a thumbs up.
A big thumbs up there by Golden Feet onto Noel. Kind of predicted on either side. They knew for a fact that Triza would actually try to be very risky with that, use that ultimate to try to get Noel, but basically did not take into account that the flash is going to come in. Golden Feet was just at the right place at the right time, was able to get it, but Saddam did not have the ultimate, so that was the biggest turnaround there. That was the reason why Golden Feet was able to get away. If not, it would have worked out 1-for-1 trade for Echo as well.
I wonder if it was intentional on Noel's part to, allow himself to get taken down that low to bait, the Riven to come at him, and that because you already saw that Golden Feet was in position, right? He already knew that that was target to go with. So I wonder if Noel did a very risky play there just to allow his teammate to get that first blood, but nevertheless, that's putting a nice little touch there for Buriram, at least at the start of this game, but things have settled down now, and Fiora just going to be farming very calmly in that jungle.
Alright, so this is where it's going to be very important here. For Noel as well as Archony, they are going to be operating. I think they may actually swap lanes later on, and could be very interesting to note because with the changes towards Hunyega piloting on the Corki, I do think that's going to be, I think, in the best interest of Noel to try to shut Hunyega down, to make sure that they don't get sieged down. The thing that I feel is going to be the main deterrent for Noel to actually close the distance here is going to be Trizel and Saddam, because if Saddam comes in with the ball breaker, manages to hit, and hits the assault and battery, then we do see that Noel could actually be trapped in that spot there. Mana management as well is going to be very important, considering that every time you cast the Rift Walk, every time you cast your ultimate, the resource cost goes higher and higher and higher. I think there is no limitation to how much the resource cost actually caps up.
Yeah, that would be a very important thing for Buriram to keep in mind, though. So, like I said, this is a much more exposed Kassadin game compared to the last one we saw, because, again, obviously he's playing Baron lane, so that's already one thing that's very different. But the other is that the calculus here is not going to be so much on letting that Kassadin have the space to farm, but more about the rest of them, more about the Fiora, I have to say, because she really needs to be able to set up those fights here for Buriram that will allow them to take the advantage, especially now that both of the objectives are up. The Rift Herald is going to be jumped on now by Sir Dum, but Noel's already in position, and straight away the silence comes out, and Sir Dum almost gets away there. It looked like it could have been a lot worse there for Echo if they weren't too careful. And man, Buriram now jumps onto that opportunity here, going down this Rift Herald, but then are they going to be able to steal it? Not quite. Buriram still takes the Rift Herald, and now they're going to be taking their lives as well as Ribbon falls, and the rest of Buriram tries to go in and take even more kills, but they lose one to chest in the process. But now turning it around, they now have OX Light just completely caught out. That's going to be 3 kills for the low price of only losing 2 champions.
Actually, it's 4 kills.
4 kills.
There.
Oh, 4
kills for 2, almost double the amount here. And Golden Feet, I think, took about 90% of those kills, with one of that kill going over towards, I think it was was either Bank or Archney, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't entirely, I mean, so many things just happened so fast there.
Yeah.
But it's definitely going to be a big win for Buriram United here. If they keep this up, I don't think we're going to be needing a third game here. 2,000 goal advantage in favor of Buriram United, but not going to be counting out Echo here. Echo did do very well in terms of anticipating that fight, but they were just a little bit too late, mostly because of Saddam just being caught in that really, really hard spot.
I mean, yet another game where Golden Feet is just one step ahead of Sir Dum. So again, now that he's on the Vi, maybe he'll be able to do a lot more damage, especially once he gets in your face. But certainly with the Rift Herald, not quite being able to take down the first tier turret. So at least Echo has been able to hold that quite well, actually. So that's certainly going to help them a lot, especially with the Infernal Drake now up for grabs. I think Golden Feet is already thinking about getting it started, and they're actually doing it right now. And I think Echo is not going to be able to react to this in time.
Alright, so we're going to be seeing for Golden Feet as well as Archney, both of them now going to go for the Drake, and I don't think there's not going to be any contention here because Hunyega, excuse me, not Hunyega, Echo and the rest of the team are more concerned with the top side. Oh, we're going to be seeing there Assault and Battery, and it seems that Saddam.
First one to get taken down already, and Buriram attempting to try to get even more now. TreeZL maybe next on the cards there, but they haven't quite got a lockdown. TreeZL able to jump back in again, but the shielding is just a lot more stronger than what Echo would have wanted here. And now it looks like it's just going to be losing a lot of health in this process. They're just trying to tank it, but then the thing is, it's going to work very bad for them when they decide to pull back, because potentially it could be more kills on the cards. All of them get taken out completely. Oh, this is looking so bad for Echo right now.
Echo there's 10-3 loss, about 3 members at top side there. Very unfortunate now that Seraph's Embrace is already complete, as well as the Rod of Ages. Normally we do see Seraph's Embrace first for the cast-in pickup, but he actually went for Rod of Ages, so the scaling is going to work out wonders. Not only is he going to have a tremendous amount of mana, a tremendous amount of ability power, but also have an ample amount of health to at least resist the initial damage onslaught that could come from members of Echo. But looking at how this is working out, doesn't really look too good for them. They've only been able to kill 3, and thus far for the side of Buriram United, they are playing it very, very conservatively, not going too not playing it too risky, but not playing it too safe either. So they're trying to take as much calculated risk as possible. Over the top side though, we're going to be seeing a bit of a fight here. Noel gets hit.
Noel gets hit, he's going to get surrounded, and unfortunately not much he can do, especially with Sir Dum finally coming in and getting those kills done. So at least a bit of a consolation prize, I would have to say, for Echo, because at this point they're still very much behind Buriram, who finally does enable themselves to take out the tier 1 turret, and that's only going to make it a lot easier for them to focus on objectives from this point on. So if anything else, Buriram has already gotten a really good setup here, and it's just going to be Echo's turn basically to try to see if they can interrupt that or maybe break off the tempo. But at this point now, there's already so many kills conceded to Buriram's side that I just worry that that now is going to be a lot harder for Echo if they really want to try to mount a comeback.
Alright, so let's take a look at how both these teams are doing here. We're going to be seeing Noel going up against Hunyega, but look at that. Hunyega, they're very much just dropping as much poke as he can. We do see Saddam in the middle of it.
Oh my goodness, Bank was watching it. Oh, he gets hooked anyway.
Still goes for it anyway.
Saddam still going to be caught out there, but he is able to tank most of the damage. Gets the blast in order to be able to get Saddam in the pit, and now they're trying to turn it around. They try to get it done onto that one on the Noel, but still they aren't able to finish it, and unfortunately they will have to peel back here because the rest of Buriram has come in here. The cavalry has arrived, and it wipes the entirety of Echo, save for TreeZL, who was way off into the back line, but still, with that fight out of the way there, Buriram yet again comes out on top.
What a massacre. Not even a single turret in the pocket of Echo. It seems that Buriram United has come to realization that Echo Fortius cannot keep up with the pace, and it seems that Buriram United is operating on a more aggressive stance, and the pacing that they are adopting against Echo seems to be leaving members of Buriram United up seeming to leave members of Echo up against the wall here.
Yeah, I mean, after losing 2 major fights like that, I mean, Buriram for sure knows that they're way ahead of Echo when it comes to the farm as well as the gold. So I mean, naturally, you know, you have that with the leading kills, but up to that point, you know, Burium was thinking that they was really respecting Echo a lot, but then now look at Arkany just jumping straight in on the Heimerdinger and still, sorry, not Heimerdinger, still managed to catch the Corki, still gets the kill there and jumps all the way out. So Hun Jaeger out for the count, and man, I mean, again, it's just looking so bad for Echo because they aren't able to meet Burium in these fights. They aren't able to sustain themselves, and even if they could, they just have to tank so much damage as is coming up for Burium, and 3ZL just unfortunately had to just take the brunt of it there. No one to come and back him up, and then look at this turret. It's probably going to be not long for this world if Echo isn't able to force Burium to back off, but the Herald is already bursting his way towards there, so it could be only a matter of time before Burium is going to be able to come out on the high ground, but they will back off because they are still focused on objectives.
Okay, look at that. Immediately they know for a fact that there is going to be a big wave coming out towards coming towards mid side, and this could be an opportunity for Burium United to just keep knocking on Echo's door. About almost 20 kills ahead here compared to Echo, and it seems that 12,000 gold is going to be the difference between Burium United and Echo. 40th here, Victor, and it just doesn't seem good for the Indonesian standout team because it seems that Burium United has their number, and it's only a matter of time before they squeeze, not to say squeeze, but tighten the proverbial death grip.
Yeah, I mean, with Bank already being this well farmed, and he's pretty much just being the playmaker almost for the side of Burium, but still, Noel and What the Jess is trying to keep them at bay. They've already taken the Dragon from the cells. It's only the Baron that's going to be coming in the next 5 seconds, so if they do get that in hand as well, that's going to be so painful for Echo to bear, especially once they decide to push onto the high ground. So right now it's just a race against time here for Echo to try to stem this bleeding, try to find a way to regain a foothold and hopefully be able to counteract the movements and the actions that Burium are trying to do. They do manage to take down the tier 1 turret, but will there be a follow-up coming Burium? They're just rushing straight into it. Bank getting a nice long on the 3ZL. Rami unfortunately had to kick the sideline here. Goes all the way back when they allow their teammates to tank all the damage, and the Vi unfortunately gets picked up, but look at the back line though. Cold Feet finds his mark, finds 3ZL, takes him down as well together with Sir Dumb. Oh my goodness, Burium, they're just not done yet. They're trying to go for that wipe, but still couldn't lock him down, so they will be backing up. But I would have to say, though, if that was damage done, that was massive damage done to Echo.
Massive damage done indeed. It seems that 4 kills most likely will be what Echo has to score over Burium United. If this keeps up here, Baron is going to be taken down a little bit too early with the smite, but luckily enough, Serdam or any other members of Echo were not around to threaten the steal. So I think a little bit of negligence in terms of the smite could actually be forgiven.
I mean, it's either you can call it negligence, but I think it's just Echo kind of facing that reality that right now they just aren't capable of fighting against Burium. So it would be a suicide if they were to just try to, try to defend the Baron. So yeah, at this point, it's looking like Burium has all of the good cards in their hands, and Echo is just left with maybe just 1 card to play, but that 1 card may not even be that good.
Despite that, right, they are still holding their cards quite close to their chest, and I'm thinking, oh wait, right into Golden Feet immediately gets away out of it, and it's going to be a very interesting fight here coming out. Victor, it seems like it's going to be 1 going down, it's going to be Bank being able to get the killing spree.
Rolling in there, they're taking so much damage now, and they're not quite done. Golden Feet gets yet another kill there to make it 3 now on the side of Echo. They're still in a rip, and maybe even a 4th if Noel is able to kill 1 off. The revive does come through, and he does manage to get the 1. He gets a 2nd one as well. Oh my goodness, this is Cassidy at his absolute worst, and Burium puts the cherry on top by bursting out that Nexus.
I don't know about you, but with the exception of Nigma Galaxy, Persis as well as Evos, that was the only game that went 3 full, the full 3 series. It seems that everybody else from Burium United, Nigma Galaxy as well as RRQ just proved out that we don't need a 3rd game.
I have to say, like, honestly slightly disappointed that Echo wasn't able to keep up, you know, especially
Yeah.
once they already lost the kind of lead to Burium. It seems like it was impossible for them, it felt like, to kind of get it back. And I wonder if that's really a function of the draft that Burium has really brought here, because I didn't think that it was going to be this strong, but the Fiora pick, oof. Look at how much value that's given to Golden Feet. I mean, not just him, even the Nasus of Bank as well benefited so much from the movements that Fiora did, to the point that he was able to hold his own by the midpoint in this game. So very well done for Burium's side.
I do think that Burium United just they played very conservatively in game number 1 because they didn't want to underestimate the aggression that the Indonesian region is known for.
Yeah, fair
And
enough.
I feel like they didn't want to bite off a little bit more than they could chew. So they played it very, very patiently in game number 1. I think they kind of discovered that members of Echo had a few tendencies that put them, that kind of be perspective, could be reckless, right? I mean, there were some moments that Echo were like, they did the Persis moment where they were kind of overextended, but I felt like the mistakes that Persis made compared to Echo, the mistakes that Echo made compared to Persis in the previous game, right, were not as prevalent. But I think Buriram United's pacing as well as aggression is just a whole different beast.
I think it's also worth, I think it's to your point, maybe that first game was just more of like a fact-finding mission of sorts on Buriam's side. They wanted to kind of gauge what Echo's kind of strengths was, so they really didn't force those kind of engagements until very late in the game. And then once they already tied them over at that stage, they realized, oh, actually, Echo was maybe not as strong as we thought they were. So by the time they got to the second game, they knew exactly how to nullify sort of like the strong members on Echo's side of the team. So that in combination as well with a really good draft here by Buriram, I think that just handed them all of the advantages coming into the second game.
Alright, so this was a moment where I think Buriram United as well as Echo actually had quite a bit of a interesting back and forth there with the fact that Buriram United came out on top, but this is where it turned out very horribly for them. 7-3, and those 3 kills there right into the Spirit Fire, definitely not where you want to be there. Giving out those kills to Noel as well as Bank definitely puts a hamper on the wishes for Echo to be able to progress themselves. But as we see it, right, time and time again from Echo, so many overextensions, so many opportunities for them to just try to back away a little bit more if they weren't like so desperate to try to push out some of these lanes. But look at that, 1 by 1. The maximum amount of kills that they got were maybe 4 or 5, and it's just such a pity to see that a team that has this kind of potential actually crumble to this kind of to Buriram United. But then again, Buriram United, they are one of the titans from the Thai region, so there is no shame in losing to a titan of a team in Buriram United. But Echo's definitely got to go back to the drawing board and look back in the replays and really look at themselves long and hard in the mirror and question, where did we go wrong?
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a lot of analysis on Echo's side, especially after a washout. I have to say, you know, pardon my language here, but again, Buriram just absolutely dominated Echo in this second game here, which is a far cry from the expectations we had from the first game for sure. And look at that, Suridam not even able to pull a single kill. So is Ramsey, but then again, it's much more jarring especially when he's playing the Vi in this lineup, because you expect that he would be the one, if not taking the majority of kills, at the very least, you know, getting good assists. But none of those were just coming together from Suridam here. And I think this is just a factor of like Noel and Golden Feet just figuring out exactly how strong this Kassadin Fiora kind of combination is, and just using it to that full potential. And you can see that Echo very much melts down every single time the Buriram moves in onto them, collapses onto them to take those fights. And without the sustain, there's really not much Echo could do.
And I think that's going to be the case study for the Echo coach or the Echo analyst or whatsoever, right? Because we do see that there is a very interesting damage share between Hunyega as well as Ulexite, 27% each. But look at that, 33% of the damage was all on Noel. And look at that. Wow. I think the only semblance of a lead that Echo had was for a good maybe 2 minutes, maybe a minute and a half, and everything else was just the Buriram show. And It's the Buriram Show guest starring Echo. Unfortunately, I mean, this is not a dig, this is not an insult onto Echo. They did valiantly, but at the end of the day, when you have such a dominant display from a team, there's nothing much else that you can say with Echo unless, aside from they've got to go back to the drawing board and they've got to at least look at the competition hard and long and think, how do we break the mold?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of soul searching for sure, but you know, credit where it's due though. I mean, Buriram lived up to the reputation all throughout. I mean, with a badass name like that, how can you go wrong, right?
Definitely.
So, yeah, I think Buriram figured out. They figured out Echo from that first game. They knew exactly how to nullify a lot of the movements and capabilities that Sir Dum and the rest of Echo were able to do, and counteracted it perfectly. And with the objectives pretty much very firmly in the hands of Buriram all throughout, the Echo didn't even get a single objective at all. I mean, it was just a foregone conclusion after that point. Yeah, Buriram still reigning supreme now, and Echo is going to have to fight on with the other teams and hopefully be able to get themselves on the board somehow.
All right, so we are at the end of the show, supposedly. So for those of you who are on Twitch chat, do drop us your thoughts, do drop us your critiques, your analyses, whatsoever. Just share it with us. And for those of you who are big supporters of any of the teams, do not forget to keep hashtagging, because I'm very sure that a lot of the teams need your support, they need your energy, and I'm very, very sure, that the motivation behind it is definitely coming from members of the community. So make sure you support your teams, show them some love, and don't be so hard on them, right? I mean, the community can be pretty cruel to them sometimes, can they?
Yeah, but consider this fact: like Echo came into this challenge groups here as one of two representatives of the entirety of Indonesia. So that itself already lends them a lot of credit, you know, despite this performance. Nevertheless, though, Bank gets the series MVP here for Buriram United. 11 KDA, that's one extra compared to Golden Feet the last game. Maybe that was enough there to give Bank the MVP this time around.
68.27% kill participation, goal per minute of 828.47, damage per minute of 1070.91, DTPM of 699.39, and I guess it goes to show that the reason why he didn't take that much damage is mostly because of maybe the Corki pickup here, and of course maybe the fact that even his Nasus also was built on AP, was able to stay quite far, focusing on the third skill rather than the siphoning strike, so that could actually skew the damage numbers. But then again, there were only 4 kills for the side of Echo, so the numbers would definitely be a little bit conflated in favor of damage taken per damage per minute over damage taken per minute.
Yeah, but it's still testament to the fact that, you know, the Buriram had such a good game here that even the Nasus alone was already way stronger than anyone from Echo was able to take on. I mean, he was able to take on 2 champions quite handily through a lot of those fights. So yeah, I mean, Bank definitely deserved the MVP, but it certainly shows the strength of Buriram as a squad here. You know, to just figure out Echo completely by that first game and just dominate them by the second one.
I personally enjoyed Noel playing the Kassadin. I thought that he could have been getting MVP for himself, but then again, looking at Bank, he was a little bit more consistent across game number 1 and 2. Let's take a look at the overall predictions here. I think we're doing pretty alright here. Yeah. Contra is leading. No, sorry, not Contra. Pondo is leading. He's the only one that got all 4 right. So that means that I'm going to be copying off his notes next week. So anyway, Contra is closely behind me. Husky and yourself, Victor, were tied up for 2. So we're all sharing the 3rd spot. Yay, we're all having our own little matchup here.
Hey, 50%, that's a passing grade, isn't it?
That's a passing grade, yeah, 50%, you know. I mean, it's not A+. I mean, you know, Pondo's like just smiling to himself. I'm an A+ student, you know. Like I'm an Asian, not a Bijan, bro. I'm sorry. I mean, you know, getting married and stuff, I gotta like slowly transition into making dad jokes now. But anyway, all dad jokes aside though, if you guys got the same scores as we do, we would like to know. So why don't you drop us your own prediction scores, whether you won those matches or not, on the Discord that we have, that we're going to be showing to you guys later on in terms of the Discord link. So don't be shy. Come on in, join us, and of course, keep it safe, keep it friendly, and don't be mean to each other, guys. Come on, just don't be mean.
Yeah, don't be mean at all.
Okay.
You know, be nice.
Be nice, yeah. I mean, being nice is for free, right?
Exactly.
I mean,
It doesn't cost anything.
It doesn't cost anything, but being mean, it hurts you inside here. Let's take a look at the leaderboards. That's something that's always nice to look at. I mean, if your sporting team is at the top side, Rexa Regum Keon with 1 win, Nigma Galaxy with 1, Evos Esports with 1, and Buriram United Esports. Everything from position 5 and below have not garnered a win yet, but do not set in stone your judgment because we still have tomorrow. We still have all the other days ahead for the challenge leaderboard. This is only play day 1. Remember, all teams are going to be playing each other once. So there is an opportunity for Echo Fortis, Persis Esports, Cerberus Esports, and Team Flash to come back into this game stronger than ever. Who knows? It might be Persis or Echo at the top of the leaderboard by the same time tomorrow.
Yeah, this is literally just the first day of this entire week of group stage matches here, so there's still plenty opportunities here for those who are sitting 5 and below to make up points here just by getting some wins. And I'm going to be especially interested to see the 2 representatives from each country face off against each other, because I think that's going to be a more vital sort of match actually, especially when it comes to representation coming into the challenge finals. But certainly for Echo, Persis, Cerberus, and Team Flash, there's going to be a lot of soul searching from today on. They're going to have to analyze a lot of their plays today, see where things went wrong, and hopefully come back bigger, stronger, better, and harder.
I do feel that that's going to be the case there. We do have to take a look at tomorrow's schedule in a bit. For those of you who just joined us, we would like to apologize. You came in at the most, not to say the wrongest time, but I guess you just missed out on the majority of the content. But this is tomorrow's schedule here. It's going to be RRQ going up against Cerberus. Flash going up against Evos. Nigma Galaxy going up against Buriram United. And it's going to be Persis going up against Echo. So I don't know about you guys, but it is going to be a bit of a flip here. So tomorrow is going to start from 12 p.m. GMT +8. So wherever you are, do make sure to set your alarm clocks there because it's going to be a fun time here. Brought to you by the Snapdragon Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when gaming matters. Remember, Snapdragon Pro Series is where you want to be supporting all of these teams from their respective regions. Okay, for today and tomorrow, it is going to be the Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam.
Yeah, and also again, it's the same time as today. So if you were already here, make sure you set up your time for tomorrow as well, because we'll love to see you guys in the live stream and in the chat as well. So that's it. So that's going to be what we're going to be looking forward to tomorrow, and there's certainly going to be a lot to look forward to throughout this week, because like group stages is still going to be played all throughout, so it's going to be a lot of matches to look forward to even after today's stream.
All right, before we say goodbye, before we sign off, we would like to thank our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. So remember, we may say that, you know, winning and losing is not everything, but for us here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, winning matters the most. There is no shame in being on the opposite end of that, but then again, all you need to do is grab yourself a big can of Monster Energy drink, get yourself a big gulp of it, and unleash the beast. For more information, monsterenergy.com/gaming for more information. And of course, for those of you who want to maybe argue a little bit about stats, give a bit of theory crafting, touch base with some of the casters of the production crew, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. That's where you want to be.
Yeah, so that I think is going to be putting us towards the end of the show here, and I have to say, I mean, it's a really impressive day so far. I mean, it's only been that one game that went to the full series, but for the most part, it seems like the PH teams and the Thai teams are showing themselves to be quite the formidable challenger here in this group stage. So I wonder how things are going to change out, but that is going to be things we're going to see in the future here, because unfortunately, this is going to be the end of today's live stream.
All right, for those of you who just joined us, we would like to apologize. You just missed out on a ton of action. However, it is not the end yet. There is still tomorrow, so make sure you come by at the same time, same place, but not right now, if you just joined us right now, don't come at this time, right? Come earlier, like a lot earlier, like 5-6 hours earlier, right? He's Victor Cax. I'm Hound. You can follow us on all our socials. You can check it out wherever, as soon as it pops up. And for most importantly, do make sure to follow the Snapdragon Pro Series wherever you like to follow, whether it's on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, wherever it may be. Make sure to stay updated and make sure to click on the bell to see all of our notifications first, all right? So for those of you who came from the start of the broadcast, we would like to thank you. We would like to thank you for staying with us from start to end. We would like to thank you for being patient, and most importantly, we would like to ask for forgiveness for any shortcomings, mispronunciations, or fake news, of course, you know, or conspiracy theories. Okay.
Well, yeah, you're going to be expecting any of that from us. But nevertheless, thank you all so much. This has been the Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by ESL. Thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy. My name is Victor Cax. Join me as a Hound. We'll see you guys in the next one. So until then, see ya.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play. The game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot. I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align. No shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop. Take
I'm on the mission. Snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to